Happy Sunday. I did catch Hockey Guys comment in there. It's like, that's why the branding always works. So let me see if I got it on here. Yep, bang on. Exactly. So good evening, good evening. Hopefully things are going well for you all. How are you doing? So we got a little bit of our traditional time delay is on a little bit, so you'll have to let me know from the chat there. I can see it, so that's okay. A couple of things we're going to chat about, I think. We'll have a little bit of fun, and we'll see how it goes. So I can see Jeff. Beautiful. So good evening, Jeff, and good evening, Hockey Guy, as well. A couple of things we're going to chat about off the top. I'm going to talk a little bit about the graded card thing, just because I did the videos this week, so we've got that going on. So good evening, Paul. Sounds good. So I didn't see too many questions as far as the post on Instagram is concerned. So we'll kind of play it by ear and see what's going on with it. I will address the grading thing just a little bit because I did have the two videos on it. So the first one was the PSA increasing its rates, and then the second one is going to be a little bit about SGC increasing its grades, as well as kind of some of the other third-party graders, because that was a little bit of what I got to go into a little bit in the second video. So I like this comment here. I trash talk it because they're boring. I remember opening the boxes of them and going, huh, well, this is kind of dull. You know, try harder, Pacific. Try harder. But I did enjoy that. But I did open them. And I do remember them from back then. I think by that point, Pacific really wasn't trying nearly as hard. Now, unfortunately, part of it is because they threw out so many ideas in the first couple of years. If you go back to 97, 98, each one of those sets had a very distinct look. Whether you liked it or not, they were definitely distinct. So good evening to Dave. Good evening, Justin. So yes, that's how I dare trash talk them. I bought them anyway for my collection, but I can trash talk them as much as I like. That's part of the fun. Good evening, Lowell. Perfect. Good stuff. So I'll quickly summarize a couple of the points. Let me go here. Look at this. Only valid 01 2000, 2001. Paramount complaint is that in fact the Holo7 and Holo Go number are the same. Yep, that's fair. The other valid complaint is that the design is boring. But that's a matter of that's a subjective opinion. That's just mine. If you like it, then great. I'll send you a white piece of paper. It's about the same. But as far as the grade is concerned, and I know that I saw Dave earlier, and I did get a chance to see his pickup video where he referenced that we were going to chat a little bit about the graded off the top, which we definitely were. And then I know he and Steve are going to be chatting about they have the third party graders in as part of their thumbnail and set up for it on Tuesday. So I think the discussion will kind of continue on there as well. Well, they'll chip in and add their 2 cents to the conversation. Let me ask kind of this question. I got a little bit of a sense of it from the comments, but I'm curious. What, good, bad, or indifferent, either way, did you guys think about PSA increasing its prices? Did you hear about the SGC thing a little bit that was kind of snuck in with an apology letter a little bit? Is it something where you care? If you don't, then that's an answer. But the other one is, if you do care, is it because you think, that's unfair that they're raising the prices? Do you understand it? Are you cool with it? Is it going to make you look at other alternatives? That's the other thing that kind of the second video addressed a little bit that I used as a bit of a primer for tonight's conversation. So my question is, do you care? Yes or no? And if you do, where is kind of your angle on it? Is it something where it's going to impact what you're going to submit, what you're going to consider submitting? Or is it something where maybe it'll affect you, maybe you won't, but you weren't sending in a lot of cards to begin with, so maybe the effect is minimal? That's kind of the different direction, a little bit of the different feedback that I got looking at a lot of the different reactions that I saw on videos and things. I did see a little bit of that. So that's kind of what I wanted to start off with. So any thoughts on that as far as that piece is concerned? Just kind of curious if the chat has any thoughts on that. And then once we get through talking about a little bit of the grading thing, I want to talk a little bit about our good buddy Ken Golden had some thoughts that he did on his Instagram lives, which is always fun. So we'll talk about that a little bit. And then I want to kind of conclude the first segment a little bit with maybe I'll talk a little bit about dibs. We'll have a little bit of fun with that. So maybe there'll be a little bit of thoughts on that piece as well. So I'll leave it kind of open for everybody. Kind of just any thoughts on any of those things. So we're going to have to see. So good evening to Yannick. Yep. So I'm guessing is that the Ken Golden Instagram live? He's actually been opining quite a bit. So it's kind of interesting. Joe did make reference to it on Jeremy's After Hours. I'll definitely have to kind of think and see what it looks like. Okay, so PMN has a little bit of thought on it here. Need to pivot and collect more raw cards. That's fair. Also, one avenue for selling to fund my PC has been severely squeezed. That's fair. That's definitely one of the directions that that's going to take in. And the second comment there is kind of one of the things that I mentioned where yes, the impact, it's a real impact. So I never want to downplay it, but it basically creates a scenario where you have to look at it and go, if you are using graded cards as part of your selling plan to help fund other cards in your PC, which is valid, that's real. Then you have to kind of factor in, does the additional cost impact that? It might. And a lot of it depends also because some folks who are doing it through the bulk submitters, the impact might be like $5 or $6 a card. It depends, obviously, on the bulk submitter, but depending on what that is, it may or may not mess with you too much. And if it's $5 or $6 a card, if you're sending in like really lame cards, then obviously that's going to price you out of it. But if you're sending in like cards that are kind of expensive anyway, that the authentication can make it worth your while, then you're probably still going to send them. It's probably not going to impact you that much. That's fair. Paul agrees with me on those, on the 2000, 2001 Paramount. So here we go. It's a business. Yep. They can charge what they want, which is true. No one is forcing anyone to grade. Yeah, exactly. Bulk submitters, jump cards caused it, supply and demand. Yeah. And kind of what I looked at, I decided against actually putting an equilibrium chart on the screen because I kind of want to be like, okay, I'm not gonna go too far down the rabbit hole of economics, but if you ever seen a supply and demand chart, like an equilibrium chart, it literally, if you just look at the chart and you put it in front of PSA, they would be like, oh my God, we have to raise the price because the chart basically tells you should. That's just looking at the chart, following the rules, because it's one line intersecting with the other, and you're trying to reach the equilibrium, which is that kind of center spot. And if you succeed in doing that, that's the sweet spot. So the way the demand was going right now, it basically said to PSA, nope, you have to raise this price. It doesn't make any sense with the amount of demand you're getting. This backlog is getting bigger and bigger because it's too cheap. It literally is the signal. It's too cheap. It's too easy for people to send in hundreds and thousands of cards. And that's kind of why I talked about the other third-party graders a little bit. And can they absorb that volume? I was a little bit doubtful for different reasons. So here, PMN says, the silver lining is the submission should be returned more quickly. That's the hope. I don't think it's going to be an immediate impact. I do think that there are some folks who will still submit tons of cards. So that's why I say like, oh, but there's raised prices. Is like, well, they might have to raise it again. I'm not saying yes or I'm not saying no, but it wouldn't shock me if they go and run that. And SGC left the door open. When they did their price increase, SGC in their letter, they left the door open and go, if we're still getting slammed at that point, then we might have to raise prices again because they're running that same curve. Everybody is trying to figure out what that equilibrium spot is. Nobody actually knows. They're kind of guessing like, okay, at what price are you guys going to stop sending us those $5 base cards? Is that how many more we're going to have to do? So we'll have to see how that plays out. And then the latter portion here is they raised the declare value to $4.99, which allows them to have a few higher dollar cards, which is very fair. That's a true point as well. Good, excellent point, PMN. Yeah, there is a segment, and it's a very quiet segment compared to the loud people complaining about it, that kind of says like, well, it was going to happen eventually, and it's kind of about time. We'll have to see. I did see that. They said they grabbed 50 more shippers. It's I want to make sure I get the phrasing right because I know exactly what you're talking about, and I think it's on ComC's site itself when you log in. Oh, here we go. No, it's not even, you don't even have to do that. Sales increased 50% since December. The shipping has not been able to keep up. 50 people joined our shipping department this month. To ensure our systems are streamlined and our team is properly trained, we added a 2-week buffer to all shipping quotes. So like initially at first, it's not going to have the immediate impact. But it's good that they're bringing more people in the shipping department. We're hoping maybe that means some of the cheaper shipping options will finally start to be a little quicker. That would be nice. But I don't think it's going to be an immediate impact, so we'll have to see. So let's take a look here. PSA can also offer pricing deals in the future. That's fair. Let's see here. So good evening, Boston Kid. Let me check here. The problem is they will never drop price when the demand falls. Yes, I think I agree with that. I do agree with that, Robert, but demand would have to fall a lot to make it worthwhile because the problem with that equilibrium thing is that, okay, so demand falls, right? The thing is, as you go up in price, demand is supposed to fall. Like we're not going to go too far into the weeds of economics here, but demand is supposed to fall as you increase the price because less people are going to want the product. But what's going to happen though, is PSA ideally, and this is an extreme example that I would give. If PSA could make $200 million grading one card per year, they would do that. They would only need to hire one grader. They would only need to take in one shipment, and that would be it. If that same person submitted one card at $200 million, they'd rather do that. They actually don't need millions of submissions. It's profit. It's how much money are we going to make. So that's how it's going to be. But the end result is, now in practice, that's not going to work. Like you can't actually do that. That wouldn't make any sense. But so you do need submissions, but you don't need as many submissions as they have. They actually don't need that. So we'll kind of see how that plays out. And I see your subsequent comment. I'll get to that in a second. Yes, you do have to watch the commercials. Make sure you watch them and do a replay on them. The NBA All-Star Game. I like your latter comment there. More card fans than sports fans. I think part of it is going to be dependent on whether you still enjoy. I find that there's some of the sports where the sport itself, I find I enjoy it less. So like, I'll watch the odd hockey game here, but I'm not like, I collect hockey cards, but I collect a player who retired 10 years ago. So the current game doesn't interest me that much most of the time. Baseball is the sport that I'll watch probably fairly I have the streaming package for that one, so I'll watch a fair number of games. Football is probably the one I watch the most, and it's probably the one I collect the least. So the correlation between collecting and watching is actually kind of weak for me. So maybe that's kind of how it plays out for some folks. So let me see here. It's not just basketball that happens. Yep. And the All-Star Game is also, I don't know if I really want to watch the All-Star Game here. Watching the game, that's fair. And then this was your follow-up comment, Robert. So when the flippers exit the market, yes. Yeah, when they exit the market, demand will fall. And then when demand falls, I wouldn't say they would never lower the price, but that's why I said the goal is to find the price where you don't hit equilibrium perfectly. You want to leave a little bit of buffer room just underneath. You still want to have some demand in excess of what the perfect equilibrium is, because you want to leave some room for if demand drops. I made one reference in the video where I said the goal isn't to hire so many people that you hit the perfect amount with demand as it is today, because demand today is elevated. You want to hit it so that if there is a retraction and a pullback, you still have a reasonable amount of graders to keep from building a big backlog, but you don't want to have a bunch of people kind of sitting around doing nothing because you have excess amount of employees with less demand than they can handle. So then all of a sudden you have to start laying people off, and it's not because of the goodness of their heart. It just doesn't make any sense to have more than you need. So they'd rather have a few employees less and a little bit of a backlog. The problem is that they've got a huge backlog. So it's like there's a happy medium there. A little backlog's okay. A monster 7-8 figure backlog is a little bit much. And that's kind of where you run into some problems. Yeah, there are a lot of Sharks fans that don't seemingly watch the stats. Okay. Flippers are there to stay until it's not worth it. Yes. Yep. Totally agree with that hockey guy. Think card collectors with graded cards will see a modest increase in the value of these since it'll be now more expensive to get the cards graded. It could. That's a prevailing theory. That's been a lot of folks have been throwing that out there. So I'd be curious to see what happens. I don't know if it's a long-term thing. I guess it depends on whether the people buying still see the value in it. There is, though, some value in, if I don't want to send it in and I don't have the patience and I still want the card graded, maybe for a set registry or something like that, I could see those cards definitely having a premium. If somebody really wants the graded card and now all of a sudden sending it in becomes more expensive, so maybe it's not worth it for them to take a shot, then you give it a go. So I can see here. Okay. So I don't know, is that a commercial before the live stream? Because I don't have any control over that. I'd be curious to see. That's probably the first time you guys have ever brought it up. And I'm sure they have them. I've never assumed they didn't. I just don't know what it is. Yeah. Yeah, Boston has already had a Stanley Cup not that long ago, so it works out. But yeah, I think I'm generally in agreement with a lot of the points that were made, though, is that there may be a little bit of a premium with some of the graded cards, so that'll be interesting to see. That might happen. I don't think you're wrong about that. The other piece, though, is I do think that there will be, that I think PSA is trying to find that sweet spot. All of them are, really. SGC is being ambitious again. I enjoyed the tone of their letter. I don't know if any of you got a chance to read it. SGC has one of those things where they almost, the enthusiasm bubbles from the SGC president, Peter. He's still he's a young guy, so he throws in and brings his enthusiasm to it, which is kind of funny. I enjoy it for what it is. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good to have a little bit of young blood in it trying to promote the product, but it's one of those things where we'll have to see if they're thinking long term. Because if they're thinking long term, it's like, yes, you want to promote it, you want to bring people to try you out again. You know, you dropped the ball the first time, but now you've got another crack at this. There is a market there for the lower price cards if you're able to take it. And that was what that's why in that second video, I said, okay, SGC has got a shot, but they had some struggles with it last time. I don't know if they're well versed to do it. And then CSG and HGA. HGA can't take that spot right now. They've got a cap, so that's going to be a while before they can do anything. And basically, BGS has kind of abdicated it. They're in no position, I don't think, to take care of that at the moment. But it is a little bit interesting. So I think it'll be a little bit of jockeying for position. I think that's maybe the best way to put it. There'll be some jockeying for position, I think, now, as these different grading companies. And I heard on the crossover, I thought it was an interesting point made by Chris and Josh. I can't remember which one of them brought it up. It might have been Chris. That maybe there is a place now where some of these grading card companies could start specializing in certain things. Maybe one of the grading card companies becomes the one for the more premium cards, and another one becomes the one that takes care of volume. So that's where maybe somebody could carve out their niche. It's hard because nobody really wants to acknowledge being the one that does the volume, because it's almost like saying, oh yeah, we take the crummy lower price cards. I don't think anybody's going to sell it that way, and I don't think they'd want to. They kind of want to say, no, we can do high end. We can do all that. They all want a piece of the pie all the way up and down the price chain. But I don't know if anybody can handle every single one of them. PSA is as close as anybody, and they have a lot of capacity, but obviously not a perfect amount of capacity to handle when everybody sends it their way. And that's it with these other players already in place. With Beckett in existence, they had their problem with the backlog. SGC had their problem with the backlog. And that's with PSA having a giant backlog, which tells you how many cards are getting sent in. So that's where a lot of folks are looking at some of these other options and alternatives. So I get it. But I think it'll be jockeying for position and shifting around. I just don't know who the clear number 2 is going to be coming out of this. I don't know if that's clear anymore. I think it's open for somebody to become that spot. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. We'll see where that goes. So kind of transitioning out of that now into the Ken Golden thing. If any of you did get a chance to see that Instagram live, one of my favorite things about it is that Ken Golden is not shy about taking pot shots at eBay. It's kind of fun. So I don't know. First, did any of you get a chance to see it? Do you know kind of what I'm referring to? This is one of the most recent ones, only like a day or two ago. It's where he started off kind of waxing poetic about the Tom Brady sale, having some fun with that one, and talking about how why is it his overarching thesis in the first section was just, hey guys, why is it that some of these high end, if eBay is one of the biggest platforms, how come these people that are using eBay is one of their primary places, why are they not using it for some of these big sales? Why are these private sales? 52 Toughs Manual is a private sale brokered. And why is this Tom Brady card not on eBay and things like that? Okay, so I see some of the comments. Y'all grab them. So Robert says, for vintage, I only see PSA and SGC thriving. That's fair. It takes a long time to get into trust of vintage collectors. Very true. And there are a few flippers in the vintage space. I get it. I think that's reasonable. Boston Kid says, card prices skyrocket. I'm researching more pop cards. Yep. I think there's some opportunities in those half grades. So where you referenced there, the half grades, I think there's some opportunities there. If you keep an eye, I think there's some opportunities for that. SGC is best positioned to be the number 2 guy. GMA, HGC, and CSG or CGS are already fresh in the game. BVG, not sure what happened to them, but they seem to be in crisis. Well, BVG is basically vintage BGS, so I don't know what happens with that one. Yes, Bob Lewis, reluctantly, I have referenced the faux goat. I will never not enjoy taking pot shots at Tom Brady. It's like, well, about time that he finally wins one where it looked definitive, as opposed to like the borderline. Yeah, sure, you won a Super Bowl. Finally, you won one semi-legit. Hey, good for you. But the card itself had a little bit of a. It was fun because the card it sold. I think it was 1.3 million thereabouts, something like that. Because now everything's $1 million. But it was just interesting that Golden immediately jumps on the fact that it was like basically a private sale. And he's like, well, why doesn't it sell eBay? And then he goes into his spiel where like, oh, well, eBay is not the platform for the super high end. And of course, he's plugging his own services, which I get. I understand. At this point, his job is to promote. He's got to promote the Golden auctions. But he's still got to develop that platform. He's talking about this platform. He's talking it up. I got to see, although it was kind of fun that he did start laying out some of this idea, this concept. He's already mentioned that they're going to try to use the model where they're going to do the fulfillment. So you set it up, send in the card. They basically take care of the card. And part of the reason I kind of wanted to transition from the graded card piece into the Ken Golden thing is that one of the things he said, which totally was fair. Yeah, he's an interesting dude. He's an interesting dude. Definitely, he is a character. I think that's a good way of putting it. I wouldn't say a character in the way that you are, Bob, or the way that I am, but he is a character. There is no doubt and no question. I think what's interesting though is that as he talked up his own platform, one of the things he said that kind of plays into the grading piece a little bit is that he talked about, it's like, well, for my auctions, I'm only accepting PSA, BGS, and SGC. So he's excluded CSG, too new, and he's excluded HGH, just kind of out of turn. Now, we'll see if he holds to that, but at the moment, he has basically put a line in the sand of the three traditional ones that have been around for a while as the ones that they'll accept for auction. If his platform does take off, if he's able to do that expansion of the platform that he claims he can, we'll see. I reserve judgment. If he's able to do it, and it is successful, again, I reserve judgment, then that's kind of a big deal, leaving out the potential high end, because it would almost be a situation where if you did get your card graded by one of the other ones, they would basically be encouraging you to swap it out to one of the other ones. So CSG or HGA or whatever wouldn't be the thing that they would be auctioning, which does hurt brand prestige a little bit. It's one of those things where, as they're trying to establish themselves, it does hurt that they're not being accepted out of the box. So we'll have to see what that plays out. Yeah, Vintage Collector here. Hall of Fame razor sharp corners, of course, centered. Always went with quality, not quantity. Fair. Yeah. Well, that's what tends to happen right now with the vintage side of the game. A lot of those cards have gotten expensive enough where your best bet would have been to buy it years ago. And if you didn't already have it, it's going to get really problematic. Now, one of the things that I thought was is going to be interesting. Obviously, eBay is going to continue on its merry way. And eBay's having its own things that it's doing because it's still struggling to adapt, I think, a little bit. And one of the other things it's been talked about a little bit, but it's only been a little bit, is that obviously eBay, at the same time that they're kind of being attacked from all sides for these different things, and Hockey Guy points out one of the issues here, buyer's remorse, scammers, different things that eBay has some challenges as a platform. We'll call it challenges. We'll be fair. But at the same time, they also are pulling the eBay bucks for the regular items. So you're not going to get the 1% anymore. So I know that was a thing in the US, and I got the email saying, the 1%, I think it ends, by April the 1st, it goes away. They'll still do those promotions where they'll have like a 5% eBay bucks or 3% or whatever from time to time. But then that removes a lot of this. 1% doesn't seem like a big deal, but if you're buying volume, if you're buying cards on a regular basis as a collector, it's nice to get the 1%. It's a small little thing, but it's just a little something that you get once a quarter, where you basically have a couple of bucks. It's basically a coupon that allows you to then subsidize or maybe buy some cards with it. And I've used it to my advantage. I don't know if you guys have. And it was a nice little add-on. Taking it away, though, I think it doesn't discourage you from buying from eBay because you're still going to need it. If you want to buy certain cards, because that is still a big platform, but it does take away one more incentive. If maybe there's some alternative options and you're looking at it and going like, you've been buying a bunch of different cards, maybe you're a little less encouraged because it's one less thing. You get all of eBay's problems, its irritations, and then you took away one little thing, a little thing that they gave you. So I don't know if that's necessarily a great idea on their part, but I understand. So good evening, Bobby. Buyer's remorse definition. Well, I think part of the problem, and I don't know if that's what you're referring to, Hockey Guy. Part of the problem is that it was really open. Buyer's remorse basically just means you sell me a card, and then I say, oh, well, I want to return this card. And then you're never going to say buyer's remorse, by the way. You'll say, oh, there's a scratch of the case, or there is this random thing. Here we go. Perfect example. You buy a card going up in value. By the time it gets here, falls in value, and they want to return it. And then you come up with any one of a bunch of lame excuses. And the problem is that eBay has been very accepting of these lame excuses. Because as a seller, you're looking at like, the only reason they're returning it is because the card has gone down in value. I sold them exactly, they bought exactly what I said. And I've gone in and I sent it over. And now they want to return it just because it's not worth, they want to have their cake and eat it too. If the card had kept going up, I promise I would have never gotten this return. And that's basically the problem. Yeah, I can imagine Dave using it once or twice. Yeah, exactly. That's basically how it plays out. And that's terrible as a seller. That's not fun for you in a platform. So it's like, okay, Dave, could you imagine for a second if that was an Instagram live? How many views do you think they could get for that? Golden's had Timbaland and stuff. That's great and all. That's awesome. And he's had, Gary Vee and stuff like that. But could you imagine if he and Don West held court for about an hour on Instagram Live? Would we be able to look away? I'm just posing the question. Would we be able to? I wouldn't. I might have to watch that one live. Usually I'll catch him on a replay later, just because I can't necessarily sit down and watch it when Golden puts it up right at that moment. But I'd probably have to watch that one live. I got to drop whatever I'm doing and go and check it out. So I'd be curious. That's just as me. Just me. I just put it out there. Yeah, exactly. Billions with a B. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yeah. Tops 2020. It was Project 2020. So that was that one definitely, because that Project 2020 was fun because it was basically the perfect example of the market getting exuberant, losing its mind, greed taking over super fast, because you saw the rise and then you saw the precipitous fall as soon as like it went too far. And it was one of those things. Now, the difference is Topps didn't have to accept any returns on any of that stuff, because unless there was something legitimately broken, they're like, no, you ordered this. We only made as many as you guys asked for. No more, no less. It's on demand. It was print on demand. So Topps basically got to make a lot of money, especially with that Griffey Shore. It's like, but the car's not worth anything. That is not our problem. You guys ordered them. Just because you ordered 100 of them and it doesn't make any sense because you thought you were going to get rich, that's not our problem. You ordered 100, we made you 100. Exactly. So good evening, 90s hockey collector. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure some people tried, and they did have some, issues with. Yeah, no, I know, and they had some issues with some of the holders. They definitely had some issues because Topps did have quality control issues. That was real. That was a real thing. That isn't a lie. But I think a lot of folks kind of were forced to eat it because a lot of the resellers had bought so much stuff that they thought they were going to be able to flip and sell, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, nope. Because you and everybody else thought the exact same thing. You bought 100 of them. And it's like, now all of you are sitting on a stack and like, what are you going to do with it? And it didn't make any sense. And it also, Topps in the same vein, got backed up so far that sometimes you'd order something and it would take weeks or months to actually get the cards because it took so long to actually make them. And I think they ran out of the holders. They had to try different types of holders. And it was a lot of issues, a lot of logistical problems with that. But anyway, so that was just kind of a fun thing. I agree with a lot of that. Okay, so let me ask you guys a bit of a question here. I think I'll do the link to open it up in a couple of minutes here, but let me ask a question. I want to leave this open here. Yeah, exactly. Well, if you enjoy the Keith Shore stuff, you can probably get some of it at a good deal. So as long as you enjoy it, I don't think there's any problem with that. So let me ask a question. Do you guys want any discussion on the dibs thing? I know it was referenced a little bit. I think in the last live stream, I want to say. Do you want to talk about the dibs thing at all? This is strictly a yes or no question. I can talk about it a little bit now. I can talk about it a little bit maybe if somebody comes on and wants to discuss it a bit, or I can make it its own standalone video. I don't think there's a lot for me to say or add, but I can say a couple of things about it if you guys would like me to. It's 100% up to you on that one. So you tell me. And if you don't know what dibs is, just say so and we quickly outline it. But it's basically an app. Think fractional ownership deal. Not dissimilar to Collectible. There are a few quirks about it that are a little bit different. So like I said, if you want to talk about it, we can. If not, we can move on to something else. It's really up to you. Yep. So no worries, no worries. Yep. So it looks like Bob. Yep. Yeah. No, that's why I tossed that in. So no, perfect. I just wanted to make sure we covered that. Let's hear some dibs thoughts. Awesome. Some dibs of candy. Maybe it is, but not on this one. It is not available in Canada to my knowledge right now. Yeah. My understanding is that you have to be in the States because a lot of those things for financial instruments like that, they do need to. Now there is a little bit of a quirk about this. So, okay, let's start off at the base level here a little bit. So dibs, as far as I'm concerned, It's a fractional ownership thing, not unlike Collectible, not unlike Rally, not unlike a lot of similar ones as a concept, just as a concept. Where it gets a little bit murky, a little bit interesting, where it's fun for me, is that when you go and start thinking about it and looking at it, what you run into is that Dibs itself has a connection with blockchain. So what they're trying to say and adding it in is that they're saying like, okay, so, we're very different than some of these other ones. And by the way, a quick side note of it, part of the reason it came up and a lot of folks have heard about it is because our good friend, Jeff Wilson, Sports Card Investor, promoted it on his channel. And also he does have a little bit of an ownership stake in it. So he basically got to do a 30-minute infomercial for it. So just full awareness, that is part of the reason it came up. I want to see if I can pull up the site as I kind of describe this. So basically, the concept is simple enough. We know more or less what fractional ownership is. The idea is that what they incorporated is they took the idea of the NFT, so the non-fungible token. And if we need to discuss that a little bit, we can, just to fill in the gap. But what you need to know is it's a concept built on blockchain. So just think about this. You're taking fractional ownership, but then you're adding blockchain, NFTs, and something not unlike crypto. If they had found a way to include AI in there, they would have had the four horsemen of the buzzword apocalypse. So you got those pieces in there. Now, why does that matter? What difference does that make? So the short answer is what changes a little bit about it is that when you include the NFT, and this is the part that I've been trying to work on a little bit myself to figure out a little bit more about it. From a trading perspective, it's nothing special. As an app, it's not really game changing. They're trying to make it out like it's big time game changing, all that good stuff. I don't really think so. But what it does do is by bringing in the NFT piece, and where I agree that it is a little different, is that by bringing in the NFT piece, it helps fix a couple of the problems that, Collectible and those ones found when they were trying to do it. And the problem is that they were initially trying to build the platform from the perspective of having a place to trade. So there we go. I was able to get Dibs here on the screen while I was talking to you guys about it a little bit. So the important thing is that with Dibs, so you're using the app, you're doing a couple of things, and because you're connecting that NFT piece, it lets you take the idea of, so you can do ownership shares already in fractional ownership, but this allows you to make really small, even fractions of fractions. So it means you can actually, quote unquote, invest, #invest, for as little as $1 or $2. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, it lets you get in at a really low price. The other thing it lets you do is it lets you, instead of focusing on a specific card, yeah, and Mr. LAGN has got it exactly right. So presumably they keep the cards in the PWCC vault. So I'll include that on here. Yes, that is basically what they're saying. So they're saying that the token itself represents the card. So you say, we'll use 52 Topps Mantle. So you say if that's one of the cards, there is a token that represents 52 Topps Mantle. It's, if we want to use an analogy, it's similar to what the old dollar bill, if you go back to your grandfather's day or maybe earlier, when you used to have the silver certificates and the gold certificates, is that you used to be able to quote unquote trade it in for a piece of silver or a piece of gold. In this case, the card is represented by the token. The token in turn can be broken up into these little pieces, and these little pieces can be very small little pieces. That's why I say even $1 or $2. And Bobby's got it exactly right. It's day trader. If you like to day trade, this is a very good way of going about it, because using this platform concept with the NFT piece would allow you to do that. So that's kind of key. And another quick point I'll grab is this one. The blockchain part keeps transactions transparent. Yes, because you'd be able to look it up. So when they go in and do that, you could very well do that. I'll grab Hockey Guy's comment here. If that's the case, I would love that to be true, Hockey Guy, because if that's true, I look great for my age, because it's been a very long time since you've been able to do that. The U.S. has been off the gold standard since the 70s, and you got to go all the way back to the 60s, the last time you were able to convert that. So I look great for my age, but thank you. So because you're breaking it up into these small little pieces, you're able to move this information around, because all you're really doing it then is you're no longer trading the shares the same way the Collectible or Rally would have you do. In this case, you're trading little pieces of this NFT. So because of that, the technology is a little bit quicker. It's a little bit simpler to set these deals up. So the end result is that you can day trade to your heart's content as long as the market's active, which it could very well be. It would be easy to do. The downside is that as soon as you do all that, um, you're basically fully disconnected from the product itself. Because in reality, unless you have enough of these little micro shares now that you've got, you're never going to get the card. The card exists almost in the abstract. For a lot of them, they say it's in the PWCC vault, which is basically what they're saying. So it's there in concept. Presumably, this token is backed by this card that sits in a vault. Not dissimilar to what Collectible and those other ones are doing. The big game changer is supposed to be the NFT part, just because it makes it quicker to do these transactions because you can do that. The other thing it's supposed to make a big difference is that because you can do that, you can mess around with it. And instead of investing in a specific card, you can invest in, say, a player. So you can have a piece of all these different cards. So like Russell Wilson maybe has 10 cards on the platform. You can collect in a Russell Wilson like bucket, like a basket of Russell Wilson. And you can have the piece of all these different things. It's just a different way of doing it. I'd have a tough time trying to say to you that it's fundamentally better. It's just a different way of doing it. It's a different underpinning to the platform. The concept's the same, but all you did was add technology to make a certain aspect of it a little bit easier, if that makes any sense. So let me touch on this, and then I'll talk about a little bit as well, kind of why I say that I'm not as impressed with it as some folks might be, just because of that. So is it a good investment? No idea. Good investment is relative, right? So you're basically buying potentially a fraction of a fraction. If the card goes up in value, then sure. If it goes down in value, no. But if you like the fractional ownership model, then this is just a slightly nicer version of that. The best analogy I can think of, is this. Think about, if any of you remember what eBay was like in the earlier days, where you would buy a card, and then what you would do is you would have to then send the money to the seller. But the way you'd send the money to the seller is you'd go to the post office or whatever, or the bank, get a money order, or maybe you do a check, but a money order was pretty common for a lot of those transactions. So you go get a money order, you go to the post office, mail it off to the seller. And then the seller would wait until it came in, get it. In some cases, they would have a clearing time. Not everybody did that, but in some cases, they would have a clearing time. And then after the clearing time, then they would ship you the card, right? So the next order of business is eBay continues to this day on that same basic premise. But what changed? Well, at some point, PayPal came into play. Why does that matter? What's the difference? Well, but PayPal, it's quicker. Why? Because now you can make the payment within a couple of moments or a couple of seconds of completing the auction finishes. You get the little notification, you hit the button and say, okay, send over the payment. Now the seller has the payment almost immediately and they're on the clock. Okay, ship me my cards. Now you're not waiting for that. The concept didn't change. You added a piece of technology to facilitate the sale and expedite the process. Well, what you did here is, and Mr. LAGN hits the nail on the head here, they make a comparison to Top Shot because they're adding that aspect of it with the blockchain. They're adding that aspect of it with the NFTs. But what they're saying is that the token, as opposed to being a token that represents a clip of an NBA play or whatever, the token represents a real card that exists in the real world, but you're probably never going to get your hands on it because you'd have to have enough of the little pieces in order to have the token and then be able to make an offer on it. Or if you have all the pieces that you have the full token, you can then redeem it for the card. So that's basically, I needed to go over a couple of the layers of it there, but that's really what it is. Because at the end of the day, all they did was if you didn't like fractional ownership before, then this has done nothing for you. It doesn't matter because you're still not going to like it. Now, when they say the buckets and packs, sort of. The only reason is the bucket thing is my best way of trying to explain. I say bucket or basket, whatever, is my best way of trying to explain that they've created this scenario where inside of the system, you can break up these little pieces and put them into these different areas. And it's just a way of facilitating these transactions. But the reality is this. You're really not trading cards anymore. And with Collectible and all that, at least you're able to convince yourself that on paper you're sort of trading cards. In this case, you're creating all these little variations. Like I said, when you got the buckets or the basket or packs or whatever, you're literally trading you're trading zeros and ones. You're 100% trading zeros and ones. That's all you're doing. You're using the technology. The technology is helping to expedite this process, but there's really no card involved. That's the only reason why I kind of found it interesting, is that I like the underlying technology. I think blockchain's interesting personally, just as a technology guy. But I'm like, if I didn't care about fractional sharing before, adding that to it doesn't make me more excited. And the truth is, when it said Top Shot but with cards, agreed. Oh, and I love a comment. Robert said the perfect thing, and I'm like, bless you, Robert. Bless you. I'm so happy you brought this up. So good evening, Brian. Yep, things are definitely changing the hobby. That's very true. Okay. They are exactly derivatives. 100%. They basically created their own version of sports cards derivatives. I'm not going to go into that whole deep rabbit hole, but the short version is they created sports card derivatives powered by blockchain. So yes, 100%. Thank you, Robert. I didn't want to go there necessarily right off the bat. If I did a separate video on it, I would have to, because then I'd be like, okay, so here are derivatives. Can I just send you guys to watch The Big Short? Can I do that? They did a really good job explaining it in The Big Short. I'm a big fan of that. It's a good movie. I enjoyed it for what it was. And it's a good book, actually, as well. But that's basically what it is. It's derivatives, it's NFT powered derivatives using the blockchain involving sports cards. So yes, 100%. Yeah, collected 52 to 72, sweet spot. So that's totally fair. And I think there's still an opportunity to enjoy that. So Boston Kid, you can still enjoy it. Have fun with it. So good evening, Charles. Nothing, Paul. Nothing could possibly go wrong. I can't see what could possibly go wrong. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. The only other point I was going to make, though, about it is that I almost feel like it's, I understand what they're trying to do with the whole dibs thing, but it's like, guys, give up the ghost. What's the point? If this is what we're doing and we're trading NFTs basically, which is fine, by the way, that's fine. What do you think? What do you think we're doing basically with Bitcoin? What do you think we're doing with Ethereum? What do you think we're doing with Dogecoin? #invest. We're trading tokens. Those ones are not non-fungible. They are fungible, but we're still trading tokens. But why does it have to be associated to a card then? Like, if you're never going to get the card, just trade Panini blockchain cards. What difference does it make? Like, what does it matter? Connecting it to the card is almost like, at that point, you're putting a card in a vault that will never see the light of day, most likely in most cases. And you're doing all that for what? Just so that you can feel better? So you can pretend that it's connected to, it's like, no, I'm trading shares in a card. No, you're not. You're trading shares in a token. And this is the one part that unfortunately, I don't have the background to be able to say. I want to know more about it. I'm curious if doing the NFT part, in addition to making it easier, in addition to adding the buzzwords that we added here, I'm curious if that made it easier to set up the platform. Because one of the things that Collectible had is that it took them a while to set up actually a trading platform. I'm curious if this facilitated and made it faster for them to be able to lay the groundwork on a trading platform to allow them to do the trades a little bit quicker and set up that marketplace. I'm just curious if it just facilitated. And I'm also curious what that does from a legal perspective, because I know Collectible had to do at least a little bit with the SEC and make these companies based on these cards and do all that. Would you have to do that with an NFT? I don't know. I'm genuinely not sure. On that one, I'm at a total loss. I don't know. I would be curious with a lawyer who might know that a little better. I'd be curious. Yeah, derivatives are a large export in the U.S. today. Very true. Very true. Next thing you know, you have people owning partial shares of your cards, bossing it. Yes. Brian likes cards. I get it. Yep. I think a lot of collectors are going to like it. That's why I say, like, I don't think that collectors per se are going to be excited about this. This really is an investment vehicle. And if somebody's excited in the investment piece of it and the day trading piece of it, then this is interesting for you. If it's not, it's not going to be. There's nothing I can say to you that's going to change it, because I'm not here to convince you about it. If you like collecting, this isn't collecting to me. I don't consider it collecting. I consider it investing. It's basic. You're trading a token or a piece of a token. Yeah. What do you expect when hedge funds become involved in cards? Is shorting next? I hope so. Shorting would be fun. I would love shorting to be a thing that we could do in cards. That would be an entirely, I would dedicate a segment on every single live stream. Guys, we got to look at the shorting thing. I'm in. I wouldn't do a lot of shorting, but I might have a little fun with it, at least on some of these cards. Yeah, at least the card exists. I get it. Yep. Yeah, the clips. No, I follow you. And I think that's why they've done it. I think for some folks, they're trying to connect it. Like, look, at least there's a physical card out there somewhere. And I'm like, okay, great. But like, you're never going to get the card. So it's like, it exists. Yes. In the abstract, in the PWCC vault somewhere in the ether. So it does exist. Yes. Very true. And I don't know if Joe Perot ever shows up here and I see him at any point. There was a thing with PWCC some weeks back that we never got a chance to talk about that I wouldn't mind talking about it. Yep, they have created a monster. Very true. Do you think it'll be create arbitrage between the fractionally traded card and a similar card sold in an auction house? Yes, I do. I think so. Yes. Because you're going to have a market for cards that could potentially be up for fractional ownership, and a card that goes into the vault and disappears that's part of one of these instruments then is out of the market. It's no longer part of the floating group of cards, right? So if the pop is 100 cards, whatever, and 20 of them are sitting with fractional ownership groups, then there's actually only a pop of 80 cards, technically, because they're kind of spoken for. Because in theory, those cards are supposed to stay in the vault out of circulation until someone buys them. So there's just less cards available. So that would impact then the price of the physical cards that are still available on the market to trade as cards, as individual cards. So that's part of it right there. So I do agree with that. That would be very interesting. Yeah, I bet Bobby likes to talk about shorting. Yeah, that would be interesting. See, I like that you want to keep your mouth shut on the part where you might have some expertise in it. That's fine. I get it. Yeah, Sebastian Kid agrees. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so what we're going to do, guys, those are some initial thoughts. At least hopefully that explains a little bit of dibs. Like I said, fractional share. If we're going to summarize it shortly, fractional sharing platform, think collectible, think Rally Road, think any of those that you might have already heard of, think that, and then tack on the buzzwords. Here we go. Blockchain, crypto, and NFTs. There you go. So tack that on to the existing concept of fractional ownership. It's a technology that's being tacked on that does help with some aspects of creating a market. So that's a real thing. Is that interesting to you? Depends on whether you want to do day trading and trading in these fractions of cards. And you can get in very small amounts. If you're in the United States right now, internationally may become available later, but currently in Canada, it's not available. So that is that. Okay, so what we're going to do now, let me grab this here. Usual thing, I'm going to throw the link in the chat, and I'm going to pin it so that you guys can get to it if you want to. My rule, same as before. Feel free to come on. Feel free to hang out and chat. I'm more than happy to do it. If you've got something specific you want to talk about, that's really good. That's the best. If you want to share some cards, that's fine. But again, don't care how much you paid for them. If you want to show off some cards because they're cool cards, great. We can talk about that. Or if you've got a topic to bring to the table, that's cool too. That's the most interesting, the most fun. So I've left it pinned in there if you want to do it. And I will kind of moderate this as we go along. So if you pop on and you're contributing to the conversation, please, by all means, feel free. I'm in a pretty good mood, but at the same time, that doesn't mean I'm not going to have a short hook if I feel it's warranted. But for the most part, people have been good, and I've enjoyed the conversation. It's been fun, but now we're making sure to hold the line on this a little bit. And we can talk about any of the things we already talked about, or we can talk about something else. Really, whatever you guys want to chat about, by all means, feel free. So I'll leave that up there for a couple of minutes here. In the meantime, for folks in the chat who want to hang out there, is there anything else you want to touch on? We can, like I said, we can touch on something we already talked about, or we can go completely out of left field, go in a different direction, entirely your call. You have to let me know. We'll see. So far, I have no reason to go get my beer, but if I do decide to go get it, that'll be a little bit later. I'll finish my Coke first. All right, so let's see here. All right, so let's see. You can all take bets. Good sound or bad sound? Here we go. We're going to give it a try. Let's see what happens. Last call. Ready for it? I'm about to hit the button. Good sound or bad sound? Make your bets. All right, Bobby, good sound or bad sound?
Let's see.
Oh, okay. All right, you did it. You did
Perfect.
It. All right, fair enough. Good stuff.
It does work.
Look at you. All right, so Dave has actually a good question. I think this is a cool one. Well, let me grab this Boston Kid comment first, real quick. It's a great chat and info, and best of all, great people. Appreciate that, Boston Kid. That's awesome. Appreciate it. I do have a couple of thoughts on Clubhouse. Let me touch on that. I think it's an interesting idea. I like that they're trying stuff. What I would say is that it's early day. It's going to be interesting because there's two parts that I'm thinking about when I think about Clubhouse. I think it's a cool concept. The only thing though is it's at the end of the day, in the early part, it's going to be invitation because that's what it is at first. It's invitation, but it's like it almost feels like you can create these random things. Like imagine you go into a chat, like a group. Because if you guys don't know what Clubhouse is, think of it as it's an app on iPhone right now. It's only on iOS at the moment, so it allows you, if you're invited or if you're able to get in, you can basically go in and chat with people. It's voice chat only. You can get into these rooms and you can then like virtually raise your hand to hang out and have a conversation. Join as part of this discussion, and it's verbal discussion on whatever topic the room happens to be doing. But it's basically just kind of an open forum. The thing is, it's not dissimilar to on a bigger scale, certainly, but it's not dissimilar to what we're doing on shows like this. It's kind of like you're opening it up for people to come in and debate. In this case, I have people with video, but the truth is, if somebody came in and had the camera off and did audio only, they could do that too. And basically, in effect, you would be simulating what Clubhouse is. Somebody kind of has to moderate, but aside from that, it's the same concept. But obviously, you can have more people in the conversation virtually. So I think for a discussion point, it's kind of interesting. I think the problem is when you get enough people in and it hits critical mass, and then it's like it becomes a little bit chaotic. You get this big room and you got strong personalities that want to talk, and you got other strong personalities. So are you going to yell at each other? Because that's kind of tricky. It's not a great conversation then.
Be based on fame at that point.
It could be, but the thing is, like, at the moment, part of the appeal is that because the user list base is still a little bit small, there are some names and people that, oh, I want to hear what so-and-so has to say about whatever. So at the moment, you're getting access to be able to listen in on discussions between some of these folks at the moment. Down the road, it may be like, okay, so, these people are just going to talk at each other and you can all sit there and listen. But there are other platforms that are playing around with that idea too. I haven't played around with it too much, but there's another app called Stereo that conceptually is very similar because it's two people talking to each other, but you can invite other people to come in and chime in a little bit. It's conceptually very similar. They're trying different aspects of the same idea.
I'll stick with Carlos's Clubhouse.
There you go.
It is so much better. I don't see that one personally. I don't see that one being very attractive. I think because you can't see people, you can only see the app. People getting up on stage and somebody wants to talk, and how do you respond? It's sort of sitting back. It's like watching a Zoom where you really can't do anything, and you have to listen to the guests, and you might get in there for a word or two. But see, when you want to react to somebody, it's almost sometimes immediate. Where we back off on the show here, we back off and we try to let person get their point across, and then you can come back in with a response. But there's none of that. It just sounds like somebody's talking. So either you're going to listen to a high profile motivational speaker or what have you, and let them keep going. And can you really interject there? But there'll be hands up everywhere. So I don't know. I just don't see it working in my life.
Yeah. I think there's some value. You hit the nail on the head at the end there. I think there's some value to when you've got, say, two experts on a topic that are having a debate, and you get to kind of be a fly on the wall because maybe you're interested in whatever topic they're talking about, the discussion. You're actually, you're a passive viewer at that point. You're observing it. That has potential with the possible capability where you may be able to, maybe you're a person who also has some stake in that space. And then you join in afterwards and you listen in for a little while. And then you say, hey, I'd like to chime in and add my 2 cents there as well. So there could be some value to that. But my big thing is, if it gets big enough, then the people that want to have that conversation are almost going to want to have it on the side anyway to themselves and be like, okay, look, you guys can watch and listen, but we're not going to just let anybody Joe Schmo interject here unless we know who that is. If we know who you are and you're joining in on the conversation, well, then it's a 3-way conversation or a 4-way conversation, and that can work. To your point, though, when you do this, it does allow for visual cues. It is possible to be like, okay, I'm done talking. Please, you go ahead. It's a little easier.
Yeah, I think the timing is another thing on it. Which one do you go to at which time? is this one? Oh, I missed that one. I'm gonna have to. Oh, this one's on at Eastern Standard Time, opposed to East Coast, West Coast. I think it'll be very difficult to really plan out the schedule. We have this Sunday night that you use, and other people use different days. You can kind of schedule in your life, and if you miss it, that's great because you can watch it back.
I think that last piece though is kind of interesting because it's one of those ones where I know there are some people who have interesting conversations. What I would actually love, I would love to hear that conversation. But maybe I didn't get a chance to catch the beginning and I don't really have a replay option to be like, no, actually, I'm interested in what these two have to say about topic XYZ. It's like, no, I'd love to actually hear that. But I don't have that ability to kind of backtrack and figure out from where we left off by listening into the previous.
It's almost like Clubhouse should have started first, and then we do these shows after. It's the next technology. It's almost regressive to a degree, in my mind.
Yeah. I think though they're trying a different angle on it because now that we do have video, Zoom, and all these different platforms, it's like okay, but let's try something that feels a little different. And I think that's the important. I think the important part. They're trying to do something that feels different. And PMN is asking the important question: how would Clubhouse handle Bobby's audio issues? That'd be interesting. That's
Bobby has no audio issues today.
Not tonight. Not tonight. Tonight it worked on the first try, so I was very impressed. I remember this question. This is a good question. So, and Hockey Guy answered it. Perfect. Thank you, Hockey Guy. That makes it easy. So, good evening, BT Sports Cards. Yes, I agree, Dave. It does have that extra. It does have that extra touch where you can have the chat here and folks that hang out. That's good. Obviously, Bobby and I can see a little bit of that, so that's cool. And then, yeah, it is a little easier when you're having a face-to-face conversation with some folks. So that is helpful. I think that's good. Yeah, I think you have to send them into Upper Deck for that one. Yep. No, Dave is very much a relationships in the hobby guy, for no question, definitely. All right, so let's take a look here. All right, so here's what I need. Brian, if you're good, nod. Nod if you're good for me to hit the button and bring you on. Cool. Good evening, Brian. How's it going?
Good evening. Just Anthony Simons just won the slam dunk competition.
Oh, okay. So tonight's like the skills competition and different pieces of All-Star weekend?
And the game, they put it all in one day.
Oh, they put the game in the same day. Oh, okay.
Slam dunk is halftime, and they did skills and three-point shooting before the game.
Interesting.
And guess who won the three-point competition? Any guesses?
Not Vince Carter.
Not Vince Carter.
Was Steph participating?
Yes.
I
Ding,
guess
ding, ding.
Steph. Yeah,
Ding, ding, ding.
Steph.
Yeah.
I would hope so.
He lit it up. It was amazing. I mean, God, it looked like he was shooting free throws. Just canning them.
Yeah, well, the thing is, he's developed a shot. Like, I'm not a basketball guy, but I've seen enough to know that he's developed a shot that he can just repeat. Like, he can just repeat it over and over again. It's a consistent shot. He pretty much, if he's on target and his range is on, he knows where the ball's going.
It's like a robot, yeah.
Yeah, and if you can do that, then you're going to get it done.
And I presume that's why he's awesome at golf too. So he can just repeat that swing over and over and over again too.
It's a similar concept, yeah.
It is.
Well, it's the old fundamentals, right? Like I said, not a basketball guy. I didn't play a lot of basketball, but I used to shoot enough hoops in my, on my own net and things. It's like I wasn't particularly good at it, but I could make baskets over and over again. It's like, well, how come people struggle with free throws? It's like, well, guys, square up to the basket, square up your shoulders to the basket. There's fundamentals. There's fundamentals to everything.
Oh yeah.
You square up. Well, what Steph did is he took fundamentals and he added the practice level and took it to the extreme. He goes, no, these fundamentals are sound. What he's doing is repeatable over and over and over again, which makes him consistent.
Some people just have a knack as well.
Correct.
Unless you're over 7 feet tall, then it might just be your head. I don't know, because some of those guys are like Shaq, right? One of the best players to ever play the game and 58% career free throw shooter or something.
Well, I know for the tall guys, and here's the thing: I'm not gonna let him off the hook because he is a professional. He has no excuse for not figuring out how to do that. But when you're tall, the angle you're shooting is weirder because you have to almost shoot on a flatter plane, or you have to intentionally put like a big arc on it because like a Steph can shoot like on a normal shooting arc. He stands there and he's just like, all right.
And it's like it's harder with the baseball for me. I mean, unless people are just like for some of those guys shooting a baseball, right?
Yeah,
The
but that's
huge
basically
hands. Yeah.
But that's basically So it's like the basket itself If Shaq's grabbing the ball and palming it and he's about to dunk it, that's straightforward. He knows he can use his height to his advantage. That's great. At the free throw line, your height is almost a disadvantage because of the weird angle you're looking at the basket now. It's like nothing is happening. There's nobody in front of you. There's nobody blocking this ball. You just got to shoot it in the basket.
Then you bring up guys like De'Aaron Fox, who's he's an awesome player, right? He's shooting like 60% from the line. I can't believe it. Like, what's wrong with you?
Well, I would say free throws are like putts in golf. It is predominantly psychological.
It is.
Because if you got your fundamentals sound, you're probably going to be all right.
Yeah, and then you'll give, Steve Nash or Stockton goes by guys who both shot over 90% career, and they could do it with a blindfold on,
Yeah.
It's,
And that was always the thing. But like I said,
Yeah.
you got enough if you're a professional, you've got enough coaches and things that can, especially coaches that know the fundamentals, like, look, this is what we need to do to get you to shoot decent. Just practice this. Do it over and over again, you'll get it. You're a pro. Figure it out.
yeah, figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. So otherwise, how are things going? Everything else good?
Everything's good. Yeah.
So I think did you get a chance to check the first little bit there? We got through some ground because I know that I did have some folks reach out. They wanted to hear a little bit about Golden's thing because now he's pontificating on basically a weekly basis on the hobby, which is fun for me. Gives me tough stuff to talk about, which is fun.
It's fun for everybody, I think.
Yeah, and you know what? Like the thing is, it's one of those things where I know some people like trolling him. I was like, don't troll this man. I want him to keep talking. I want him every week to sit down and give his state of the hobby because then I can react to his state of the hobby.
It's awesome.
It's free content. It's fantastic.
It is.
Whether I agree with him or not, that's what makes it fun. You can pick it apart and be like, okay, well, this part I think you're a lot to lunch there, Ken, but this part seems reasonable. That's not this interesting. Okay, it could be kind of good.
Yeah, you did a good job of picking apart SGC's letter. Congratulations, you did a wonderful job.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The thing is, they do it to themselves. I like this. I like this guy. Like I think he seems like a nice enough guy, this Peter guy. But I'm like, and he's a young guy, like relatively in that position. But I'm like, dude, really?
Did you let someone else read the letter first, or did you have bad pizza and write the mission statement? And dude, come on, I would have been more straightforward and professional with it. I wouldn't have went the bleeding heart route.
The opportunities these grading companies have had is unbelievable, and they've all dropped the ball.
Well, the thing is that you're doing this. It's this weird math problem, right? That's the reason why I mentioned the equilibrium line, and I didn't want to put the chart on there. I could have, like, I seriously thought about just putting the chart on the screen while I was talking. It's like this is economics 101. I studied it. Like, unfortunately, when I think about it, I'm like, man, I graduated for history, but I took a year of econ, micro and macro econ. I went in there and I was good at it. I enjoyed the economics. And that's why sometimes I like to, if you give me an excuse to call back the Econ 101, I'm excited because I'm like, all right, I actually enjoyed that. I actually got a kick out of it. I hated calculus, but I enjoyed it econ.
You and me both.
But the thing is, when I get to do the callback, it's like, guys, I had to draw so many of these equilibrium things where I showed the movement of supply and demand. It's like, it's ingrained in my brain. So when I see it, it's like, guys, this isn't hard. And SGC should know better because when they did it the first time, they literally, but the thing is, he put in the letter, it's like that joke I made, I think it was last week's stream, where I joked about Amazon. And I said, Amazon has a thing where the delivery person will come in and like show that it's delivered and take a picture to confirm delivery. And then sometimes they'll deliver it downstairs in the parking garage, a couple of doors over, and I can see the picture and I know exactly what they did. So it's like, you just did something stupid and then took a picture to confirm it for me. You gave me a visual evidence of your stupidity.
Right.
So it's like, maybe don't do that.
Yeah.
But it's good because at least I was able to figure out where the package was then. So fine. It did benefit me in some way. But the other side of the argument is, so what SGC did though, at the beginning of that letter, is they said, our team of 12 was overwhelmed almost immediately. And I'm like, why did you have a team of 12 then? You just courted danger. You told people basically to trust you and to send their stuff, and they did. And then you only had 12 people to grade?
Unbelievable.
What did you think was going to happen in his capacity? And he put it in there. Their capacity was 250 to 300 cards a day or something like that. I'm like, so one bulk submitter sending you 1,000 is 5 days of volume? What did you think was going to occur? Can you do math, sir?
Exactly. It was, they did a horrible job.
But that's the thing. Like at that point, it's like, guys, again, not great at calculus, but regular math. I'm very good at regular math. I can do addition, subtraction, multiplication. I can do that. 250 a day is not going to get the job done. I don't need to be an expert in economics. I don't need to be an expert in logistics. And I don't need to have advanced math in my background to know that that's a very small number.
Yeah.
Because for contrast, just to put it into context for everybody, PSA Canada, which does really pretty good business around these parts, I believe they mentioned somewhere, I forget where it is, they mentioned that they send upwards of 10,000 cards a month to PSA. And they're just one bulk submitter. Just one.
Right. Yeah.
Now, 10,000 a month is still a lot. Like, it's a lot. But you have to imagine, over the course of a year, that's 120,000 cards a year. Just from one bulk submitter alone. So, but forget, 10,000. That's why when, one thing I appreciated is when SGC included numbers, I was like, great, this helps me. Because this gives context. I can add and then play off of this. Their ambition is to get to 6,000 cards a day capacity by the end of the year. Cool. I just took PSA Canada. That's why I said 10,000 cards a month. Okay. PSA Canada decides to become SGC Canada and sends it to SGC. They get 10,000 cards. That's almost 2 days volume in their theoretical, if we bulk up to this level and get there. So it means you just had to spend 2 days working on this one order before you even got to everybody else's order. So you're already behind. They
Mind-boggling. Yeah.
So even at that number, they can't handle the volume, which tells you how much is PSA taking in. They got a 10 million card backlog, and I promise you, their production out the door is more than 6,000 a day. I promise you, their capacity is already substantially better than that, but they're still struggling.
It would have to be.
Yes, absolutely. So it's PSA has capacity and is still struggling to get enough cards out the door to not have a gigantic backlog. So that's why I laugh. It's like, okay, so SGC is aspiring to one day ramp up to inadequate. They're aspiring to ramp up to inadequate.
Oh man, they said a couple crazy things like in their letter they just hung themselves. They said, shit. We hope to be doing, and we in the future we will be doing. And then SGC, I mean, they saw HGA come out and limit the people's ability to, for how many cards they could drop on them per day.
Yeah.
And I think that's awesome. It shows responsibility. It shows, look, we know that
it shows the guy's a real businessman. It shows the guy is a businessman who understands that he can't bite off more than he can chew. He just doesn't want to look stupid. Which is smart. That's not a terrible idea. Not a bad
I think it
model.
gives their company a little more value. You're like, it's limited edition. I mean, it's hard to get in. It's exclusive.
Now, I will say though, the part of the point I made is that it also means though it's going to take them time to hit critical mass.
Oh yeah.
Because their ambition is to hit 10,000 cards a week. With it in the next 12 weeks. So it means they're not going to be there now. So let's go back to what I said a moment ago. Their aspiration. So what I said about SGC, if they get to their aspiration, it's 2 days worth of volume at their aspirational level. Right now, in 3 months, PSA Canada's order is a week for HGA. A full week. For just that. So they'll spend a week on that one bulk order before they get to anybody else's cards.
Wow. And
so it's like they can't that's not even a drop in the bucket. That's not even going to put a dent.
It's nothing. And SGC had the ability to limit theirs. They saw what HGA did. They could have limited it and said we're only going to take this many. And they never explained how they got rid of their backlog. How did that happen?
Well, basically, people stop submitting.
they just give everybody a 9 and just said, okay, it's good. We're done with them.
No, they limited things, Brian, in the most natural way. You do a bad job long enough, people stop sending it.
Well, yeah.
It's like, we fixed the problem, you guys. And it took them 10 months to clear the backlog, by the way. It took them 10 months.
10 months.
Just so we're clear. And they had a much smaller backlog to work with.
Yeah.
So it's like, so the thing is, I'm not picking on SGC. I had to make sure on the video I made the point. I like SGC. Historically, they grade a lot of. They're actually a good player historically in vintage. They have a lot of nice vintage cards in their holders, and I trust their consistency is generally pretty good. So like nobody's perfect, but their consistency has generally been pretty good. So if I get a card in their holder, the likelihood is it's reasonably well graded. I'm generally within a reason in alignment with a lot of the grades I've seen out of their holders. Not perfect, nobody is,
All right.
but that those are good things. But they're not the player. They're not going to be. That's why I posed the question. I go, well, who's going to be number two? Because Beckett has its challenges. SGC has. So it's almost like PSA is sitting there like, okay, we'll raise. People are whining about PSA raising the prices, and I've heard it and listened to it and saw it in comments and stuff, and I'm like, but their competition is the Keystone Cops, so why do they care?
Yeah.
So they're like, they're sitting laughing, saying, so you're going to replace us? If we raise the price and these people get mad, they're going to go to you. So what am I worried about here? You ever
Yeah.
seen the meme with I think it's Ray Liotta or whatever. It's like that movie where he and all these guys are sitting there and they're like in suits and they're all just laughing and like they're just. You ever seen that meme there?
The clown.
Yeah,
Am I
exactly.
a clown to you? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And they're just all sitting there laughing together and like cackling. That's basically Nat Turner and PSA every time somebody brings up, "We're gonna go to SGC." It's like they're just like they're just laughing.
And it seems safe to assume that PSA basically said, look, and to be honest, the price increase doesn't bother me at all. I think it's fine.
I
And
think
it's going to go, it's going to
for some of the bulk raiders, by the way,
future.
real quick point for some
Yeah.
of the bulk raiders, I've heard that for some of them where the price did go up, for some bulk raiders, it's maybe $6 or $7 a card.
Yeah.
So for some of them, it's not really that. It's more, but it's not so much that it throws. Maybe you send a couple less cards. You just
Yeah.
adjust your order accordingly, and cost wise, it costs you about the same.
But yeah, and it seems like PSA planted their flag on top of the mountain and said, look, we're going to take the cream of the crop. Here's the rest. You guys fight for it. And someone needs to be the guy who grades all the other cards because people do want holders now.
Mhm.
They want their stuff in holders. I'd like to have all my cards in holders. That'd be great.
Yeah.
But, and I mean, even if you do PSA specials, right, you can still get cards graded for $8 or $9. It's going to take a year. Patience, people, patience. And the way I figure it with your numbers and what you were talking about, in 3 to 5 years, all this will be over with, and they're going to have to drop their prices, and because they'll be competing against each other for cards to get graded, don't you think?
It could be. So let me throw out a theory. And first, thank you, Paul. Goodfellas. I knew it was something like that. I was trying to remember what it was. And it is Ray Liotta, though. I believe that's right. Because I remember
is.
that meme. So I think it is Goodfellas. I think he's bang on. That's possible. But here's what I'll throw out at you. And this is just a theory because we're playing around with theoretical numbers and theoretical demand. Like we can't assume what people are going to do. They might lose their minds. Who knows? But let's pretend, like that's why I said PSA is in this interesting spot where my assertion at the end of that video is I said PSA is trying not to hire enough people to actually meet demand. They don't want to. It's intentional. Not that they want to have a big backlog. They don't. But they want enough to help stem some of that tide. They want to increase the price to help stem some of that tide. But the goal is to be able to be in a position where if the market does retreat a little bit, they have the correct amount of graders. They don't want to overstaff to try to fix today's problem and then be stuck with today's staffing levels when actually it should be 20% lower. They'd rather be 20% lower to that future and be a little bit tight right now, be a little bit backlogged. And if the demand comes back a little bit, it realigns. They're actually in a good spot because then they're like, no, I have work for all of you. You're good to go. Just get back to work and get some grading done. And then it's one less thing to worry about. You'd rather be guessing a little bit under right now because if you force that's why I say, I'm not claiming that Nat Turner and those guys are evil masterminds sitting and plotting in the underground volcano base. But if they were, if they could basically force SGC, CSG to do all those things, if they can do that and force them to overhire to the point they're trying to ramp up to catch up to this theoretical demand that will go on forever. If in 3 to 5 years, to your point, it suddenly drops like a stone, they're going to be sitting there going like, so you've got how many graders? And your volume is this low, because PSA still has the most volume and the most submissions, but you guys have less. What are you going to do with all these people? Or you're going to lay them off? You're going to lay them all off? It's like, you're going to have to because you got nothing else to do.
Yeah.
You don't want to be because right now we're still pandemic. There's all this stuff going on. There's a lot of money being flushed in. Can you assume that'll still be true in 24 months? I can't. Maybe it will, but I can't assume. I can't operate a business on the perfect storm and hope that that sticks around forever. You have to try to be like, okay, what happens if it gets a little leaner? Nice.
Dropping stuff almost.
Yeah. So I was
Still
saying,
quick like a cat.
yeah, look at you. But I was saying, like, what happens though if it gets a little bit lean? You have to be able to play that game a little bit, anticipate what could happen,
Smart.
and then be in a good. These guys have operated enough businesses to know that you can't just assume that okay, this is the highest it's ever been. This will continue indefinitely. No, there'll be a retreat at some point. So make sure you're ready. So I'm just including the comment here. Is AGA has a 5-card limit, which is correct, and also less than 3,000 per card per year. Yes, and that was part of what we discussed earlier is that HGA is in no position to even put a dent in any of this discussion because right now you got a 5-card limit per submission. So forget about bulk graders. They're not even discussing that.
And no one's going to be better than PSA or be able to do more volume than PSA. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, and it's a chicken or the egg thing, right? If you don't have enough cards out in your holders, people don't have the reason to take you seriously as a big player in the market. You have to have enough cards out there graded, and people buying your cards and trading them, buying and selling, for then the auction houses to take you seriously, which gets more cards out there, which then in turn makes more people think about you, then more people submit, then more cards get out there, more cards get sold. It's got to be this cycle. The problem is if somebody stifles the cycle, and right now the cycle is a little stifled, you can't grade enough cards to get enough cards in holders for it to reach critical mass. So the auction house isn't going to take a crack at you. So people don't see your holders. Golden explicitly said and has decided, I'll take SGC, I'll take PSA, and I'll take BGS. That's it. CSG is not even in the game right now.
Yeah.
They're the wild card. They're the only ones where like, can you guys build the capacity out of the block? I don't know how many you hired. So Boston Kid just asked this question. It's like, yeah, PSA is hiring more graders. My point was they're not hiring as many as people would like them to hire. But I think that's strategic. I think they're like, yes, we will hire more, but there is a limit. There's a number where we're like, we'll stop. But you can hire another 100 more. Yes, we could, but no, we're not going to.
And they need to fix their label. So does SGC. Go ahead, Bobby.
Oh no, Brian, you were talking about waiting a year, and have the patience for PSA. But in this economy that the card economy that's going on, it's just fast. Everybody wants the turnaround. Everyone wants the cards in. Will it go up? Will it go down? Now the U.S. just announced that they're upping their interest rates. Are they not? The bank?
I had heard something in that vein. I didn't hear if it had officially been announced, but it wouldn't shock me.
That'll be a real surprise for a lot of people because that wasn't supposed to happen for 2 years, I think. Oh yeah, well, it's a big surprise for people who are hedging their bets on a lot of different things.
Well, economic factors always play into it, right? Because
yeah, I guess, but this was a surprise one.
At this stage, when it comes to
there's no surprises anymore. I know.
I was about to say. Okay, we're not gonna listen. There's enough nerding out on cardboard in this forum. We're not going to nerd out on monetary policy, although I could. But I'm not. I'm not going there. We're leaving that alone. We're leaving that alone. I'm not an economist.
What affects cards, though?
Good policy. Good policy.
Yes, like I am not an economist, but I play one on YouTube on my own time.
But he did enjoy Econ 101. That was a fun.
Listen, not only do I enjoy Econ 101, I am one of those people that will watch The Big Short and those things. I read the book The Big Short that it was based on. I actually like reading economics books. I do that on my own time. So that's honestly something.
But it does affect the card market a lot too.
But what I will say is that it does help give a little context when it comes to time to explain how some economic factors can play into the card market. Having that background is helpful because then you can bring in those references and go, all right, guys, so this is not as crazy as it sounds based on this, this, and this. This is kind of how stuff works. It's good to know a couple of things. It's good to branch outside of just this one area of understanding and expertise. Bring some of that other stuff in there if you can. Be a little versed in some areas. It's a recommendation. Be a little bit more broad in your understanding where you can.
Yeah, the grading's such a mess, though. And Nat Turner was going to come in and save the day.
Well,
Well,
but that's what people put on him. But he's
Oh,
not
they
putting
did.
that on himself. He's just like I said when they originally, because the original deal was announced like back in, I want to say November,
A while
October
ago,
timeframe.
yeah.
still
It was
back
the
then.
tail end. But one of the first things I said was, even if I snap my fingers and the deal's done, it's going to take him 6 months. He has to go in, evaluate everything, because we haven't chatted about it here, and I had some fun with Joe on and everything, because I literally laid out what I would do. I said, no, you got to go in and take the whole thing from end to end. What happens when the box comes in? Who is processing that? What did you do? Go piece by piece by piece by piece, right? And then as you go through it, okay, guys, good news. If we move you over there a little bit closer to you and then move you over there, we can probably speed this up just a little bit, and it gets this box to the other side of the room a little faster. A lot of people are going to be like, well, what difference does that make? For one box, nothing. For thousands and hundreds of boxes per hour, a lot. These little incremental gains gets you to the scanning room a little quicker. It gets your card in the system a little faster. These tiny, tiny, tiny little incremental gains that's what's going to help you in the long run. It's not just hiring people blindly and being like, okay, all of you grab a box and do something. No, there has to be a plan. But you have to build a plan. You basically got to go in there and say, okay, what are you guys doing now? Well, if it turns out they're having the cards walked around the building in a mule and they do 15 circles before they come around, before they do any grading, well, it's like, actually, that seems like a waste of time, guys. I don't know what they're doing today. It could be something that dumb. I don't know.
I know that Nat is a longtime collector, but he's no pundit in this game of cards,
Sure.
game of grading cards. He's
Sure.
coming in as a newbie. I'm very sure.
And
Just because you've been around them, it's like, yeah, that looks like okay. It's business operating. It's a totally different business than almost any other kind of business, I would say.
Sure. But I would bet you that there is some archaic moves being done. I promise you it's not. I'll skip a little ahead in the comments here. Bob Lewis is basically outlining what I'm saying. Streamline it, which is, yes, that's what it is.
McDonald's it.
But part of the streamlining process is going to be like, to your point, Bobby, he's going to have to learn. So it means he's got to get in there, because Nat Turner he's a businessman, but it means he's smart enough to say like, okay, look, if I don't understand exactly how this works, it's a mystery to me. You got to walk in the room and go, explain it to me. What do you guys do? How do you do it? How long does it take? Because all those pieces, then you can be like, okay, so why are you doing it that way? So you got to have somebody to come in and say, why? Tell me why. Explain it to me.
Yep, get your Orlando on the block there.
But that's going to be part of his job now. It's going to be to explain. He's got to justify every single move they make to be like, oh, well, this is just the way we've done it the last 10 years. Oh, if that's the reason why, then maybe we need to rethink that a little bit. If it makes sense, it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, then change it.
Yeah.
We'll
But
see
that's
what
going to take time.
happens.
But that's going to take time. So I promise you're not going to get a snap fix right now. You're not. It's going to take a while.
By that time, who knows?
But that's what I say. Like, that's why PSA is not. The expectation is hobbyists putting an expectation on, and it's like any other business. It's like you. By the way, taking it private also takes time. So it's like the deal is done, but now it's like, okay, now we're in. Get our people in there and let's take a look around.
Maybe CGS will be the new PSA.
Yeah, exactly.
They better fix their labels first. They look like they're from 1984.
Oh, come on. That's retro. Love it. 80s are everything now. You know that. Go ask Jaylee.
Sports card grading started in 91. I don't want to go to 1984 on that one, Bobby. Yeah. I like Justin's comment here. It's like he took a company private and raised the prices. I'm like, you're damn right. And there's an art, by the way, I'm not saying this to be contrarian. I'm actually saying this to be serious. There is a legitimate argument to be made. He should have raised it more.
Yeah.
There's an actual argument to be made. He should have gone even higher. You could actually make that case because I said, when I was talking about that whole equilibrium chart, when the backlog's that big, it means the price is too low. Because it means you guys are sending every damn little thing that you found. You find a card on the ground, you're sending it in. That means the price is too low. I don't actually want you to send $5 base cards. I don't actually want those because they take the same amount of time, in theory, to grade and encapsulate as a $50,000 card. Why are we wasting our time on that? You actually could have raised the price even more justifiably. So it's like, but it's business. It's just getting through the comments here. So Boston Kid, thank you. And as Bob Lewis said, we got to streamline it. True. So this is a new name here. It's Jai Lai. So hopefully I didn't butcher that too badly. I apologize in advance. We need a guided tour around in grading companies. Yes. I do think it would be beneficial for some of these guys to start being a little bit more transparent about what happens inside that building. Because a lot of folks right now, it's the Grand Wizard of Oz. It's behind the curtain, but you're going to find out that there's actually not a lot going on over there, and that would be problematic. But if there is something going on in there, we would like to know, because then as people sending stuff in, it's like, well, I hope that you guys are doing something reasonably elaborate over here, and it isn't you taking the cards around on a mule just for fun and seeing how many laps it can do before you finally start grading. Turns out the backlog is for a reason. Yeah, PSA had 1 million card backlog back in May 2020. I think you're underestimating that number. I've heard more than triple that. I've heard close to 10 million backlog.
My guess is 4.5 or 5 is my guess, but what do I know?
It's we're all kind of guessing. It's one of those things
Yeah.
without having the real number. It's just a guess.
Yeah.
Throw another brick in the Grand Canyon, boys.
Correct. Yeah. I was having trouble understanding the new wait time terminology. Well, I think Bob, we talked about this a little bit on Stephen Dave's podcast. Are you talking about PSAs? Because if that's the case, it's not wait time, it's what they're up to. How far along in the queue they've gotten to. If your package was in this level and it arrived at this time, this is the one we're up to. That's basically so they got rid of the wait time and they made it like we're this far along. If you are in July
queue.
2020, we've gotten to July 2020. If you're in August, it's about a month later.
I'm July 2020, and I'm just starting to go into 4 and 5 now. And they sat in 3 forever.
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying, like, basically that date is to represent when it was put into the system. So wherever along you are, that at least tells you relatively where you are. If they're in July 2020 right now, and your stuff was in December 2020, you got a long way ahead of you. But at least as you get closer to December on that list, at least it tells you that you're getting closer, as opposed to just a wait time that doesn't mean anything. That's where you're a little bit tricky. So what if the collector market absorbs the higher costs and nothing substantially changes? That's a possibility. That was the reason why I threw out the possibility that maybe they didn't raise it enough. SGC opened that Spectre because they said, okay, we're going to try this again. But if we get slammed, we're raising prices again. They literally gave it up in that letter. They said flat out, we may raise prices even more. And it's like, yep, probably. my guess, spoiler, my guess, they will.
They will. They will.
If they actually get people taking them up on their offer this time around again, then yes, they will.
They've already told us they will.
Yeah, but at least he laid it out in advance. at least this time, like, there's no surprise, guys. It's in the letter. It's right there. So yes, great and powerful laws. Good. We grab here Seb. So good evening, Seb. Maybe they don't want to show us inside because they're all the same company. Oh, look at you. Hashtag chemtrail. Hashtag flat Earth. I love a good conspiracy theory, Seb. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah. Not sure you want transparency? Yes. Imagine priests of cards and deep contemplation check out the entrails of a sacrificial chimp to arrive at the grade. Paul, this would appeal to me more. This might encourage me to send more cards in. I'm like, tell me more of these sacrifices. Now I'm interested. Bobby's in now. Now he's in.
Ritualistic grading.
Exactly. Listen, I'm interested now. I'm interested.
We are the sacrificial lamb in this.
Exactly. No, I'm glad
Not me, but anybody who enjoys grading.
Yeah, streamlining a PSA would definitely be a top priority. I would hope so. That would be a really wise thing to do. Like, if nothing else, if they can streamline it and that helps and it gets better, that would be good. Like the people forget that the grading thing. Now, there was one comment that somebody made that I thought was valid. I thought it was very good. He was saying that one of the thoughts process is that grading is also helpful for insurance purposes and stuff like that, which I totally agree with. I think that's valid because it can help establish a pricing baseline. It helps with that piece. But then my counter to it in the comments when I replied back to it, and I try to reply back to comments that people put on the videos, and thank you for the comments. They were really a lot of comments on that one. There's some good thoughts. What I came back though is I said, much like somebody who's a flipper, You're doing a cost benefit analysis basically. You're saying to yourself, look, if this is for insurance purposes and you need it in the holder, then maybe the cost is still worth it to you because there is a reason you're doing this. If it's you're a collector and wanting a fancy holder, then maybe it's not worth it to you. Maybe you should lay off. Or maybe find one of the other graders if you really have your heart set on putting in a holder.
Wait
But it
3
is a
years.
fancy holder.
Yeah.
For a strictly collector, this is basically a fancy holder. And I came forward and I said flat out, full disclosure, there are some cards in my Medano collection that I want to put in the fancy holder. But if I decide I want to do that, I am understanding what I'm doing and I'm looking at the price and making a decision. That I'm not going to complain about the prices because I chose to put it in the fancy holder. I didn't have to. I could have I could have just used a one touch. I could have used a top loader. It would work perfectly fine.
I
It's a
think
decision.
the premium service will back up stuff even further with PSA. I think a lot of people are going to step up and say, listen, I can't wait a year. I can't wait 6 months. I got to get my cards in. And this premium service is just going to keep backing up that backlog because they'll keep stepping. Even when they add people, you'll need another person just to do the premium service in itself.
Absolutely.
And, you know, if I want to send something in, I don't want to wait 6 months to a year. I wouldn't.
That's fair. I think that's reasonable.
I don't think it's reasonable for anybody to wait that long.
It's a long time.
And to have a company of that stature and sit there and double the prices and sit there, that's a snuff to you guys, man. I wouldn't do it. I'd go somewhere else.
I think though, Bobby, when it comes to some of the, and like I can't speak for everyone, but I think for some of the cars that are being sent in, some folks are like, I don't need this back for a while. So like you almost send it away and it's almost like you forget about it until it just comes back at some point. Now, if it's a card you need to have back, it's in your collection, you can't bear to be apart from it, well then pay one of the higher tiers.
Like everybody.
But for some folks though, one of the points that was made, and this is something that's going to be interesting going forward, the PSA set registry is a thing that some folks really like participating
yes.
in. Like for them, it's a competition thing. They got to get into it. Well, my 1971 Topps base cards, if it takes a year, is that really a problem for me? No. Like I'd rather pay the lower tier and I'll wait. They'll come back eventually. And when they do, I'll scan them and add them to my set because I've got 700 cards to slab. So for me, it's the cost effectiveness. I'd rather wait longer and pay less.
But people want to be faster on that level of where they're at. So they want to get their card back so they can get that grading up and they can get past the next guy to be the king of swing.
I'm with you. I'm with you. All right. So real quick, I included Dave's comment on here. I just want to have a little fun. So I'm not going to mention it. I have no idea what podcast he's referring to. Not going to discuss it. Not coming up at all. So I think Dave and Steve have a podcast. The name escapes me. I can't think of it. Brian, do you know what it is? I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah.
No idea. Not going to talk about it.
Isn't there a Lob Buis there?
Yeah, I've heard of that guy. Yeah, I think he used to be a YouTuber back in the day. I don't know if you know that. Yeah, I heard rumors. So there you go. There's your free plug, guys. But we definitely didn't plug it.
Neither SGC nor anybody else. None of them are going to come up with the registry, with the pop report.
I think Beckett. I saw something where I think Beckett is trying to play in the registry. I thought I saw a page for it. I'll take a look and see if I can find it, but I thought I saw one. I thought I was looking the other day at something unrelated, and I think it came up. I thought I saw a set registry thing for them.
Beckett has the most opportunity to do something, or has had in the last little while, with their company, and they dropped the ball, I think, and SGC as well. Obviously, from that letter you read, it was sitting there walking, whatever.
Are they doing pop reports though?
Well,
tens and nines and eights.
Well, Beckett has always had a pop report.
Right.
It's just really junky to get to. It's very clunky. You have to almost jump through hoops, and I think you have to log in to see it. So it's like it's a nuisance. It's a complete nuisance.
I think that if SGC or HGA did it, one of these three guys, that would be the icing on the cake if they can handle the number of submissions. If they're doing pop reports and stuff, everybody says that they want, a new company with pop reports, right?
If they're starting from zero, it's a perfect time to start.
So I found it here. So this is apparently the Beckett graded registry. I hadn't seen it before. I actually saw it the other day. So apparently this is a thing now. Now maybe it was there before, and maybe I just had never seen it. But I did catch it the other day, and I was like, okay, well, we'll see. We'll see if they can catch some traction. So let me get caught up on a couple of the comments here, guys.
Okay.
We'll zip through a couple of these. So Ziggy comes in. Good evening, Ziggy. So he says, are there other ways to fix the backlog besides price increases? Yes, you can. And you mentioned one of them in the second part of your question here. Why not put weekly caps? Well, that's what HGA is doing. The problem is then you reduce revenues. Now, price increases flat out are easier because you're basically trying to discourage the low end, grading submissions. Now, people can still decide to keep sending. Maybe they don't care. Like, make it $500 a card. I don't care. I'll still send it. Well, then fine. So be it. Then you'll make additional revenue in addition to the fact they're going to keep sending. The other way to fix the backlog is hiring more people, which costs you money, which they do to a certain point. And we made the point earlier that there's a limit, I think, on how much hiring they're going to want to do. They're going to want to cap that at a certain level. And the other thing is improve efficiencies. And you can do that. But that takes time too. That takes a while because it's not like, oh, snap your fingers, improve efficiencies. Well, why weren't you doing that before? So it's a valid question, but there's a handful of ways to do it. All of them have a cost. Increasing prices turns some people off. That's a cost. Improving efficiencies takes time. That's a cost. And putting a cap on it means some people are going to be frustrated because they can't submit as many cards as they want to. That's a cost. They're all costs. They all have different ones.
HGA, are they public or private?
They're a private company. Okay, so let me keep getting caught up here. So Gili says, we have to go straight to the source. Topps and Panini, they have to stop making cards for a while so grading companies can catch up. Topps and Panini do not care how far backed up the card companies get. I wanted to make sure I included your comment here, but yeah, Topps and Panini are like, that's your problem, guys. It's not our problem. We'll keep making cards. That's just for us to make money. Did you see PSA tweeted on March the 3rd? They said the local USPS. Yes, I did see. I saw it. There was also an email where they mentioned this. They said they were going to, in some places, they were going to manually go and get the cards. They basically, I forget how it was phrased, but they basically said, we basically have gone to go get the cards. Don't worry, we've got them in our possession. But apparently USPS couldn't deliver all the stuff. So they're like, look, we'll go get it ourselves. So I don't know if they went to the distribution center or what they arranged, but apparently they were able to go get, because it's their mail. So like, how about we go get it from you, and that way we can just take it all.
Isn't there a big mountain showing in the USPS depot there?
Who can say?
Saying
right.
PSA orders.
That's right. All right, so here we go. So here's Ziggy's next question here. Should we now focus the attention on the manufacturers? Why are they making cards 30 years later that are 9s, 8s, and 7s? Poor centering is accepted. Print runs are crazy. Short answer, you guys are still buying the product. So the answer is, should you focus attention? Sure. Please, by all means.
They all can't be 10s.
So yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I would say though, like at the 7 level and stuff, like the kind of defect, especially on new cards, the technology is such that you could, with reasonable quality control, have an expectation that it shouldn't be too crazy. Some defects are normal. Like in a manufacturing process, you're gonna have defects. That's just natural. But I go back to my original thing. It's like, well, you're still buying the product, so manufacturing defects is a part of the game too, by the way. So in any product, there is an acceptance tolerance that there's going to be some defect, no matter what the product is. There's just an understanding that's going to happen.
It's kind of funny listening to Sasha, and he says, "Yeah, I think I'll crack the 7, get it from a 9. It should get a 10." You know, when we talk about vintage, I'm going to send this in for a 10. Good luck with that.
Exactly. So John Sportsguy says, what PSA is doing is totally wrong. I'm done with them. I've been sending all my bulk orders to CSG. CSG will overtake Beckett and be number 2 behind PSA. It's like, I'll take that bet. How much time we got? What's your window? I'll take that bet. Here's the thing. I'm glad because finally because I saw this in comments previously in other videos and stuff. So I was hoping somebody would actually take this position. And I understand John's point. What PSA is doing is totally wrong. No, actually it's not. It is 100% correct. PSA's job is to make money. So their goal is to make money. So it is 100% correct. But you don't like the second part. I'm done with them. That is 100% your prerogative. Totally fair. I'm sending all my bulk orders to CSG. Totally your prerogative. Totally fair. CSG will overtake Beckett. Debatable. And be number 2 behind PSA. Maybe. But that's only because Beckett and SGC have dropped the ball. And I'm still not convinced about CSG's capacity because I need to see more. So I'm trying to get caught up in the comments, but I wanted to make sure John had his moment since he had a strong comment. And I appreciate it, by the way. I do appreciate it. So, and he's not the only one who feels that way. So I wanted to make sure I included that. So Bob says, I'm willing to wait 12 months for my 75 Topps Cliff Branch rookie. Listen, Totally understand, Bob. Totally understand. So Seb says submit PC cards to PC. I can wait years. See? So there are people who will allow that. That's fair. What if PSA leveraged the SGC model of cap intake? The question is why? PSA is okay with a backlog. They just don't want as big a backlog. And again, you can raise the price. And if you raise the price and there's still a backlog, that means you could raise the price even more. Like, there is, let me quickly touch on this because I want to make sure. And Brian, I'd love to get your take on this, and Bobby as well. Maybe you think similarly like I do. I have yet to see it. And if someone can produce it for me, I would be happy to read it. And I'm happy to read it out loud anytime. There is no hobby charter of rights that I'm aware of that says thou shall have access to cheap grading or hobby commandments. I haven't seen them. If someone wants to bring down from Mount Beckett and bring the tablets that contain the commandment that says thou shall have access to cheap grading, please do so. And I would be happy to read it out loud. But up until this point, I have yet to see that. It is a service that they offer. You don't have to use it. So Joe, I can see you. If you want, if you're ready to go, just nod your head. I can bring you on. Cool. Hey Joe, how's it going?
Hey, fellas. Good to see you.
What's up, Joe?
Not much. Enjoying the conversation. Keep going. Don't let me interrupt.
Sounds good. So I'll just finish up with this one, though. Because there is no charter of hobby rights that says you're entitled to cheap grading, it means PSA can raise that to $50,000 a card for bulk orders. And if no one wants it, then it's too high. But until then, keep going as much as you want. By the way, but the idea here is about capping intake. Why would PSA do that to handicap themselves? There is no reason for them to do it. From a business perspective, there is literally zero reason to do it.
They're sitting there going, keep sending this stuff to us, boys. We don't care.
Well, the thing is, the thing is, though, they're
Truth.
like, it's not that they don't care. It's that they're like, well, clearly you guys are still, from their perspective, they're like, well, you guys are insane, but we'll raise the price. You're still submitting that much? We'll raise it again. PSA is sitting there going like, so how high do we have to raise this for you guys to at least? We don't need you to stop. We just want you to slow down. like
$1 billion.
But maybe that's the answer. But if that's the case, then they need to explore the space and find that number. When they see it start to slow down, then they'll leave it where it is. That's the number. That's the equilibrium. That's what they're looking for. They're not trying to hit perfect equilibrium. It's not actually, the idea is not to eliminate the backlog. The idea is to have a manageable backlog that is reasonable enough where the wait times are within reason, because we just covered people are willing to wait a year. Well, what if we could do it in 3 or 4 months? Well, that seems a lot more reasonable. That seems a lot better, right? Then if you get it down to that point where it's still a backlog, but it's not a year-long backlog, it's 2 months, 3 months.
People are willing to wait a year for cheap products.
Correct.
And cheap grading. They don't want the cheap stuff, as you stated in your last thing. They want the best, and they want people to send it in fast, and they want their dollars, and they want the higher the money, the more percentage they get back.
Yep.
So, and they don't care about you.
Well, but that's the key piece, though. I keep trying to allude to it, and like at some point I may just have to make a video like that literally will say they don't care about you. That might just be the title of the video. They don't care about you. So good news, guys. Topps, Panini, PSA, HGA, SGC, everyone related to the hobby doesn't care about you. None of them do. They want your money. That's it. I don't know why I'm having to explain this, but this is the truth. This has always been true at all times. But they'll sell you the product, but like that's the point. So let me get caught up on this. So let me grab this one real quick. So any thoughts on Jeremy's interview with Leaf relating to ProSet? All right, guys, I want to talk about ProSet for a second because this entertains me. I love this. It makes me so happy. But let me quickly grab through these comments. I'll come back to this one, though. I appreciate this question. Yeah, quickly zipping through. PSA Beck and SGC have pop reports. True. HGA needs to franchise or expand. They're working on expanding, but they're doing it in a controlled level. Okay. They're doing it on a controlled level, though, I will say. Mr. just said she orders some cards from all the grading companies to give them a review for fun. That would be funny. Especially some of those real off-brand ones. I don't know if you remember this, Bobby. There was a North American Sports Authenticators. It was called NASA. And it was operating in Canada.
I remember that one. Yes.
Nice one.
Truly garbage. Truly garbage. It was basically a
wasn't it a world kind of
Yeah, but
picture.
the,
It's
yeah, but the thing is, it
three-dimensional.
was a. I don't want to say screw down. Screw down is the wrong thing. It was a. It was one of those holders like a screw down, but literally they would bolt the corners of it and basically put an Avery sticker at the bottom. It was the cheapest thing ever, and it was the most hilarious thing I ever saw. It was wonderful. They didn't even bother to get a Sonic DC holder. It was literally like a screw down where they bolted the corners.
Nice.
It was amazing. Loved it.
We're going to talk about Joe's interview with Jeremy.
I will. But I want to get through it. We're behind
yeah,
in the comments, so I want to try to catch up a little bit here. So do you see the SRP of Blaster and such rising in the future? I think that's a possibility. That is a possibility, I think. So CLCT PSA is the only public company in the hobby I'm aware of. Any other public hobby company? Topps used to be public, but they're private now. So I think that was the other one I could think of. Previously, it was public. Turner should buy FedEx too. Sure. Yeah, Nat Turner. Sure. So I think all cards should be made 10s. Why? Then the 10 is worthless. No, like I understand his general point, like quality control and all that good stuff. But if every card was a 10, then the 10 would literally be worthless. It would have no value. Then good news, you have a 10. What is it? It's a raw card. Because every card's a 10, right? Why would you send it for grading? There'd be zero incentive for it, right? No worries. Just want to make sure we get there. 1 year. So within 1 year, he thinks CSG is going to take over as number 2. That's ambitious. I like that.
I've come to grips with cards being off center, but I think that they should eliminate the print lines and stuff. Take that out of it.
Okay, that's
maybe
fair.
a little off center works. That's what I've in my head. That works for me.
Yeah. So maybe Topps and Panini would only sell graded slab cards graded by them. I think some manufacturers have played around with the idea of pre-slabbing cards and putting that in the holders. We've seen that. Like UD graded years ago was one. There have been a couple of attempts at that. Mm-hmm. And PMN here talks about exactly what I just said a second ago. What would happen if manufacturers improved too much and every card came out 10 quality? Grading would be done. What would be the point? Especially for new cards, right? Why would you bother? There's no competition in the hobby for manufacturers. Carlos said people are still buying. Yes. And that's the second part is the key. As long as you keep buying, what's the problem? Like if you're the manufacturer or PSA or SGC, it's like, what's the problem then? Yeah, I'm guessing PSA pricing will go up soon again. I agree with that. The PSA raised the price so we stop sending $1 cards or because they don't have rookie pop to go up. That's fair. I think that's legit. Thank you, Seb, for bringing up a critical point on the rookie card of the Go-To-Goats. Don West cares about you. Ooh. Joe, do you want to tell him or should I? You never want to deliver the bad news, Joe. You never want to deliver the bad. And the best part is I saw on After Hours, you're like, Carlos is a provocateur. Correct. That is a factual statement. But your cursing had nothing to do with my provocateuredom, sir. You tried to place the blame on me on that.
Good.
How dare you?
Good, correct. I'll take that on the head. Yeah, it was about the Ruth, though.
It was.
Hockey guy. So if it's a Gowdy Ruth that, prompted me to swear, I'm okay with that.
That's fair. Okay, so Justin's comment here at the end. So now I've caught up on the comments. I apologize. It took me a while, but we got caught up. So let's talk about Jeremy's interview with Brian. I like Brian because he speaking of provocateurs, Brian is willing to be a provocateur in the hobby, especially as somebody who operates in the space, which is fun. As a viewer, that's fun for me. And it makes things to talk about. That's why I say, like, always take a win. Absolutely. So right here. Perfect timing, BT Sports Cards. We're going to talk about that right now. Okay. So real quick, my big thing with what Brian talks about is now he's very much as he mentioned, he's a second inning guy of a 9-inning game, and it could be multiple games. And, for Brian, it's like, and he's very bullish on the hobby. He's also a manufacturer, so I would hope he's bullish on the hobby because otherwise his business goes under and it's not good for him. So I would think he's bullish. So we have to bear that in mind, bear in mind the source. He does put his money where his mouth is, though, as far as buying properties and cards and all that in the hobby. So that's no doubt. One thing that I thought was interesting, though, one big takeaway for me, I don't get the thing with the pro set thing, though. I was listening to a interview he did with Let Me Get That Potograph. It's a good, I enjoy listening to it as a podcast. And he interviewed Brian Gray as part of that discussion. And he was basically frothing at the mouth is the best way I could. He was super fanboying on this pro set acquisition. I'm sitting there like, okay, football, I acknowledge football. They had a run with football. This is a pro set card. This is a hockey pro set card. It is cheap, flimsy garbage. It's trash. Trash. Like, it was trash then. It's trash now. It is trash forever. The cards serve a purpose, but for God's sake, like, they were bad cards. And that card, by the way, came out of a pack. I got that as a filler with some cards that I ordered off of eBay, and they deserve to be filler. And they've probably trillions of them in the landfill somewhere. But the thing is that as it's a bad quality card, the design wasn't bad. Like, I thought, like, the 1991, the design wasn't bad for what it was. It was color on both sides, not bad. The cardboard was super flimsy. It was junk. And they came out of the pack. You want to talk about the 10s where Ziggy was talking about the 10. You're lucky if you get a 7 out of some of these cards out of the pack because they were basically miscut. They were junk out of the pack.
What's the sublime word for junk wax?
I was like, in 2021, Brian Gray needed to get paid to take that brand. That brand has negative equity. Now, maybe in football it's the opposite, but I'm like, guys, they're literally junk, actual junk. So it's like, I'm sorry, there's 18 trillion of these cards. I'm like, I don't understand, but he was waxing nostalgic on it. Apparently, I guess maybe he really loved the football cards because I was like, I don't get it. From the hockey perspective of it, like, it was never good. I will say though, Pro Set Platinum I thought was a decent set for what it was in the time period, double-sided glossy cards. If they hadn't printed 15 trillion of them in 1991 for 1991 technology, not bad. And full bleed pictures, and some of the pictures were pretty decent on it. But I then have to remember they printed 15 trillion of them. So, like, it negates the whole thing. So it never had a chance. I feel bad about it, but it's like, I actually like Pro Set Platinum for that, for just from a design aesthetic, but you can probably get the set for like $10 on a good day. And that's if you're being generous, and maybe you should get some change back for your $10. I figured Justin would enjoy that. I had the card here and I was like, all right.
Keep pushing the envelope. Someone's going to open it. So
I hope so. So yeah, Pro Set Chrome, absolutely. Yeah, Robert says, now I should rip up an 86 Fleer Magic Johnson. Absolutely, that's true. When I think of 86 Fleer Magic Johnson, it's basically on par with a Pro Set hockey card, yes. At least the Magic Johnson is a real card of a real player. That was a random Montreal Canadian player, so I apologize to Montreal Canadiens fans. So it's a real shame.
who was it? Let's get the Americans to pronounce the name.
It was Tom Chorsky. The infamous Tom Chorsky.
Chorsky.
Yeah. And by the way, if you want to see, this is the half of it. That's the Tom Chorsky part. Now, by the way, on the back of the design, they took the image from the front of the design and like zoomed in so it was really blurry on the back, which is great. But here, I don't know if you can see this. I'll show you part of the card though. Check out the bottom. This came from a pack this way. So look at that. It is literally miscut to the point that Pro Set is miscut. That came out of the pack that way. That is a 30-year-old miscut.
It's going viral, Carlos. That's going viral.
Without a doubt. So
hey, I've got a couple questions. I wanted to, so I know you're talking about hockey, right? But
yeah,
is part of the Pro Set brand that they can take chances on other sectors of targeted stars and maybe even expand past the sports trading card realm? You
totally could. But so my counter to it, and we'll talk about a couple more things Brian said because he did have some more interesting, but I had to take a moment on this Pro Set thing because it was so much fun for me because literally the guy was, I'm not joking. The man, I think if it had been a video podcast, he would have been on the ground doing the Wayne and Garth, we're not worthy. He would have been like, oh my God, Brian, you bought Pro Set. This is the greatest. And I'm sitting like, it's Pro Set.
Well, there's name recognition, even though the name recognition is not necessarily connotative of right. What we would want, it still brings us back. And so what they do now, everything depends upon what they do now.
It brings me back to my early days of collecting Bobby because that was the first year I collected the hobby. It brings me back to the early days when young 7-year-old Carlos thought, these cards are crap. He thought that back then. This version 30 odd years later, no, He agrees with the assessment of Severino Carlos.
There's a chance to make it right. There's a chance to do it all differently. There's a chance to start all over again.
See, the problem is I don't know what Brian paid for Pro Set, but I was the underbidder at $1.95, so I assume he got it for $2. So I thought about doing it so that I could permanently destroy the brand and never see it again. But yes, Pro Set will have 20 parallels.
There's name recognition with Attila the Hun.
At least Attila the Hun's a decent brand. Historically, that brand has staying power, Bobby. That brand has staying power, sir. We still know who Attila the Hun is, sir.
Well, if I was Brian, I would investigate contemporary musicians and cultural stars, actors, and I would try and get into that market, and I would leverage, the 91 Pro Set that we were showing off last night with Madonna and Jimmy Page and Tom Petty. I mean, if they could recirculate that or repurpose that, I think that could have some interesting ripples in the hobby right now.
I think it's fair. I'll definitely want to touch on that music piece with you because I know you guys chatted about it for a bit. So we'll definitely touch on that. Let me quickly finish off with some of these comments here. Yeah, and there were a lot of error cards in Pro Set, without a doubt. Absolutely. Bob says Pro Set should go with the faction ownership approach. Yes, without a doubt. Yeah, Mr. LAGN says agreed. Not excited about Pro Set. Yeah, I'm sure some people are. Like, if you have nostalgia for Pro Set, look, I'm not knocking you. Whatever you have nostalgia for, as far as I'm concerned, that's legit. That's fine. I just never saw it. Like, back then, I didn't see it. Today, time has not increased my fondness for that brand. I understand for what it is, but it's like, I don't know about that one. Yeah, look at the Belton Niners player behind Marion and tell me what it looks like. Okay. We'll take that view offline. We'll figure it out later. So real quick, we'll talk about the music one, Joe, because I did think it was an interesting conversation. I did enjoy that piece of it. Was there anything else though? I'll get off the Pro Set thing. Enough of that. I ran out of Pro Set cards to tear up, so I have to see if I can find some later. But anything else from what Brian Gray was talking about in general? Anything that was touched on that you guys thought was interesting or noteworthy, worth talking about? Wow, that was profound. It's like Brian really moved you guys. It's like, man, that's pretty good. We'll let Jeremy know to bring Brian on soon.
I did make a comment when he was on. What did I can't even remember what I said. Do you remember, Joe? It was a.
Was it a snarky comment?
It was. Well, Jeremy said he didn't know if I was being facetious or not. I said undervalued. Underrated cards are always undervalued, and overvalued cards are always underrated.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Okay,
I think I threw him for. I seen his face. He was trying to read it and trying to get something out of it, and I don't think he did. And I think Jeremy just kind of left it as whatever, because every time I hear him talk, it's like, well, that one's underrated, and this one's overrated, and that one's going to reach a new high. It was just like it almost became a little bit of rhetoric there, and that's why I put that comment in there, and I just said, okay.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
Exactly. See, I couldn't find any more. I couldn't find any more Pro Set, but I did like that Seb mentioned here what happened with Score. See, Score at least made decent cards. I like Score. By the way, I'm not tearing this one up. This one's Yari Curry, and it's actually I like 1990 Score. I'm a fan.
Mm-hmm.
At least Score. There's a reason though that Score is still around. There's a reason though that brand was retained and is still being used to this day. Just saying. And that was a cheap card too, by the way. It was even in the day, but at least it was a decent card and has a little background, a little history, so it's still around. Exactly. That's a great card. Especially
Playbook goes back that far too. Playbook football.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What I appreciated about Brian's interview was that I feel like he's representing a company and obviously business interests, but I still feel like he's a collector and he's kind of in it, kind of talking back and forth. And I like that about him, because sometimes you get people representing companies and they're so, company. And I feel like I see the collector Brian and I see the businessman Brian, and they can coexist. And I think that's not always easy.
Yeah. I usually give Brian a lot of credit because he will try stuff. So yes, I'm always in general agreement with that, because I like that he's willing to stick his neck out. He's willing to stick his neck out. He's willing to say stuff. And a lot of CEOs for a lot of these companies, we don't hear from them. That's just the way it is. We don't hear from them. And probably wise. And if because Brian is willing to stick his neck out and be, that's why I say Brian is in that realm, a provocateur as an owner, as a CEO. He does like to be a provocateur. He'll take shots at stuff. He picked on COMC a little bit when they were having their early struggles, and he wasn't shy about doing that. And he's at least a guy who people in the hobby know. It's like, well, why are you picking on this guy? Because you know Tim from COMC, so it's like, but you were still willing to poke and still willing to like say something. It's like, oh, this is unacceptable, whatever, which is fine. But that's why there's room for folks like that, and where somebody's willing to go on a limb and say that, you do have to have an ego to play that game. And Brian's got perfectly capable of being out there. That's why Golden has been entertaining for us the last little while. It's like Golden is not shy. He has an ego. He's willing to play this game. But because he says stuff, it gives us stuff to talk about.
Mhm.
Whether we agree with him or not, that's fun. So that's pretty good. And
Yeah.
that I appreciate.
Brian's always fun to listen to, anyways.
Speaking of Brian, the Brian here.
Hey,
Oh.
did
Wow.
any of you guys see the latest baseball release from Leaf? Have you seen it?
Well, they do like the Leaf metal, or what is it? Because they do their. I've never been a super fan of the Leaf baseball products because I think they do the minor league product, right?
No, it was pro players, but there's no logos.
Well, that's
And
what
they
Panini
gave
does,
you
though.
a bunch of pro players. There's no inserts. There's no numbered cards. No shine.
I was trying to
And
remember.
they
though,
give you
because-
one autograph card.
But this is Leaf.
Leaf. I think it's 2021.
Okay.
And there's no real rookie cards. It's just, veterans.
Okay.
It's tough for them.
It is, but like you can still do it. Like in the hockey side of it, they do a pretty good job with unlicensed cards because where they try to make up for it is they have some quality memorabilia pieces, like the actual card design with memorabilia and stuff.
Yeah.
Like they'll produce some nice looking cards, so you can make it work if you produce nice looking cards. To me, that's why Seb made the joke about the parallels. They make too many parallels. They really do. They make too many. But
Okay.
they do make nice looking cards. So it's one of those things because they're unlicensed. You know what you're getting. So
Yeah.
if you're getting quality memorabilia pieces, nice autograph, they're sticker autos generally. But that's why they can still produce Gordie Howe autograph cards when Gordie Howe's been dead for years.
Well, are they shiny? Do refractors and all that?
Oh, in hockey, yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they'll use
I gotta
foil
look at
and
this stuff. Okay.
Yeah, there's a bunch in there. It's some pretty good stuff. I
I'll
would
check
say.
it out.
I'm kind of surprised sometimes by the autos that Leaf has. Actually, I mean, even though they're stickers.
Yeah, and the thing is, I know that they stacked up some of those stickers they've had sitting in there for years. So part of the reason they'll have so many limited numbered cards is that they're doling them out, because someday they'll run out of Gordie Howe autographs, and when that happens,
Yeah.
that's it. There's no more.
That's it.
So they're like, we have to be very selective. You can include it in this set. You can include it in one or two inserts. It's like we got 20 left. That's it.
How many Kobe's does Panini have left?
Yeah, it's like, but you got to be picky about that because once it runs out, it runs out. So you have to dole it out a little at a time until it ends. So let me quickly grab Bob Lewis's comment here, and then we'll talk about some of the music cards that Joe was talking about because I thought there was some interesting conversation on that. So I want to touch on that again. So in the mid to late 80s, hockey scene is junk wax the same way that baseball is. Some of it is. I would say though what helped. Some of it is though, Bobby. Like base cards don't matter. The rookies, yes, Lemieux, Patrick Waugh, even to a lesser degree, like a Luc Robitaille and whatever. By the time you get to the late 80s, like 88, 89, 89, 90, yes, for sure. The mid, less so. But like a base card, you could still get a bunch of the base cards from that cheap. But the star players, the better players, the Gretzkys, the Lemieux, and whatever, you'll still do well. They're still nice cards because they weren't printed in that abundance. It's all relative to the market as well. So were they short printed? Not hardly. There were plenty of them out there. It's just a matter of how many people wanted them relative to. The star players, lots of people wanted them, so they still had some value. And then for like your common players, you can still get your common players super cheap. If I went to go get like 185, 86 O-Pee-Chee cards, I could probably get them pretty cheap. If they were base card commons, I could get them for a couple pennies a card. So yes and no. For the stars, no. For the common card, yes. Is that a reasonable breakdown? Because I knew you were saying no for some of the mid ones.
Isn't that the same as baseball or football or
It is,
stars
but
and
some of those
common.
some of those mid '80s baseball are like super junky though. Even for some of the star players, like there's not a lot to it. You could get some of the star players in that late '80s especially. Like you go look at like I love '87 Topps baseball, love it. Most of those cards are super cheap. Even the better players, Roger Clemens, Nolan Ryan, cheap. They're nothing, but they printed tens of millions of each of them. So, how many do you want? Here's a stack of them, as many as you like.
85 was a low production year, though.
Relatively speaking,
And
I think it's
86 and 87, it just ramped up.
Oh, for sure. I agree with that.
Super high from there.
Yep. Maybe Brian G has the liberty to speak freely because Steve has no license. Yes, there is an aspect to that because what are they going to do about it? It's like, you're already not licensing me, so what are you going to do? Double unlicense me? That's very true. Music cards, great subject. Yep. Yeah, I would say we could go back to 89. I would say, Paul, I guess it's all relative. If you want to start at 1990, it's not unreasonable. Almost comparable to basketball, 85 to 89 hockey. Okay, so let's touch on the music cards a little bit. Because I know you guys were having a lot of fun with those cards there from that set. I thought it was a very interesting conversation. The one thing, though, that I thought was interesting, so I'll take a stab at it, and then I'd love to get you guys to get your take as well. One thing that I thought was interesting is with music, with some of the iconic musicians like your Madonna card or maybe an Elvis Presley or the Beatles or something like that, that's a little more straightforward. But I think when you get past the kind of the pantheon level of the different genres, when you get past the absolute biggest names, I think it gets a little murky because music is super subjective. Like it's a lot of folks in music love their deep cuts. They love their artists who like, yeah, they were popular for maybe a run, but maybe you happen to like certain albums or certain music or whatever. Because once you get to a certain point, because I'm thinking about when I was growing up listening to certain type of music is that I heard it, but it took me very little time to gravitate away from pop music. So if I was going to collect cards of my favorite musicians, that doesn't interest me. But if I did, I wouldn't find them. like a lot of them wouldn't qualify. They wouldn't be the folks that would make it into a set.
And you heard some of those names though that he was pulling out that I've never even heard of.
Sure, yeah. And a lot of it, like if you one of my favorite cards you guys pulled out was the Who. When you guys pulled out the card from the Who, and the first thought that came to my mind is I could imagine if I took somebody who was a little bit younger, who wasn't too familiar with the Who, and they'd be like, "Oh, are they the ones that make the NCIS theme songs?" They are.
They are. Yeah.
They're the NCIS theme song band. Yes. So it depends on your genre and time. My favorite piece though was when Jeremy said when he pulled out the Jimi Hendrix card. And he's like, "Who doesn't want a Jimi Hendrix card?" And he's like, "Don't say anything, Carlos." And I'm like, "You're making this too easy for me, bro. You're making this too easy for me." Jimi Hendrix died in 1970. I'm not that old. Sorry. I know who Jimi Hendrix is. I've listened to some of his songs, but it's like I'm not into Jimi Hendrix's deep cuts. You know, my biggest claim to fame with Jimi Hendrix, and the biggest thing I know about him, is Voodoo Child, because Hollywood Hogan came out to Voodoo Child as his theme song in the late 90s. Now, I know who Jimi Hendrix is, but I'm not listening to Jimi Hendrix music ever. So it's one of those things where it's like, it's not going to come up for me.
It's in movies, though.
Oh, without a doubt. At 100%.
And it makes certain movies really good. Scenes.
Without a question. I'm saying, but a lot of these musicians, that's why I made the joke about the, sorry, thank you, Robert. It is NCIS. Apologies, because they've got a whole different ones CSI. They've got a whole bunch of, because they had the original CSI, and then you had the CSI New York, and then you had the what's it called, the one with CSI Miami. So I think all of those were Who songs. I believe all of their theme songs were Who songs. So that's why it made me laugh. That it's like at a certain point, it's like, yeah, the Who. But like for a whole but that's the thing though, music is cyclical. If you say Elvis Presley, most music people can figure out who that is. We joke about composers and stuff. If I say Mozart, you probably know who that is. If I say Beethoven, you can probably figure that out. But you might not be listening to classical music, but you know who that is. But it's an interesting thing where like we're at this stage where it's like, oh, collect cards. Like, look, there's a lot of musicians that I like. I wouldn't collect their cards, even if they had them. I wouldn't collect the card. Just because I like something doesn't mean I need a card of it. But it is interesting. Like it is a different angle, a different take. So any thoughts on any of that overall in general? Especially for some of these musicians who are not like Pantheon level folks?
I think it's moving outside of what we would traditionally understand as sports cards collecting. Obviously, it's not sports, and so it moves a little more into the realms of nouveau art or pop culture, like antiques. And in that context, you're right. Like there's a big cliff between the goats, if you will, the Bob Dylans and the John Lennons and everybody else. And so, that's just something to take into account as far as I'm concerned.
I think it's fair. Anything to add on that, Brian?
Yeah, and I think when people are looking for all the not Wonder Bread cards, but different bread cards and old cards and boxing cards and stuff, and that kind of crosses over into it. I think it's fun. They're fun.
I think if you legitimately enjoy it, I advocate for whatever makes this fun for you. I'm in favor of whatever makes this fun for you. I thought I enjoyed that you guys were having a lot of fun with that portion of the conversation. That's why I say it. I thought it was still worth talking about because I enjoyed how much enjoyment you guys were getting out of having the discussion. But I think the comment here by GMOs at the bottom here, GMOs, sorry, I'm taking a crack at it, but I'm struggling with that one. But he says, when people talk about music or great rock bands, the last thing I think about is cards. And I think that's legit.
Yeah.
Though. Like that's,
and no one was checking their phone for prices or anything. We were just enjoying the cards, and that's neat.
Yeah. But I think, though, it still plays, if we want to kind of circle it around to the sports card thing, is that this conversation comes up a lot, like in the basketball market, where people are justifying the demand for Luka, the demand for this, and then they look, it's like, oh, billions of people watch basketball. Yes. That doesn't mean I need a card of it. I can be a fan. We discussed earlier in this conversation, like overall, well, are fans of the sport necessarily fans of the cards, or fans of the cards necessarily fans of the sport? And I just use myself. It's like I spend hours a week, literally hours a week, talking about sports cards. My main player collection is hockey. I barely watch hockey. I'd struggle to participate in a hockey pool because I barely know who's playing today. I don't. I watch one hockey game every couple of weeks. I'm barely in touch with the current sport. My favorite player retired 10 years ago. But I could read you off a good chunk off the top of my head, a lot of the lineup of the 98-99 Dallas Star team. I can go down to the Mike Keens and the Richard Madvichuks and these, like, why? Who? And the thing is, because I have great memories of that team. And at this time, I was watching games constantly and consistently. That is my era, and that's fine. That's okay. That doesn't mean I don't appreciate the sport. That means I'm more inclined to watch an AHL game. If we were allowed to go attend games, I'd be more inclined to go to an AHL game and watch that live than I would be to watch an NHL game on TV. Baseball, still love the sport. Major League Baseball turns me off a lot. And I have the streaming package. I can get every game. But sometimes I struggle with watching the game because the sport on TV is a slog for me as a fan. The only sports that I really kind of watch consistently are football at this point. But you know what? Ironically, of the three sports I just named, whose cards do I collect the least? Football, the one that I actually watch. Yeah. I collect less football cards than I do hockey or baseball. So the correlation is not strong with me. But for some folks, obviously, it's a stronger correlation. But I think it's kind of interesting. So that's why I say, like, I don't know. But I think people make the association and say, oh, yeah, for sure. So many people are basketball fans. Like, yeah, I could be a fan of Luka. Maybe I want a Luka jersey. Maybe I want a Luka poster. Maybe I want a Dallas Mavericks, this, that, or the other thing. That's my fandom. That doesn't mean I need a card. It doesn't mean I need a rookie card, especially if it's expensive. I don't need that. I'm comfortable. I'm happy with the base card.
I think the music cards are just kind of the next thing people are looking to bring on as the next big thing.
Sure.
Or the next thing. They're always looking for the new thing. We're in that world of it's spinning so fast that we're not happy unless we find something else. So we grew up with sports cards. They've been around a long time. Sure. Those other cards that Jeremy had, they're cheap. They're junky. They had pictures of rock stars, which I respect. But I mean, I don't respect the cards. I have no reason to get into that. Sure. But then Jeremy dropped a bomb on us with a little bit. Remember this name, and I can't remember the name. What was it? Do you remember, Joe? What was that Swedish name or something?
Was it a Zsa Zsa Gabor? Are you sure it was?
No, it wasn't. It was an issuer. production company, a company that made cards, and he said,
Oh,
"Don't remember
right. Yeah.
Oh,
so something," and I said, "Okay,
Sam Lars Sakar.
huh?
Great.
What'd you call it?"
Sam Lars Sakar.
Oh yeah,
Whew.
get to know it. It's been dropped subliminally, but
Well, I mean, yeah, the 91 Pro set was more just, tangential to Brian Gray being on the show.
Yeah.
I think where, if there were a real collector interest, it would emanate out of the late 50s, 60s, and 70s stuff, which is actually, graded by PSA. It's vintage. They're not particularly, I haven't seen a whole lot of cards in the wild, so I don't know what's out there. It could
I would say there's
actually
some legit scarcity on that as well. Like as an actual collectible, I would say there's some legitimate scarcity, some conditioned scarcity too, because the manufacturing of that era. So if you're a fan of the band, like I said, your Beatles cards in the '60s, Beatles are very popular. They've had resonance. I definitely know a lot more Beatles songs than I do Jimi Hendrix.
Popular. I like that. Can I quote you on that, Carlos?
I'm willing to go out on a limb and suggest the Beatles are fairly popular. Yes, I'm willing to go that far. I am contrarian, Joe. It's like, are the Beatles really though? Are you sure?
That's Exhibit A in provocateurshipness.
Provocateurshipness. That's a word.
It
now.
is. It is.
didn't you choose the Stones over Beatles though?
What wasn't it the
Stones over Beatles.
Was it
Not
Stones
me.
and Beatles though?
Not me, but I
No.
But you posed the question where it was the Stones and somebody else. Was it the
Beatles.
Stones and the Beatles?
yeah.
I said Beatles. You said Stones.
I said Stones
Joe
just
said
because
Stones.
I said Stones because
I said
their style of music is
I think
preferable
Jeremy
to
said
is closer to what I would listen to.
Oh, was it? Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. My mistake.
The thing with that's the reason why I led with music. Music's fun, but again, if you want to argue like goats and categories, that's a little easier. You can make that argument because you can have an appreciation for it. But that's why I use those classical composers as an example. We can talk about who the all-time great classical composers are. When's the last time you listened to the Fifth Symphony? I don't. I've heard it though. Like I've heard it, but I'm just not interesting to me. But it's not my style of music. It's not going to be enjoyable to me.
I think PMN said it right. When you collect musical stuff, guitar picks, and I'd rather get the old record or old waxes that they used to call it. Actually, that's what they called record was wax, and wax is wax. And those type of things I'd rather get opposed to a card. It seems more natural in the collecting sense. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I get you. So let me throw this comment on here, just because this one's directed at Joe. I don't know if you can see this one.
And when I'm in the StreamYard, I can't. It's hard to watch the chat for me.
Sure. So this one is just, did
It
Joe
is.
see my checklist comment last night regarding the music cards?
I did not. I'm sorry, hockey guy.
I want to say though, I thought the comment was just maybe it was a question related to whether there was a checklist or not. And I think the conclusion we came to was yes, there's a checklist out there.
Maybe. I mean, these sets that they put out in, I guess, Holland, because it's right Dutch cards. That's Holland, right?
Okay.
600 cards. I mean, my goodness. So maybe there's a bevy of them, out in the old country. Who knows?
Well, you need to go to DutchMusicCards.com, Joe. Come on.
But
crazy Dutch.
This just isn't about music cards. This is about the new frontier of other cards that were produced at any time that people might take an interest to at any moment. And that doesn't mean they're going to sustain the interest. To Bobby's point, I think, like he said, it's just maybe it's the next thing. Music might be a little more enduring, but you've got TV shows, you've got movies, you've got actors, you've got politicians, you got Ronald Reagan and Barack Obama, you've got, important figures in human history. So, an image, like if we actually step outside of the framework of like a sports card or a card and just think on the pure like image that's being presented to us and preserved from us, produced in a historical moment, Carlos, be it the 60s, the 50s, the 70s,
Yep.
with all that other stuff. I mean, as sports card collectors, we're going to appreciate more of that. But your average human being, if they are fascinated with, Ronald Reagan, for instance, as some person that came along and was a movie star, and then a politician that had influence on human history. They might not care about the productions, the print runs. They might just want that image of a president.
Yeah, you got the Garbage Pail Kids there. Is that like the Chrome version?
Yeah, this
You
is
got like an X Factor going on there.
numbered to 150, man. It's gonna be worth a bank someday. Man.
X Factor, buddy. X Factor.
X Factor.
That's where we're at now. Garbage Pail Kids Chrome.
Or I mean, I finally got a Star Wars card. I had Star Wars cards when I was a kid, like 3 packs worth. But I finally got a Star Wars, and it's great. It's awesome. It's an amazing card. It's just a simple $30 card. It's not that expensive, but it does have some connection to a pretty big phenomenon in, I don't know, do you want to call it artistic history, human history? I mean, it's a myth.
Ongoing history.
It's a modern myth. Odysseus, Luke.
Yeah.
Nice. So I do try to make sure that I do show appreciation for the chat in general, but I rarely dole out praise. And right now I feel like I need to dole out some praise. These 3 comments here that I've got back to back to back, I enjoy on different levels. And I want to make sure I highlight them really quickly. So PMN put on here the question. He goes, maybe we should collect George Washington, which you kind of addressed a little bit when you talk about politicians. Jesus and Gandhi cars, I'm sure they exist. I'm positive they exist. Oh, yeah. It's like, where does the madness end? It doesn't end. But I appreciated the question. I enjoyed the question. The second one here I appreciate in a different level. So I want to get to this one. Problem is, if they release current day music stars, people who collect cards, older crowd would not be as interested. They would have to release NFTs. See, I like the callback. I like the callback to the NFTs. I appreciate that, Mr. LAG. That's why I say I'm appreciating these comments back to back. And then third one, Josh here includes, for those wondering, the spelling of that Swedish whatever is right here. So for anyone who's curious, that is the spelling of it. Very good. One other thing I'll add, though.
Samlarsaker.
Exactly. One thing that I'll include about the current music thing is doing a modern version of that would be borderline impossible. That's why I made reference to a second ago. In the Spotify era where you can explore, and this is more of a general thing, in the Spotify era where you can have certain music in there loaded into these playlists and whatever, and then utilize the discovery function to find bands that have similar type thing, you're going to be able to go down a rabbit hole of these second and third tier bands that sometimes some of my favorite musicians made 3 or 4 albums, and maybe the last album was 8 or 9 years ago, and they don't make music anymore. The band broke up, but I love those 2 or 3 albums. Well, they're not going to make it in this card set, but it turns out I really love those 2 or 3 albums. There was, the name escapes me. I'd have to try to find it. There was this band that made 1 album, and the reason they made 1 album, and the album won awards, but the reason the album was only 1 album is because it was a musical project with a lady singer and her boyfriend at the time. They made this music with it, and it was a really haunting album. But the thing is, she had terminal cancer and died before they released the album. So they finished recording it, they completed it, and it's very beautiful in the way it was done. But that's it. It's a one and done. There's no subsequent album. There's no follow-up for obvious reasons. Lead singer's kind of dead, so you're not going to make a second album. But it was a brilliantly executed, beautiful single album. It's a singular album. But that's still on the more obscure side. And it was still a recognized, appreciated album, posthumously. It was well appreciated, but it's a one and done. There are so many things like that in music history, though, for different reasons. It doesn't have to be for tragic reasons. It can be like the band got together, maybe they hit lightning in a bottle, they put together an amazing album, and then creatively they just couldn't hack it together.
I mean, Vanilla Ice, that's perfect.
Basically the same thing, yes, Brian. Basically the same thing.
The guy was a genius and musical god, and just, I mean, wow. I can't believe what happened.
Basically the same thing, Brian, yes. Basically the same thing, yes.
Well, I brought this up last night, and I don't want to belabor it, but I think when, we're at a point in our lives, all of us, where really important cultural icons will begin to pass, and we've seen it already, and we've seen unfortunate, tragic passings, and we've seen how that affects human beings and how they want to connect And whether that's a sports icon, whether that's an entertainer, it's just a moment where, if you can get close to that, and isn't that kind of one of the origins of collecting in the first place, is like, can I get closer to Willie Mays? Can I be closer to Willie Mays? Like somehow or another, like, I don't know Willie Mays, but if I own a card of Willie Mays, maybe I'm just a little bit closer. I can read his stats. I can kind of feel like I have some relationship with him. And I think, somebody mentioned Tupac last night, and it's like, I'm not a Tupac historian, but I know he's extraordinarily important to the evolution of rap and hip hop. And, if down the road, 50, 100, 200 years, you have a 1999 Tupac card, that might be kind of cool.
Sure. But the only reason I made the point of, and Hockey Guy mentioned about legal stuff and getting it would be a nightmare, which I agree. From a licensing standpoint, it'd be really tough to get a lot of images and things. But the point that I made is the reason why I made that reference about the Pantheon people and the different genres and all that is I said, since music is so subjective, the Spotify point is just that there are so many great musicians, bands, and songs and albums and things like that that maybe have that short run that would never qualify. Like, if we put it in a statistical element, it's like, well, what if you're a one-hit wonder, but the album's actually quite good, but you have to go into these deep cuts. It's a one-time thing. You happen to hit lightning in a bottle, like I said, and maybe you were popular for a cup of coffee. This was your one moment in time, and that was it. But for fans who are like legitimate fans of it, to you, then that would be a worthy addition. But like in a set, what's the threshold? How long does your career being relevant at that top level have to be? So, like, as an example, I'm more in the rock genre. Like I said, Jimi Hendrix, I've listened to some of the stuff that he's done. It doesn't do a lot for me. It's not as exciting for me. But like, I'll take another guitarist who also died young. Pantera, Dimebag Darrell for that. So he's been dead 17 years and they had some great albums and things. If you're a big fan of Pantera, to you, Dimebag would qualify as somebody. But would that qualify for somebody who's outside the genre and maybe isn't interested in it? For somebody who's into pop, does Dimebag Darrell make your set? Probably not.
He makes some top 100 guitarist lists, and he doesn't make others.
Correct.
Yeah.
But now we're back into the subjective thing, right? It is 100% matter of opinion. If you don't like the genre, then it's not going to work for you whatsoever.
Yeah.
Maybe you like the genre, but maybe you like different styles of rock. If it's a different style, well, then again, it's not going to work for you. So maybe you're going to prefer Slash. Maybe you're going to prefer a different guitarist. I think Joe Satarini, I'm going to mispronounce that.
The Edge, or...
Yeah, like, you could pick a whole number of them. You could have a set that is just a set that's strictly great guitarists of rock and roll, and you would still have arguments and debates over who makes the cut.
I'm going to totally change the subject, right, if that's all right for a second.
Yeah. You're muted, Joe, so if you wanted to say something, we couldn't hear you.
I'm ruminating. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, I was thinking today, and I love the Dream Team, and I have lots of, I love Team USA cards and stuff, and they said that there would never be another Dream Team, but man, if you look at the pros we've got playing right now, we might have a team that's good enough to beat the Dream Team. What do you guys think about that? You got Giannis and LeBron and Luka and Harden and Kyrie and Beal, and you think they can take on the Dream Team?
Steph.
So are we going to talk about the possibility that between so if we talk the Dream Team, are we going to talk about the fact that Michael Jordan and Larry Bird are both psychotic and they would probably find some way to sabotage the current version of the team? It's like, we will find a way. It's like,
and we'll say that they're both completely healthy too. Yeah.
It's like, exactly. Like I would say talent wise, I think the current team would stack up well. Mentality wise, the older team would have the mental toughness edge. They would really be they would be psychotic. Like, can you imagine if you put Jordan in that situation again in his physical prime and he's like, I will destroy you.
He did have that.
Yeah. So it would be tough to find a modern guy who would have that type of an edge to them. I'm sure we could, but it would be tougher to find some equivalent on their team because LeBron is talented, but he doesn't have that killer edge. He never has. That's always
No.
been, that in reality, that's a bit of an issue that has always been for him. But in physical talent, this is why I have fun with the whole best. Look, if I take the two players and I take Jordan and LeBron, and I go and compare, LeBron is a physical specimen. He's got all the tools. He's got all the talent. But Michael Jordan has a psychological edge. If they're competing in that context, the psychological edge is for a lot. It stands for a lot. It means a lot. That's always been that's always been LeBron's Achilles heel. He doesn't have that killer instinct, but he's got the talent. If he had the killer instinct to go along with the talent, then we wouldn't be having a debate about who's the GOAT.
And you know, and the Pistons did that too. It was kind of a different time. I don't know if you can have players with that kind of mentality in today's game, can you?
I would argue no.
I would argue no.
But in the scenario you're doing is you're playing two teams against each other in this isolated scenario.
Yeah.
I would say Michael Jordan would actually struggle to win championships because teams would mutiny against him.
They would.
On his
They
own
would.
team. It's the personality of the current player wouldn't jive. But if I put him with his contemporaries as a dream team, his contemporaries with the current guys as their contemporaries, I think that would be a very fair fight. I think it would be it'd be two very different styles. And Hockey Guy touches a different era. Absolutely. And the rules would matter a lot. A lot.
Yeah, the rules would matter. Yes.
Yeah, so Hockey Guy's just correcting my pronunciation. Listen, I took a stab in the dark, man. You knew who I meant because you were able to spell it out here. So you knew who I meant. So at least I gave it a shot. I did laugh though because Seb was talking about this. He goes, "Now I watch more YouTube hockey content than sports. We need cards of Carlos, Jeremy, and Amit." So Amit obviously has his card. He's got that. That's very true. I will say though, he's not the only one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Get that graded at PSA, and
I know, right? I know.
Love that. In
Well,
1990. Oh,
So-
go ahead.
what value do we send that in on?
Oh, priceless, buddy.
Oh.
It's not quite as much as Ziggy Paul for you, rookie, but it's the next best thing.
The centering looks just a little off though, Carlos.
Well, that's the manufacturing tolerances, my friend.
Ooh, man.
That's the top's problem. Can't
And
help you there.
the back.
On the back, I think the centering is off on that one as well. It's a good
Is
old
it
top's
a-
problem.
Are there?
There's your stats. Oh, there we go.
I love it. That's beautiful.
Awesome.
It's got your
Nice.
height and weight on there.
That's
No, they don't include that one, but position first base and it's got my hometown on it. So there you go.
Oh, there you go.
I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with them, but I got a small stack of these things. Got to put it in the one touch though.
Sign.
just to wrap up, let's put a bow on the music stuff. I'm not
Okay.
a music card collector, right? This is just a small little rabbit hole. Maybe it's even a reaction to like Top Shot and all this other stuff going on where it's just like, oh, we're going to think outside the box. Okay, let's, I'll think outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I come up with, not, a video thing that I can't even hold.
That's a meat show.
Well, I mean, I understand. There's
Think outside the box. I meant. Sorry.
yeah, maybe I'm a Luddite. I don't know, but it's still like, and people are making lots of money, and that's great. Good for them. I don't even have the interest. It's like, what's much ado about nothing. To me.
Yeah.
That was a good movie.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm in agreement with it. So sorry. This was specifically your comment is directly pertaining to the whole Top Shot idea, right?
I guess I'm just, in this moment where I am taking a little bit of a fancy to some music cards or boxing cards or Bruce Lee or, Star Wars, I think it's a little bit of like a response to maybe changes that are strange to me. And this is less strange to me. Like this actually makes more sense in my way of understanding collecting and collectibles.
And we can't go to Target or Walmart and buy a damn thing.
Well, that's more of a product of people not having any standards, because it's one of those things where it's like because there's a lot of stuff that you cleared the shelf. It's like, why did you clear the shelf of that?
Asshole.
So because that's all there is. It's like, so what? Just because it's there doesn't mean you needed it.
Yeah.
Did you really feel the need? Like, this is what you needed to clear the shelf of? Some of it is like, no, leave it. There's a reason for it.
They're selling it for 3x the same day.
Well, I'm assuming
Assholes.
I'm secretly hoping
Sorry.
I'm secretly hoping that that's what Brian wants to do with the Pro Set brand. I would love for him to start making retail product and have it on the shelf so that I could, vlog myself going over, finding it on the shelf and going, all right, so what should I do? Oh, I know, leave it there. And then seeing how long for them to sell one. It's like, what happens? Like, no, you just see the flipper walk by and he's like, nope. Turns right around.
I literally bought that Leaf baseball because it was the only thing there, and I wasn't leaving empty-handed.
I've seen those. I've seen those blasters, Brian. I know what you're talking about.
Oh man, they were bad.
Tempted out of desperation. But getting back to Carlos's point earlier in the show, I was listening to you guys, even though I was watching the All-Star game and enjoying Steph Curry winning the 3-point contest. But Carlos, you're absolutely right.
That happens sometimes.
Money amounts to why Panini can continue to do what it does to us. So we can't complain until we devote our resources in a different direction, and people won't do it. People just won't do it. It's like the delta is so far. There's so much desperation for people to be able to rip wax, to feel like they're getting something where they have an opportunity gambling that they have the hobby by the short hairs.
Just nobody buy product for like 3 months. It'll go away.
We could all make that pact right now, Brian. We could all say that, and we could like tell 20 friends, and there would still, I hope that could happen. Maybe we could speak with our feet, or, have some impact on the fundamental level of economics, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. And it's problematic.
You can call it card stop.
Card stop.
Look at you.
You love that one.
But what I was going to say was that every single time that this comes up, and I hear it, and we hear it all the time. There's no doubt. But it's like, guys, we go down this path, and Joe touched on, he said the magic words at the end. It's like, there is this, it's basically an addiction is what it is, because there's some folks who just can't help themselves. They're like, they need to. And I'm like, why? It's almost like what I said earlier. I made the joke about the Pro Set thing, but I promise if Brian did make a Pro Set thing, people would take it off the shelf. I'm like, literally, like, why? He could literally buy he could buy my half torn Pro Set card, throw it into a retail box, and somebody would buy it. And I'm like, why? Even if you knew what was inside, you'd still do it.
It would be the famous one. Carlos
like,
up on the show.
It would be encapsulated with a thing on the back that says "as torn" on the March 7th edition because of Carlos's Sunday hobby chat.
There we go.
And I'm sitting there like, Brian, why? He's like, Carlos, can you sign these stickers? No, I'm not signing stickers that you're going to put on this thing.
Well, I think I have an answer, Carlos. At least I have an answer for me, because I've probably ripped more wax in the last 12 months than in the last
ripped a lot.
12 years, to be honest. I wasn't, and it's connected to the pandemic. It's connected to being isolated and not having a whole lot of other outlets. And yeah, maybe there's, the gambling element or something like that, but there's something going on, I think, in all of our experiences where we're looking to feel a little bit more alive, and pulling a big card gives us that opportunity. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I get the general idea, but it's one of those things where my only pushback on it is that sometimes I think people in the hobby are conditioned to this point, because for me, and again, your mileage may vary. This is the thing about the hobby. Your mileage may vary because what you want to get out of it is going to determine how you're going to approach it. Your approach is entirely built on that, what you want to get out of it. For me, for a long time, I love opening packs. It's fun. But there are a lot of different ways I can open packs, right? Like there's a lot of different products that are cheaper. If I need the newest product, well then yeah, that's going to create a problem for me. But if I just want to open packs, well, there's a lot of options still out there available. Let's not get that far. Settle down. I would do it for the content. And be like, so after we're done, it's like, what are you going to do with those cards? You're going to give them to the kids. It's like, so I'm thinking.
Touche, Bobby.
Fire pit. I'm thinking fire pit. Slow motion fire pit. And then we'll just play, and then I'll see if I can get the rights to the Survivor theme, and we'll just play that as I throw more cards into the fire pit. Exactly. But the thing is, if that's what you need, then fair enough. I get it. But at the same time, it's like, look, if I have X amount of dollars to spend, there's two things. Number one, I probably would want to buy some singles because then I can get what I want. That's the first thing. Again, it might be tougher now because some of the stuff's more expensive. That's part of it. But then the other side of it is sometimes, and this is very controversial, sometimes it's okay if you can't find the thing you're looking for. The thing you are looking for is a little too expensive, whatever. Sometimes it's okay to buy nothing. It's very controversial. It's something I'm just putting out there into the world. Sometimes it's okay to buy nothing.
Carlos, you're the Brer Rabbit.
I know.
We should just that's a mic drop, man. Should we just sign off? Y'all have a good night.
It's true. Take a break. I don't know. I've never paid 3x for a box. I won't do it.
Nobody is putting a gun to your, like, I'm saying this seriously though. Like, nobody is putting a gun to your head going like, oh my God, I have to buy a card this week or else, like, what, you die? I enjoy, like, there was a stretch there, especially at the tail end of last year, where like a bunch of cards came up because of the way the market was. A bunch of the cards that were desirable to me from the era I particularly like collecting came up one after another. And they were tough cards to find for years. They've just not been available. And they came out of the woodwork. And it necessitated more spending than I even wanted to do because of it. But then it slowed down. And now I'm seeing them once in a while now. It's slowed down a lot because now I have the copy I wanted. So that is no longer an issue. And some of the other ones that I was looking at is no longer an issue. And that's okay. But the end result is, but some people are literally like, if they can't find the thing they're looking for, and I'm going to reference it here, they're looking for the zigzag and they're looking like non-sport or whatever. It's like, but did you have to buy it? Did you really want it? If you want the music cards, then buy the damn music cards, please. By all means, do it. But if you're just looking like, well, if I buy the music cards, it's cheaper. And I was like, well, do you want the music cards? I said, well, they're all right. So then you don't really want the music cards, is you just wanted to buy something. Why? Why not buy nothing? If you want the thing, then buy it. But if you don't really want the thing, then don't buy it? Question mark?
Enjoy the 10,000 cards you've got sitting around your room.
Yes. Go back to the archive. Over the next couple of weeks and the next couple of months, as some of the buying stuff is slowing down, I'm going to go back in and do some showcase on some of the stuff I've already got because I've got a whole pile of stuff that I haven't had the chance to show off on the channel. I will make some videos where I'll go into that section. It's like, here's certain themes. These are some certain sets and years that I can go back into. Here's a little bit of vintage stuff. There's a whole section in there that I can go back into, and that gives me months of content. I don't necessarily have to buy anything. I'll still pick up some stuff when I see it, but it doesn't have to be. It isn't required.
Enjoy what you got.
Yeah. But I feel like some people almost feel compelled, like, well, if I don't buy something, like inertia will happen and like I will die. It's like the shark that stops moving. It's like, no, it isn't. You won't die if you stop moving. You can sit there, chill, and enjoy your stuff for a little while. It's okay. It's fine. So Seb just says here, non-sports Zig cards, are there so many that people make money for a few months? Because we know almost nobody really collects in the long run. There are definitely some people that do, but I think some people are, that's the reason I'm making the reference of, there's some people who are buying this stuff because they're just looking for something that's affordable, but they're buying the thing just because it's there. Not because they wanted it, because it's been there the whole time. It was affordable last year too, but you didn't want it because there was other stuff you actually wanted that was in the front of the line, but now that stuff's too expensive, so you moved on to the other thing. You just keep moving down the line.
Yeah, or if I can't buy cards, then I start looking through all my old cards, trying to find cards to send into PSA that I can get back 2 years later.
Yeah. So good evening, Jeremy. Fred Rogers rookie card. There you go.
You could also say, Markelle Fultz, or, at this point, Cam Newton. I mean, there's a lot of ways to throw your money to the wind, and if you're going to necessarily Kevin Moss, Kevin Moss. Where are all the Kevin Moss collectors? Would you rather have Kevin Moss or Bruce Lee?
Well, I think if we go far enough down the line, Joe, if the Bruce Lee card goes up enough, there will be some people who will buy Kevin Moss unironically because they will have run out of other stuff to buy, and it'll be like that's why Hockey Guy makes the reference here, and he says he had to close eBay, and I was like, yeah, I think here's the thing: you could restore. Okay, so again, we've avoided, and I'm not going to do it, but we'll touch on it really briefly. We've avoided doing the the economics chat, but the equilibrium in the hobby for people is established when some of you are so far priced out that you stop buying. Because you stop buying, it takes the pressure off. Because it takes the pressure off, it brings things naturally back into alignment. But this is the only area of the hobby where you have so many people who proclaim to be into capitalism that want to. They're into capitalism, but they want socialism. It's like, well, you guys need to fix this. It's like, how about you just stop buying the thing? Then it won't sell. It'll sit on the shelf. The message will be delivered. They will produce less of it, or they'll produce what you actually want. In the hobby, capitalism does work. But you guys are breaking it because you're buying garbage because you just need to buy something. Well, then what's the point of stopping?
I don't know. I really like that Lena Ford card, but I'd have to get an Ozzy to go with it because that's
Correct.
really the only good song she made with him, in my opinion.
But that's the thing, is that there are people who are running out to buy all these things, and I'm sitting there like, my only question, I only ask one. Okay, do you actually want the thing? Whatever it is, insert whatever it is. I'm like, do you actually want the thing? If the answer is yes, go with my blessing. With my blessing, please. Buy as many as you want. But if you're borderline, if the answer is no, or if you're like hesitating, I'm like, so then why'd you buy it? You don't seem so sure.
Because I can.
But those are the same people who are complaining that the prices are up. The same ones. So I'm like, I don't know how to help you. Like I've tried to help you, and the best I can do is say, like, don't stop, take a break. I think there's this irrational fear, though, that if people say that too much, they're like, oh, but you're driving people out of the hobby. No, I'm not. I'm driving them into spending their money more wisely.
Yeah.
And if the hobby's not the best place for them to spend money right now, then yes, don't spend it. Do something else. Chill out and wait. If the demand is real, well, then the price will keep going up forever, and you're priced out of it, and move on and find something else to do. But if it's not, if it's happening because it's happening right now, then eventually that demand will go down, and the prices will come back down to equilibrium. They will find you again.
But can we agree that sports cards have perhaps never had as much public acknowledgement or recognition right now? I mean, I saw it on ESPN. I look at ESPN pretty much every morning, and there was the Kobe sale on ESPN. So where I go is that cards and any sort of phenomenon are becoming more recognized, in the context of hard assets, in the context of arbitrage or diversified portfolio, whatever you want to call it. And so I think that's just a real opportunity for people who maybe sports isn't their thing. You know what I mean? Maybe it's I don't want to, I don't want to belabor the music. It could be anything. It could be, history. It could be art. Maybe we'll get some Picasso cards here in a sec. Who knows?
Dare we live the dream? Can we have Picasso Prism, Joe? Can we have
Picasso Prism?
Like, bro,
isn't that what a blast?
I love the alliteration, Joe. The alliteration.
Yeah,
Picasso Prism. Think about it.
I mean, I don't have I haven't arrived in my thinking in this. I guess I'm spitballing with you guys because you're cool and you're my friends, and I feel like I can do that. I mean, I'm trying to kind of understand the context. So much has changed even in just the last 6 months that like we need to kind of where are we grounding ourselves in this? And I think there's a lot of ways to go at this point.
Post-COVID, it'll take over and solve a lot of the problems that people are having because they'll be motivated to do other things, like go out and spend their money on other things where we can't right now. So be fine with whatever you're buying. If you want to overspend on it, that's your choice. But I mean, filling the gap is a fair and equitable thing to do right now. Nobody's complaining about it.
Or not buying, as Carlos mentioned, the uncola, if you will.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can. That is an option. I think there's a segment of the market who genuinely doesn't understand that is an actual option. It is one of the possibilities you can explore if the current offerings are not to your liking, if the current values are not to your liking, And if you don't want to go backwards, then that is another option you can explore, because then maybe then you can have, to use the term, then you can have the dry powder for when the thing comes up that you do want. Because if I'd rather not keep compromising, maybe there is something that I want that is going to be more expensive. So then maybe I'd rather wait until that thing is available. But in the meantime, all the little expenditures I'm making all the way along the way of stuff I'm kind of lukewarm on, that's eating into that funding for when the moment comes. So it's like, I'm hurting myself. When the thing comes that I actually want, it's like, well, now I have to basically double dip because now I'm buying something. I bought a bunch of stuff I didn't really want. I didn't really care about. And now I have to still buy the thing that I want, and more money is going out of my pocket.
Then you have to sell.
But well, that's exactly it, right? But we joke about the thing. That's why I have fun with concepts like the Prism Picasso or the Atomic Refractor Picasso. They really live the dream. But it's fun, like whatever, man. Chrome Dolly. I would love
Stroke,
that.
use, brush, all this other fun stuff they could put on that Picasso card.
Yeah. Gary Vee doesn't like Picasso, I believe. Nice. Yeah. So Jess Card collects F1 cards, vintage model. Fair.
Cool.
I think there's room. There have always been collectors for a lot of this stuff. Because Canadian baseball cards, Mike. So he was joking. He did a video. Now the thing with Mike, and I tease him, and I have fun with this, because he has he'll come up with these joke videos, but the joke video will have such a long build up to the punchline, and he actually showed bowling cards, and I literally put in the comments, I go, and I don't remember, I think it was in the comments I put in, it's like, get back to me when you got Prism bowling. I don't care about this. Get back to me when we got Prism bowling, real bowling cards. We want some Prism is what we want.
So
right.
Carlos, how long before we see a Saturday Night Live with somebody playing King Golden?
I think, well, in fairness, now here's maybe a fun take that we'll have on this one. I think it could be soon because while sports cards are elevating, I don't think they're at the point of cultural relevance where they would have been in Saturday Night Live in the heyday. But given that Saturday Night Live is borderline irrelevant, next week. They could actually get Ken Golden to play Ken Golden.
So
Very true.
What are your props? You're the producer here. You've got to put together a caricaturized scene. What are you doing? Are you on a plane? You definitely have Perrier. You definitely got some Perrier.
Well, I think you need like 47 drinks because because one of my favorite things when he did one of the lives is that he was literally drinking every 4 seconds. But one time it was Perrier, then it was water, then I think there was a Diet Coke, then I think there was another soft drink, then it was a different I think it was 2 different flavors of Perrier, and he just kept flipping between. I was like, "Do you have like 6 bottles open at the same time? Is that what's happening right now?"
There was no cuts. It was all
he just kept switching between them. He kept rotating, and I was like, "Did you finish any of these drinks?" This is what I want to know. This is the part that was unclear to me. Did you finish any of those drinks? Any of the 6? That's amazing.
I love people that I feel like I can gently poke fun at and still root for. I mean, I don't got anything against Ken Golden. He's elevating his game and landing in the opportunity zone that he's created for himself, and that's awesome. But he is like when I saw the plane, the Honus Wagner on the plane was just. I felt like that was the closest thing I've experienced to being in a cinema in a movie in the last year, for sure. I mean, it takes me back to like whatever that, Eastwood or the latest Tarantino movie, California, the one with Hollywood.
Are you talking about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood or something like that?
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I felt like I was like in some sort of version of reality that was that.
Well, I think here's the thing. Well, I'll play along with this thread for a second because I enjoy the concept of it, and some of the chat does as well. Yeah, I think Once Upon a Time, perfect. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood or something like that. I think that sounds about right. The fun part though with Ken Golden is that he has one thing that you need for Saturday Night Live. You need definable traits that you can spoof. The amount of drinks, definable trait you can spoof. He struggles with his phone a lot. Like, I think he has some issues with technology. Like, here's the thing. I know he's not a young guy, but I was like, Ken, you're not old enough to be pulling the grandpa stunt on this phone. He's like, you've got adult kids, I grant you, but really like young adult kids. So you're not able to pull the grandpa like, you need to get somebody to teach you how to use this phone because it looks like a struggle every time he grabs it. So that's another trait that you could have some fun with. Celebrity name drops. You got to do the celebrity name drops. That's key, critical. So did I ever tell you guys that I used to do with Shaq? Hold on, let me show you the picture of me and Shaq. It's got to be like one. It's got to be like one time per skit. Him showing a picture of him and Shaq, and then got to show the picture of the bats, and then he'll just randomly go to like his family photos. I'm seeing like, oh, for God's sake.
God, we must be bored.
I was like, damn, man. It's like, do we need to show? It's like, am I concerned about these pictures of your family? It's like, okay, look, just show the Shaq picture again. You might as well do that.
Are we that bored?
We know
Yes.
who he is.
8,000 views on it, Bobby. 8,000 views on that last one. On Instagram, it takes a little bit of work to get to 8,000 views because it's not 8,000 watching all at once. It's people watching later too.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you guys talk about it because I gotta keep up on it. Otherwise, I don't.
But that's why I said I appreciate it because it gives us fodder for entertainment. It gives us something to talk about. But here, this point is actually the perfect one because Ken was more concerned about banning people than talking about his auction because he was getting trolled in the comments and he was sitting there like, and I think at one point he was going to jot down the name of somebody and then somebody was like, you can ban him yourself just by going in and doing the thing.
Now. Do it. Yeah.
Just do the thing.
Yeah. He's gone.
Someone sent Ken the stream from last week. I'll show him how it's done. I got annoyed and I blocked somebody. He's like, you can do both. You can do both, buddy. You can do both.
Well,
I promise.
and I mean, for understandable reasons, Ken is a mercenary, so his existence in the hobby lends itself to looking into all the other things because he's gonna be positively disposed to any card that he's selling, right? It's not not about I'm going Kobe or I'm going LeBron or I'm doing this Gretzky. It's actually the tops is ticking up and you'd be surprised. It's like whatever card lands on his shores, that's the card, and exciting. Like he probably dismisses it's great like looking at him go through a box. Have you seen him open a box? Like he gets 100 cards and 20 of them are in, six-figure land or more, 7, who knows? And he's just like going through them, just like, yeah, this, oh, wow, this. And then you wonder what he's not even looking at.
Yeah. Well, I think though, like if you operate in that space, one of the running gags has been for some time because a couple of my buddies will watch some of the pickup videos I do. In the context of my collection, I'll pick up a lot of rarer cards for my player and stuff like that. And it'd be like, well, it's like, because it became a running joke because they would say, oh, nice little card. It became kind of a running gag. It's like, well, the thing is like, once you've seen the best versions of some of the cards that you're picking up for your genre, for your player, whatever your level happens to be at, I can't fake enthusiasm beyond. I get satisfaction. I'm less enthusiastic about some of the cards sometimes than I am satisfied. I get a satisfaction from building up that portion of the collection. It's the journey. It is the acquisition to fulfill the piece, to add to that piece. It's the buildup. I get enthusiastic about the big picture when it's all together as I'm putting together the thing. But the individual components of it are just a piece of that vision. But for Ken, in his line of business, he's getting stuff in all the time. The money doesn't mean anything anymore when it's like, this is $1 million card, this is $1 million card, this is $1 million card, this is a $500,000 card, this is a $100,000 card. What does it mean anymore? It's not even his money. It's his money that he's trying to get for somebody else. So his job is to convey. That's why it's always interesting. But again, in the same vein, to your point, when he does the unboxing thing, it's kind of fun watching. It's like, I feel like you struggle with the unboxing too. Like I was like, I feel like it's almost dangerous letting you unbox this box. Should we get somebody to help you with this?
Well, I still had the PWCC boxing fiasco in my mind as I was watching him. I mean, that's how these polyphonic big time hobby personages are they're communicating in a strange way, not directly, but by their actions, and sort of what's emerging out of their the funky stuff that's coming up for them. And it's great theater. Like I can't argue that his way of presenting himself and the hobby is good for the hobby. I mean, it is. Even though I sometimes take a little bit of like, I might have a different perspective on that. It's still good for the hobby that all that energy is being generated.
I think there's a lot to that, and I would say Ken Golden is aware of his shtick. That's why I said the Saturday Night Live shtick could work, because you've got enough idiosyncrasies built into his presentation that you can spoof and play off of them. But one of the things that plays as part of it as well is that when you get into it, his job is to sell the thing that he's selling. At the end of the day, that's his main approximate job. But part of that too is you got to find a way to keep the audience engaged and entertained. Well, how do you do that? Well, take them on a plane. Do like a plane thing. Or be outside in the wind with horrible audio randomly in a beach and do one of those. Or when you're back in the office doing that and you're going to show some cards, before you do that, go and take a bunch of unsolicited shots at eBay. And basically say, so eBay contacted me and they asked me, how do you vouch for buyers and things like that? And the thing is, I have no reason to believe that conversation didn't happen, but I think it's funny that he felt like he needed to bring it up and be like, let me tell you guys how incompetent eBay is, guys. They needed to ask me how to vouch for things. I was like, okay. And even when he was doing the unboxing, he goes, oh, one of my favorite things is whenever we get something from the PWCC vault. Sorry, Brent. And he's like, rips it off. And I'm like, it's like, I love that you're just randomly taking pot shots at everybody. It's like, whoever works for you that day. And it's like, look, everybody sucks but Ken Golden Auctions. One of these days he's just going to come out and be like, everything sucks except the auction that I have in the cards that I'm selling. Everything. Just buy everything from me.
He reminds me of the guy, I'm not really a wrestling fan, but the old the old promoter. What was his name? Who's a wrestling fan?
Gene Oakland?
The promoter? You mean Vince?
Vince, yes.
Yeah, Vince.
He reminds me of Vince, big time.
He reminds me of 1980s Vince.
Yeah, totally. 100%.
We have to go back. Like, we have to go back to the... It's like, this is so telegraphed, sir. I understand we're playing a shtick, but it's like, he's 1985 Vince McMahon is what he is. When I'm watching, it's like, this is 1985 Vince. It's like, that's what I'm getting from you. Yeah, so I like hearing he goes, yeah. And the thing is, Ken is wise. Like I said, Ken understands. He does have an understanding of the shtick that he's portraying. He does understand the character that he's playing here. This is part. That's why I said the 1985 Vince. That's why I use it. 1985 Vince was way over the top, even in his delivery. And there were things like he wasn't particularly good at commentating, but he was the color commentator, but he also owned the company. Yeah. So he'd be sitting there going, and like, there would be times like he wasn't a savant. He was in the wrestling business. He grew up in it. He understood it, but he didn't understand a lot of the technicalities of it, but he was a play-by-play commentator. And he'd be sitting there and something would happen. And he has no idea what that move is called. So he'd be like, what a maneuver.
What a maneuver.
And it became a joke. It's like, what a maneuver. It's like, what maneuver is it? What's it called? It has a name. What a maneuver is not a name.
Favorite maneuver.
But he would do what a maneuver like 15 times an episode. Because when I was growing up in the late 80s and early 90s, they had WWF superstars. And by that point, he was out of that. That's why I say 1985. He was in the mid to late 80s when he was the commentator. But then he was still doing the bits where he would be holding the microphone doing the interviews. And it was always funny because it's like he owns the company. So the guy he's talking to is one of his employees, but he'd have Jesse the Body Ventura who would spend all his time bullying him. It's like, but technically that's his boss.
Yeah.
So he understood what it was. He understands what we're doing here. He's supposed to be the geeky announcer who gets abused. But then the day came where it fit the storyline narrative where it's like, okay, now I'm going to out myself as the owner, where people kind of knew for years. That's like, yeah, you're not the commentator. You are the commentator, but you're the commentator by choice because you're actually the owner. So everything that happens here is all under your purview. Everything you survey is happening because you decided it needs to happen. You're actually in charge. And then once it became it, it's like, okay, now there you are. But it's a shtick. It's a gimmick. Golden in some ways embodies that. He does embody that today. But now it's Instagram Live. That's
no doubt.
Who else do you see up there as far as luminaries and influencers in the hobby at this point, Carlos? Who's your like Mount Rushmore at this point?
It's today. You mean of influencers?
Yeah, in the hobby.
Golden,
other than yourself.
Oh,
No,
obviously. I have my own trading card, Bobby. I don't know if you know
I
that.
know.
Rushmore right here. Of course, we're Rushmore, right?
And unlike a Meats,
The
mine's
rest of
good.
them.
Good
Unlike Meats,
question.
mine's good. I didn't
Good
Photoshop
question.
myself on Mario Lemieux like some people. It's like my picture's actually me.
I mean, there's some low hanging fruit here, obviously.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
Chris,
So
John.
let's take a stab. Let's take a serious stab at this one for a second. Let's have a little fun with it. Okay. So Golden, yes, just because obviously right now, at the moment, this is subject to change. People are fickle, so the time can change. But at the moment, Golden can hold court on Instagram and get attention. He really can.
Brian Gray.
I think Brian Gray has a little bit of that right now. Still, yes, I think he's still because he's in the game. He's in the hobby. He's around, and he is still obviously making product. So he has some aspect of that, and he does participate in the hobby as a buyer. So if you talk about influence, there's the words and then there's the actions, right? And if you go to his social medias, sometimes he's telling you what he's buying. So he's kind of influencing in two ways. He goes literally, he's like, I am buying this stuff. So that is an influence, right? In two ways. Number one, what you're saying, but also what you're doing. So that's two.
Gary
I would
Vee?
say Gary Vee. Yes, Gary Vee.
Sorry.
No, but we were thinking the same vibe. Gary Vee has to be in that category because if he still shows some cards in social media, that still has an impact. Now it's temporary. It's this temporary spike that'll hit, but it's still a spike. You'll still see it in the immediate aftermath of him showing something. He'd be the third guy. And
Dave.
GW.
Vegas Dave.
I don't know if he actually...
He's the arch villain.
He's a villain, but I don't know if he has the resonance. Like right now,
Oh, he
says...
does. He's got the views.
Views, yes, but like, are the views actioning into something? Because when he said it, did anything move? We're talking about influence, not just attention. If it's attention, then yes, I'll throw him in as number 4. But if I'm
Mental
talking,
influence, maybe.
that's what I'm trying to get at. Like it's very borderline for him. Gary Vee, even if it's temporary, I will see a spike. I'll see a spike in the thing he's showing. Brian can cause temporary spikes in certain things because he's also buying, so he's like influencing it two ways.
Pro set. Yeah.
And Golden can at least we'll see about that pro set thing. But Ken Golden gets attention, and he can have a temporary, influence on something as well. So these guys can at least, the first 3 that we named, I am comfortable in saying at least for a temporary moment in time, I do see the influence physically manifesting itself. For Vegas Dave, I see nothing.
Well,
He'll say stuff. People will talk about it. We'll have some fun. We'll have some laughs. But
he kind of dived pretty deep into Top Shot, and I feel like he's sort of like hustling in that market right now. I more interested in that than creating content, or at least from what I can tell. I
Sure.
like Vegas Dave, but yeah, he's kind of slowed down recently.
you know who I'll say has a shot right now? I'm comfortable in saying I think right now it's 3. I really do think it's 3. I don't think there's a clear number 4 to me. But I will say, if given time, because it's more of an underground thing that's got to build. I like the possibility of, because remember, we're talking about influence. Remember, sports cards, let's remember what we're talking about in terms of the genre. To influence doesn't mean you need millions of people to follow. It can be a couple hundred or a couple of thousand directed in the right way can have an influence. That's enough. If it's directed, if it's in a coordinated manner in the right direction. Because remember, we're saying that Ken Golden has a little bit of influence as well, but his thing gets like 8,000 views. It's not 8 million views. It's 8,000 views. But people are paying attention and it's getting out there. Does that make sense? Go ahead, Brian.
Do you think Jeff Wilson has influence?
I think he gets views, but I feel like a lot of people just kind of watch passively.
Okay, I watch him and I watch passively. But
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like I think a lot of folks, but I think there's maybe the test would have been the Select thing. Remember when he did the thing with Select? Did you see any change in Select?
Not really. Select was always gaining momentum, and it's still gaining momentum.
Yeah.
I saw a little. What about Nat Turner?
I don't think Nat Turner's tried to use influence. Now, I think he's out. I think people, when I focus on the influence piece, because it's one thing for people to know who you are. That's one thing. But it's another thing for something you do to, because when Nat Turner's been sharing stuff on Instagram all the time, but he's sharing stuff that's in his collection. Is that necessarily moving the needle? I guess the one thing he did that was a big splashy thing is when he bought that PMG green. So that was a big purchase, but it was like a temporary thing. It like was a one-time move that did a thing. Because for some people it like accelerated a process that was in progress. So it's like people were at least paying attention to concept. It was a big card, especially in the basketball realm. So it did have some ripple effect. But I don't know if there's been the subsequent move that has had the ripple effect other than being part of buying PSA. But that's more general. That's not a specific thing that was influenced right after.
It hasn't been very public either.
I feel that the fourth one is yet to be determined. And I feel like the fourth one will end up being someone who has to build from the ground up. That's the reason why I made reference to that relatively small amount of people you have to influence. I wouldn't be shocked if the social media part of it keeps building. If a kid like Sasha T doesn't come up and become an influencer, because there are young kids who are following him, who are paying attention to what he's doing, and who are in some ways emulating what he's doing. So in that sense, at this lower level, he is influencing
I think
some
he
people.
is.
He is.
He
That's
is
his point.
prompting some people to do, and we're paying attention to him.
It's
Because
fun.
on the
'Cause
crossover,
no one else
he
is going live.
on the crossover, he got referenced in one of the questions. He's got his content he's producing, and I think it's good quality content. I think it's interesting. I pay attention to it. Does it influence what I do? It does not. But is it important for me to understand what he's doing? Yes, I'm paying attention. So in that sense, he's got our attention. But I know that for some of those kids that are watching him, he is influencing them. They are taking cues from some of the strategies and concepts because he's explaining what he's doing. He's not just doing the thing, he's also explaining it.
He did that especially in his last one. He really went into explaining to the younger people, what
He
to
doesn't
buy.
really. Oh, I'm sorry, Bobby. Go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm finished, Brian.
Yeah, he doesn't really go into who he's buying or who he's looking for, though. But he goes into depth about everything else. But he doesn't
think
seem
so.
to say that I'm going after a certain player or a certain card. He keeps it under wraps.
Well, I
KD,
think
man,
he,
KD.
he is kind of operating a business, though, from his perspective.
well,
he's,
no
like-
doubt.
he's not going to
Yeah.
flat out just say, like, oh, yeah, by the
Right.
way, guys, this is exactly what I'm buying. This is
Yeah, of course,
exactly.
that'd be
Sasha's like the 72 tops in action card. He's proven. I mean, you can take notes if you want and see what he's buying, but he's doing the thing. He's not talking about the thing.
Which is smart.
yeah.
It's wise. Like
It's
it really
smart.
is. It
Yeah.
really is. I'm including this comment here because I am familiar with P. Ryan, and I've caught some of his stuff. I like it. I'm interested. What I think about his views, it depends on the view. Like he's got a lot of opinions on a couple of different things. So I think if you're more specific, it'd be a little easier to answer to it. But I've caught some of his stuff. There's just so much stuff out there. It gets really tricky to pay attention to all of it. There's just a lot. We try to touch on stuff where we can, but it gets tricky. Yeah, Bet David is an interesting one, but like he's around. But it's one of those things like if he was more Bet David is more general. He kind of pops in and out. He's obviously involved, like he buys cards and stuff like that. So he does discuss them. But it does get a bit tricky because it's like he's not in it day to day, and I don't expect him to be. Like that's not an expectation for me. He's a businessman. He does business, and he happens to collect cards. He happens to talk about cards from time to time.
But I think that's a really important element of being an influencer is having, sort of influence beyond just the scope of the hobby per se. And that's what's intriguing to me about that nomination of Patrick Bett, which I might support in top 10 because he clearly has some big ticket cards.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm learning from his other YouTube channels about basic economic principles that I was never exposed to that are maybe not like, ridiculously advanced, but they're interesting to me and they have some relevance to sports cards.
Yeah. But that's, kind of where we touched on a couple of different times. I'm a supporter of any time someone brings that in because it's like, no, it's good for people to your point, it's good for people to hear that because then it explains some of the decisions. Way back in the chat, Ziggy asked the question, like, why wouldn't PSA cap the amount of submissions? Well, it doesn't make business sense. It would make you happier. I understand that. But it's, and this is maybe a different way of phrasing it. These businesses are not in the business of making you happy. They're in the business of making you accepting or content enough to keep. They would actually rather you never be happy, be grumpy, grumble about it, and still spend the money. Because if you're super happy, then it means they're probably giving you too much. They're like, nope, actually, I don't want you to ever be happy. I want you to be accepting or content-ish. That's enough. Because then it means we're probably making the right amount of money on you. But you're still buying.
Let's not forget about, Card Ladder, Josh and Chris. I mean, they're certainly,
I was thinking about them, yeah.
And when you have a platform like that, even though I think they're presenting, I mean, they have opinions, but they're also doing an objective reckoning of market data, which provides a lot of, interesting conversations. And so, yeah, and I enjoy their, crossover on Friday nights. I have a fun time there.
Yeah, I would say part of the reason I left them out of it is because they're involved in the hobby, they, on the day-to-day specific card thing, have to be very much stop and start. You can talk about certain things, but it's like they have to go out of the way because, Chris knows this. You have to be like, you can't talk about, if somebody asks you an explicit question about a specific card in a specific scenario in a specific thing, you can be like, because you asked this exact question, I will give you my best opinion on that exact thing. I am not going to volunteer an opinion on said card without you specifically asking for it. And even then, I'm going to try to limit this as much as possible because I'm trying not to influence you beyond answering your question.
But I mean, Josh will give you a little more.
He will, but that's what hour 2 Josh and hour 3 Josh is for. At some point, if I ever bring him back on, I'll be like, can you just start off with hour 2 and hour 3? Because in hour 2 and hour 3, Josh, and then I can have ourselves a little fun. I'm already a provocateur in hour 1. He's like, let's go hour 2 and hour 3, Josh. That's the guy I want to talk to.
What about the insert revolution?
Wow. That's a different type of influence. They do have the Hockey Oracle on there, so that is the thing.
That is, I know. It's hard to. I was thinking about it, but maybe, yeah.
I think the problem is there's 2 of them, so they kind of negate some of the influence together.
I think so.
I want to give some honorable mentions. Mr. Bobby Burrell is right here with us, and his knowledge is formidable. Carvin is a voice that I learn a lot from and respect. I mean, there's if we take the time to actually think through who we listen to and who we respect, there's probably a lot of, maybe not at the magnitude that we're talking about Rushmore influencers, but really important voices in the hobby.
Well, that's why I made a distinction though. Like when you ask the question, and this is where we have some fun because I'll go back and forth between us having a little fun with the silliness and then also taking the question seriously. Where I took the question seriously was I'm trying to distinguish between we're paying attention to you and influencer. I was really specific because if we say, okay, content providers we enjoy watching, well, then Sasha T's there right away. It's much easier for me because he is developing a base. Like I like the base. It's much quicker for me to put him in there because I like what he's doing. I'm also interested in what he's doing. It's easier for me to do that. In that case, from listening to, I could put Beckett because at least people do listen to. Does he influence anybody? Beckett's been out of the game a little bit. Like he's in the game, but he's out of the game, if you know what I'm saying. Like he's around. Like he does talk to some folks, but he isn't running the magazine anymore. He doesn't run the brand. His association to Beckett is that it's his last name. So it's not the same. If we say in 1995 Beckett, well, then he's in a much stronger position because he's still there. He's still in charge of the company. He's got content though. Like he's out there, but he's also on Hobby Hotline. But, and this isn't a knock, go and check out Hobby Hotline. There's a bunch of different folks on there that do a lot of things that are interesting in there and people watch it. Are they getting thousands of views? No, they're not. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I'm not knocking it because I don't get thousands of views, so I'm not casting stones. What I'm saying though is consider the names on there and then consider that in the hobby, still not drawing thousands of views. Whereas if we go by views, Jeff Wilson's a much bigger influencer. He's a way bigger influencer than Beckett. But that's why when I was talking to Brian, it's like, but how many people are watching casually? Are you actioning depending on what you're hearing? You're watching, but is it prompting some kind of action on your part? If the answer is no, then visual, yes. Attention, yes. Influencer, not so much.
So action is connected to influencer. In other words,
I would think so.
Like if if you can say something and people start getting their wallets out and throwing money at that, or thinking that's a good idea, then that's influence.
I think by definition, yes, because it's, and now, by the way, it doesn't have to be a wallet. It
Does
could
not
be
mean money. Yeah.
It could be. That is the strongest indicator. Like if you can
Sure.
if you can get some money out of somebody's wallet, that's a super strong indicator of influence. But the secondary one could be, even if your word causes someone to take pause, you can be you can interrupt the circuit. If you can interrupt the circuit, you're doing something. But if you say a bunch of stuff and the circuit just keeps going and nothing happens, like it's in one ear and out the other, in one ear and out the other, in one ear and out the other, you could watch every single episode, listen to every single podcast, do whatever, and it's like, is it influencing you? Well, not really. Okay, what did they say in the last episode? Oh, I don't remember. You listen to every episode. What did they say? I don't recall. But even if they cause you to think about something and it causes a pattern interrupt where you're like, wait, I was thinking about this thing they talked about, that's still a form of, because it caused you to stop the uninterrupted path you were just going down, even if it's pausing for a moment, but in the end you continue down the path you're going to. There was a pattern interrupt for just a moment.
That's a cool concept there, Carlos. The pattern interrupt.
That's what it is.
Or boredom.
Could be. But that's all it takes, though, is that it has to be something. Because you can listen to there's a lot of things that people will listen to passively. Doesn't matter.
Where does the overlap or Venn diagram of entertainment and influencer? Because like there's folks who entertain me. I'm not necessarily looking at them as hobby savants, but they're quite fun to spend a 16-minute YouTube video with.
Mm-hmm. Right. But that's your mileage is always going to vary on that, because it's like, what rings true for you, what catches your attention, because I can watch and I can see. And one of the things that I'll catch on to, one of the things I like watching, so this is where I'll rip off Gary Vee a little bit concept wise. I'll pay attention to what people say, but then I'm also paying attention to how people react to the thing that the person said. That's why when I had Paul's comment on here, he watches Jeff to heckle. Well, Paul heckling Jeff is a reaction to Jeff's content. Yeah, and I included that on there because of the Swedish music cards on eBay. So there you go. You're an influencer, Joe.
I can't even pronounce the damn cards. So.
That's right.
Sports cards investor to me is a lot like the local news. It's just you get some information from it. You find out who's hot and you heckle it and you move on.
You can, and I think there's an entire segment of the audience but that's the great irony is that Jeff is a perfect example of why I didn't include him as an influencer. I said, with the sheer amount of people watching you, in theory, you should be a market mover. Pun intended. In theory, you should be a market mover, because that means you say X and then it suddenly triples in price. Look at the size of that audience. That's a very big audience. A very big audience.
I feel it's a huge audience. It's a huge audience, and so it has some influence. But I feel like, for Jeff and maybe even for Card Ladder, it's like they're in an interesting paradox, right? They're both supporting the data of the hobby, right? Like that's the fundamental element of their business models, is that they're gathering data of verified sales, and they're presenting it in some way or another, and hopefully, from that, and so they're kind of the historians, if you will, right? Like, probably not perfectly objective, but they're at least, presenting themselves as objective, and so it's a little hard to be, Sasha T, like, I'm going with the KD Chrome refractor, like there's a little less, like, I mean, they still offer that, but I think they're sort of at odds with themselves if they want to do that, because they're sort of, they have another kettle, if you will.
So I think I understand what you're getting at there, but I do think it is a little dangerous because that's why I say that Josh and Chris spend an inordinate amount of time having to do the push and pull. That's why I use that analogy, push and pull, because they understand that they are courting a very dangerous line. I've watched Jeff go over that line where he renders an opinion based on the data that he then contradicts himself almost immediately. So it's like you said it one way to forward one narrative, but then later on in a different conversation where all of a sudden you need a different narrative, you took the same piece of data and turned it. And I'll give you a very simple example. There was a video that unfortunately got cut off on the cutting room floor, and it never caught the light of day because I had a technical issue with the video. It's the only time I had a technical issue where I couldn't salvage the footage. It got lost. It's lost to the sands of time. And I made the video where I took 2 clips from Jeff's show, and I took them straight from Jeff's show. Same week, 2 videos, almost back to back to each other. Video 1, he talked about there being no, lies in the hobby. If you go back in the archive, there's a video called like Lies You've Been Told in the Hobby or something like that. And in the video, there was a statement he made where he basically said, what about the off season, in football? And then he used the example of the Lamar Jackson prism, and he pulled up the data in there to show it was there, that there was, really no decline, and it just kind of kept going up, which on that screenshot he showed was technically true. On a subsequent video, he was there with another guy brought up the exact same card. And in the video, I'm like, okay, look, I don't know if you know how to use your own tool, but if you're trying to do something and you don't want to sound like an idiot, don't contradict yourself in an immediate video almost a week after the previous video. Because if you use the same card and then you suddenly pull the same piece of data, except you show the more complete picture where it shows the dip, then you sound like a complete moron because you said there was no dip a second ago.
Yeah. The 3-month version instead of the 1-month version.
But that's what happened, is that he literally took the same thing, but he showed 2 different time graphs on it. It's like, it's the same card. It's the same data. But if you show the complete picture, it shows a complete picture. Then you can show like, actually there was a dip. It was right there. Why was the dip? Because he used the Super Bowl as his cutoff. And I go, the Baltimore Ravens were eliminated prior to the Super Bowl. So the dip happened before that.
Yeah.
You moron. And I'm sorry, I have to be harsh on this one because it's like, no, you know how to read the stupid graph. You just cherry pick the data. But then you cherry pick data that we can cross verify with your tool. You tool. That's the problem, is that I don't care. I don't care if you lied to people, but you lied to it's the Amazon package thing all over again. You screwed up and then you took a picture to confirm your idiocy. Except you did it in video and then you contradicted yourself less than 1 week later. It's not like you waited 6 months. You waited 7 days to contradict yourself on the same card. You didn't need to use the same card. You could have picked a different card.
Don't you think that's a little more reflective of just like the need to have an opinion? I mean, I don't look at it as so much a nefarious thing where he's, outright calculating. I think he's just looking at the next angle that he can present that's going to be entertaining and maybe like a new take. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should have a little more conspiracy theory, but I just look at it as kind of like. Well,
the problem is, like I said,
that's how I look at it.
The video was designed to state. Remember, the video itself. The problem I had, if he had literally just done the video like his conventional way, this is what the data is, blah blah blah. Fine. The problem was he literally made a video where he said, these are the lies you've been told. He's quote unquote educating. The problem is you're trying to quote unquote educate with false data that is actually wrong.
Okay.
And then you follow it up by contradicting yourself. So it's like, if you had literally just reported the news, you didn't report the news though. You rendered an opinion. Now you're a pundit. When you enter into the realm of punditry and using the data to back up your argument, you are now fair game. If you merely say it went up 45% in the last 10 days, and that's true, well, then that's a verifiable fact.
That's a good point. Yeah.
That's different. When you enter punditry, you have now entered into a different realm. When you enter punditry, you have entered my world.
Beware of false.
And you better know how to do this correctly, sir, because I will out pundit you all.
I will correct you.
It's like, but that's how it works. But that's what I say. Because he did it that way, he brought himself into that. He came into the arena of his own volition. So it's like, bro, I don't know how to help you. Like, you did this to yourself. I didn't force you in there. Nobody forced you in there. You did it. And there you go. So let me grab a couple of the comments here. Quickly, I'll touch on this one. The only reason I don't include Jeremy, and this is strictly my opinion, is that it's very tricky. I think his show can be influential in that it can provide a venue. But as an interviewer, are you influential as the interviewer? This is a philosophical question. I pose the question. I ask it. I think it's tricky. I don't know. I'm not sure. For me, I'm going to go with no. Because in that scenario that I gave, we were talking about Brian Gray's thing. We talk about Brian Gray as a potential influencer, but he's the interviewee. So does the interviewer get credit for the influence as well? I don't know.
Jeremy does talk enough, so I think if his show got a lot bigger, yes.
But that's fine though. You can talk. But what I'm trying to get at though.
Well-
Remember what we said about talking versus influencing?
Well, enough talk will influence.
I guess so. I suppose.
What's the name of those Swedish cards again? Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not going there.
And the last card that I saw get influenced was by Gary V, and it was the Trey Young, and that was just a while back. And he said, "I just can't believe people are paying these prices for Trey Young," and he dropped 2 price levels fucking next day.
Yeah, and that's saying to me that is influence, and that is influence, because then you're seeing, like I said, you're seeing something actionable. You saw something explicitly happen in the immediate aftermath of the initiating action. Something happened, and then there was an immediate reaction to that.
Oh, and Trey Young was a big player. He's got a lot of cards out there.
So
It
maybe,
hurt a lot of people.
yeah.
The over-under game.
Whew.
What about the term agency, right? Like somebody having agency in the hobby, which may be a little different than influence per se.
Elaborate.
Are you trying to tear it down there?
Well, I mean, Carlos probably has a better definition of what agency means in the, socio-political context, but agency would be, having proximity to important conversations, having proximity to power.
Mm-hmm. I think so actually, you know what? Go first, Brian, because I want to formulate this thought a little bit more. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was good. I mean, I think like Adam Lefkoe may have some agency there. They've been opening up cards. I've seen them open up cards on TNT basketball twice in the last month. They opened them on a halftime game with Grant Hill, halftime during a game, and then they opened some other cards another time. And he's behind all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what you run into, and that's why I was trying to think of the way I want to phrase this, because going back to the interviewing thing, is that, to Joe's point about proximity to people, but that's what I say, like, if you're in proximity to the influencer, and I'm not saying this to downplay anybody, when you're doing an interview show, you run into this problem, and this is across the board. It doesn't matter who the interviewee is. Can the interviewer be part of that exchange and be part of the influence? Yes, because how they pose the question, how they present the question, you can lead the witness, so to speak, and get you into a direction where you have influenced the resulting output. So in that way, the influencer is beside you, but by doing it this way, instead of being a glorified mic stand, you actually directed where this conversation went. So in turn, you helped facilitate this comment that influenced the market or whatever the case may be. So you can have that impact, but it's very selective. It's like a case by case. It almost have to be like, okay, so was influence happen here, or were you a glorified mic stand? Because if you're a glorified mic stand, well, then it could have been you. It could have been John Bob down the street. It doesn't matter. Then you can't be the influencer when you're just holding the microphone for somebody else and they're doing the pontificating. If you direct the line of inquiry a certain way, then yes, you can. So that would be kind of maybe the best way that I could present that, because there is some room there. So an Adam Lefkoe, who is familiar with enough to be able to know how to pose certain questions a certain way, could create that kind of a scenario. Plus he has an audience, plus he's on TV and he does these things. And now that he's in the hobby, he's around and people know who he is, and all that is played into it. So that's kind of a play. That's why I had a little fun. I saw Hockey Guy's thing. It's like, by that logic, it's like, I would never call myself an influencer. The best I can do is do the pattern interrupt. Because when I go in and say that, that's the best I can do. Because I'm not going to be able to go and, oh yeah, do this. Because if that's the case, then hopefully the one takeaway you have is like, well, you don't need to buy stuff. The best I can do is that it's like, I'm just telling you, but I'm also telling you what should be logically obvious. So if it triggers a thought in your mind, hopefully it's not one that is coming out of left field that you never considered.
Well, that,
Right? Then you got problems.
I mean, in this moment, that might be a huge influence, Carlos. I mean, do nothing.
Good old do nothing. So yeah, Paul says he blames Jeremy for some of his hobby pursuits. So yeah, so in that sense, it could be. So if he says something that, that's just it. If it influences you, then the answer is yes. Now, does it rank in the, in that higher pantheon of influencers? That's hard to say, because then the size of the audience becomes relevant too, right? If you influence 5 people, you influence 5 people. That's real. You did it. So, but is that enough to move the needle? Maybe, maybe not. Unless those 5 people in turn influence 5 people, and then maybe indirectly you could be the first domino. And in that way, you still accomplish something. It's hard to say, right? So that's, and what they say here, right? Mr. LAGN says here is that, yes, so Gary Vee was encouraging for some folks that kind of got them into the thing. And now, well, Lefko has a proximity to these NBA players. And if he convinces any of them to collect cards, there you go. He's influenced somebody. And if in turn those people talk to their followers about it, it's a domino thing, I just said. So it could be. It's sometimes hard to assess because of that. It's like, well, you don't know. Like, what did you say? And what was the immediate aftermath? Who reacted to it? Who thought about it? Who walked away with it and did something later? Don't know.
Is it a reasonable metric to start analyzing how many followers somebody has, or I mean, is that a actual objective marker of someone's influence?
Well, in social media circles, it can be, yeah, but because that's so. If we're talking about influencers in general, not even hobby influencers, just influencers in general, what's Kylie Jenner? Go into Instagram or whatever. Why are brands asking them to wear certain clothes or do this or the other thing? Why? Well, because how many millions of followers does she have? And if 0.1% buy the thing, that can move the needle. Look at how many followers. Look at all the likes and retweets and whatever the case may be, depending on the social media platform. Why? Well, because they've determined that it does move the needle. They've determined she is an influencer because enough people see it. Now, out of millions of people, most of those people will buy nothing. But 0.1% is still tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. And if they buy the thing, that's enough to move the line, right? So then the size of the audience becomes super pertinent.
And I like that idea, though, of the domino effect. How things ripple forward. So, one person, I mean, I would think, not having thought about this a whole lot, that influencers have the capacity to do what, certain content creators will say, like, and tell your friends and tell your friends. It's like, if people are naturally telling their friends, if I'm saying, hey, Bobby, I can't believe this, you got to check out this Sam Lars Sakar.
That will become a thing where it will just get. Could you add more syllables every time? That would make me very happy. If you could just add more syllables as we go forward.
I can't. It's a tongue twister. Say it 4 times fast.
Exactly.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, so Jeremy's just saying he's had at least 20 people tell him that they've gotten hockey cards because of him, so he's really proud of that. So there you go.
Let's hope they go up.
Well, did you guys see?
Hope they enjoy them.
Somebody was saying, and it's not hockey. Sorry, it's soccer, football. At this point, somebody was making the argument that at this point with hockey and the way that it could explode in the next 3 to 5 years, you could be a monkey and just like pick some hockey cards, pick some basic hockey cards, just this one, and you'd double your money in 3 to 5 years. And that caught my attention. I am a monkey when it comes to the cards. I'm a monkey, but I'm a monkey that has like Messi, Ronaldo, and maybe Neymar. Like those, that's my monkey, and maybe like a few others, like Rashford or But I think soccer has some potential.
I think that the thought process has been thrown out there just because of the size of the audience and all that. It's always been one of the things. So real quick side note, I was scanning this just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Our good friend Ken, about an hour ago, has decided to put another Instagram live to celebrate.
Is he talking about us? He's not. Is he talking? Is he get mad that we're talking about him?
Oh, probably, like without a doubt. So apparently he's celebrating the end of the auction and with a celebratory Perrier.
Oh, it's finally. I thought it was over last night. It's
no,
just
there's like 2 nights. There were 2 nights of auctions.
but it goes on forever, right? It's never really over.
Well, it's like 5,000 lots. It was a lot. Like there was a lot of stuff.
So tell us. So, sorry, I keep interrupting you, Carlos. What's Ken saying on his?
Oh, I don't know yet. Like he was only about 50 minutes ago. He did it. It's a 35-minute Instagram live. So I'm not going to listen to it while I'm trying to do a live stream of myself.
3,000 views, I'm sure.
Exactly.
We are the influencer of the influencer.
Oh, dare we live such a dream?
Sounds
Dare
like
we
a
live
Rush
such-
song or something.
Very postmodern.
We are the influencer. I'm no Geddy Lee.
See, I appreciate that. I feel like that name is getting longer, and that's kind of what I'm secretly hoping for. It's like just keep.
Ryan,
Yes.
what are you collecting these days? I mean, what do you have your eye on? I'm just curious.
I bought a few cards the other night, but I haven't really been buying anything.
Are you more football or
Basketball.
basketball? Okay.
Basketball.
And do you have a team that you collect out of, or any players?
I just collect players I like.
Okay. How about regions? I mean, do you have any general areas or Zion, Ja?
Yeah, I got Zions. I got Ja. I got lots of 90s basketball cards. Jordans and
Okay.
and
Insert.
Patrick Ewings. And yeah, I don't have any $10,000 cards or anything. But
Well, I mean, so what I've been kind of interested. Sorry, Carlos, I'm taking over the show to interview Brian here.
that's okay. Whatever you want.
I'll pattern interrupt you when the moment is right, Joe.
Thank you. I know you will.
But quick thing as well. I'll just mention there in the comment, Hockey Guy says apparently his latest arrival is a Dave Stewart auto. So there you go.
I definitely. Did you sell that to me, Hockey Guy? Did you? He's a savant. Hockey Guy's a savant. He knows. He's like checking my eBay because I do have a Dave Stewart auto somewhat recently, within the last 6 months.
Yeah. Well, I think Hockey Guy is saying that he picked up a Dave Stewart auto recently to add to his collection. So that's kind of cool. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Good card.
And I'll quickly say before we get back to the Joe interviewing Brian section of the program, which I'm in favor of. It gives me a bit of a break. I will say one thing though, is is it Swedish name? I already forgot. Is the name of that manufacturer Swedish?
Holland, which is in Holland, Dutch.
Well, whatever. We'll keep changing the nationality too. Whatever. As the German name says, as it keeps getting longer, I secretly hope that it eventually reaches the upper crust. Because as an undergrad student, I only had one thing that I failed to do that was a dream of mine, just one, and I really wanted to get anti-disestablishmentarianism into an essay appropriately. And I tried so hard. I just couldn't think of a way. But that tells you what happens when you get really bored in an examination room trying to write an essay where it's like, is there a way I can get anti-disestablishmentarianism into this stupid thing? Is there some way? Is there just some way? But I think it will. I think it'll keep getting
rolls off your lips, Carlos, makes me know that you're telling the truth.
No doubt.
I worked on it. It was a project for the better part of 2.5 years, Joe. I tried.
That's funny.
I tried so hard to find a way. This is what happened when I got bored writing papers. I'd be like, I need a challenge. It's like, don't you already write it in one night? Yes, but I need a better
So I'm
challenge.
ready to give it to you. How I would do it. So, the YouTube video show, Because I'm Carlos, is quite
Disestablishmentarianist.
Thank you.
Establishmentarianist.
So just so we're clear, because it is one of my favorite ridiculous words, and it's a real word, but it's an absurd word that shouldn't exist really. But it is opposition to the withdrawal of state support or recognition from an established church.
And I blew my sentence too. It should have been a representation of, so that we could have it as a noun because it's an object, not a anyway.
Yeah.
Back to Brian. It's
Sounds like King Henry.
so Brian, just Zion. Personally, I'm kind of into Booker right now because I think he's got a lot of room to go, and I'm Giannis, I think, won the MVP tonight. I'm a Warriors fan, so I'm always collecting Curry and Clay. But there's so much going on in the NBA with Donovan Mitchell emerging. You've got Tatum. I'm just curious, like who you're excited about.
The NBA right now is amazing. Like, I mean, going back to that, I think they could hang with the dream team right now. I think there's some amazing athletes out there. Dame Time is, I mean, that guy's lights out, and it's too bad we haven't been able to see AD play right now, but I mean, that guy's a beast. And Nikola Jokic, the Joker. Guy can play ball, dude.
Just while we're talking, guys, full credit to Paul on this one.
Wait, did this just happen tonight?
This was apparently a couple hours ago.
Okay,
but this was,
it does.
Yeah, Paul included. So let's just take a moment and appreciate right here. Here with this
that's good. That's great.
I can't believe we influenced so hugely in such short amount of time. I mean, we talk about it and look, it's on social media.
Well, I'd love to take credit for it, but this was 14 hours ago, so I knew that someone eventually would come back to the meme, but we can retroactively take credit for it because it's one of the great. I have mentioned that one of my great joys is the sheer amount of drinks that Ken Golden has. So we have referenced that before. And we did bring it back in this episode, but I was like, yes.
Don't worry, honey, I've got a Diet Pepsi too.
It's good that the hobby memes are on this game. It's important.
Well, I'm a little Ken Golden, right? I got two kinds of sodas.
You got two, but you're going to need like 7 or 8 more. You need 7 or 8 more to get your Ken Golden starter pack.
I think we're all influencers at a certain point. Even if we influence 1 or 2 or 3 people by being online, that's our part.
It can be, but that's why I left the door open to the domino thing. That's why I said, like, you can. Sometimes maybe influence is just influencing a handful of folks who in turn talk to other people, and then the message spreads that way instead of it being one layer. So it becomes multiple layers down the line.
A collective, sure.
Yeah. So then, but it becomes hard to know exactly how far that influence goes unless you happen to be tracking it all the way down the line. Because normally when you think of influence, you're like, I say this, you audience react in whatever way that is going to be. But it can be those multiple layers. Sometimes that's what happens. It's that the audience is small, but then they talk to others.
Well, I seen Pro Set go up from 1 cent to 2 cents a card. So,
woo!
Hey.
All right, so I'm confirming that the hobby is officially in a bubble now. That's it. It's over. It's over now. Sell and burn everything. We're done. This is over. It's like, I'm out of here. Joe's in charge. See you guys later.
You tore up twice the amount of money that it was worth yesterday.
Exactly.
Carlos.
I know. Well, you gotta understand. You gotta understand, Bobby. It was really me flaunting wealth when I tore up that Pro Set card. It was me just showing like my disdain and indifference.
I guess so.
He couldn't wipe his butt with it on camera, so he did that instead.
It's like I did what YouTube would allow. I did what YouTube would allow.
Yes.
So in the context of what they would allow, that is the way I can flaunt my wealth. I can't show you my yacht, my Ziggy Puffy mega yacht. I can't show you that, but I can tear a Pro Set card in half. I could do that.
That's right.
Pure altruism.
Listen, sometimes you got to remind the commoners where they stand. It's like when you step up your game and you get to my level, you can tear a Pro Set card in half and not even care. True.
I did that. I cut a card up last week, 89 O-Pee-Chee. Yeah.
Well, the leaf distribution in California is horrible because I don't see anything except crappy baseball cards. You, Joe?
Yeah, I found a Topps Chrome blaster box in the toy section of Target, and I was super stoked. But yeah, no hoops, no optic football. Yeah, it's rough. Rough times out here in California.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't think the distribution for hockey is gonna make it all the way out to you. I don't think
No. He missed the question a little bit, but What about hockey cards? Have you ever seen any other hockey cards other than Series 1 or Series 2 in California?
The upper deck, just packs here and there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah. Hey, I tracked down my Sam Scarlar card. I don't know if we can see this very well.
Is that the thing there?
Yeah.
Well, we can sort of see it. It's there.
Dark.
I can confirm it is a card. It is inside of a PSA holder. Yes, I'm comfortable in saying that.
This is someone. I think he won the Nobel Laureate Poet Prize a few years back. Bob Dylan. You guys heard of Bob Dylan?
Yeah.
My question was: Bob Dylan able to get into disestablishmentarianism into a song? Otherwise, he's a rank amateur, and I don't care.
He uses Cliff Notes. He probably would.
So if we go into the really deep cuts, this is when Bob was really trying to like demonstrate his art. Unfortunately, it didn't make it as a single.
1978, Carlos. 1978.
So who's the manufacturer for this thing?
That's the some.
Oh, so this is the sweet. This is the
This is
Icelandic one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
we have to keep changing the nationality, Bobby. So we got to keep rotating through.
it's hard to know with Dutch. I mean, it could be that it could be.
There was a lot of Dutch cards that came. You had Kojak that came out in 1975, and you had all the Maple Leaf products, which were actually distributed in Canada, and they were all, I think, Swedish or some Nordic manufacturer. There's a lot of influence that came through Canada. They did pins of different players that were in wax packs and movie stars and so many different things. It was quite interesting.
That's good, hockey guy.
Hockey guy is my personal favorite today.
Yeah.
Just saying, I try not to pick favorites in the chat, but like right now, hockey guy is my.
Where
favorite.
is hockey guy? He should come on. We got the 5 rule, right, Carlos?
We do. We have the exception in play. I just appreciate that that he was able to successfully get sandwich in the middle of it there. That's wonderful.
And there was no chicken being used in that.
No, this is just regular
Okay.
sandwich. It's
Just regular
sandwich smack in the middle. But you got
We
to
need,
look
we
at it.
need
Just
our own sandwich.
to make our own sandwich.
Yeah.
Bobby,
Just a sandwich.
Well, not a chicken sandwich.
Well, that's trademarked. We can't touch that.
A sandwich is, well, that's particular.
Yeah,
A
that's very
chicken
true.
sandwich, yes.
I'm moving on in my interview process, Carlos. Bobby, what's going on in your world? What are you up to these days? Are you after anything, or just paying attention to anything, or mostly just engaging in data analysis? What's going on in your world?
Nothing. I've been following a lot of the 80s hockey cards, seeing them kind of stall out a little bit.
Hang on 1 second, guys.
Sure. I've been working on obviously the website or the new book, and that's been going slowly. I've been enjoying it. Some great new discoveries, actually. So that would be nice when it comes out to have all that information out there. So I've been sort of keeping busy in the book writing capacity. As for collecting, watching a few shows like everybody does. Just trying to find something to watch that's a little different, that's a little more current rather than an old movie or something. It's nice or music, So we've all been getting, because there's the influence coming in, is that on Jeremy's show you hear Lena Forza, you hear that song her and Ozzy did together, so I went and listened to that. So I was influenced. I'm guilty as charged.
The thing,
Your show was pretty good last night. It was interesting watching you. Brian Gray's always interesting. But he's all over the board, man. I just it's so hard sometimes.
tell me a little more about the 80s slowing down. How do you see that?
Well, I was just following the main cards of the 80s. The Bork, the Messiers. I find that a lot of high grades aren't coming out. There's not a lot more left, so to speak. I think a lot of people have bought up the bigger cards. And I think the backlog in PSA is probably keeping that from fruition of the major grades that are waiting to come out or that have been graded. So I haven't seen too much movement in that area. There was a big jump from November, December, was pretty much at a height, and then January and into February, it really jumped a lot.
Mm.
And now there's not enough available. It doesn't seem that the jumps are more significant. There's the odd one selling here and there, but it's just the top tier, not the secondary tier, which was selling very well in January. I'd say January is a really heavy month for the 80s in hockey. I can only say.
You said something very interesting there, which was when the supply dried up, there was maybe even a little slowdown in the market, which is sort of counterintuitive. Do you want to speak on that a little bit more?
Well, I guess when because we have all these high investors coming in, they're buying up the 9s and 10s and the most significant cards. When that supply dries up, then it doesn't. People are looking for action. We're looking for so-called influence in a buying sense, and when it's not there, then it seems like people sit back on their laurels a little bit and say, let's observe, opposed to getting into this too heavily. And I think people are thinking a little bit more now.
Can I pose an alternate theory?
Yes, sir.
So in the same vein, there is a whole impetus to, again, but think of this is the higher level of the discussion we had earlier. There is this impetus of this like almost reflex to buy, right? But if you've got this market of people who have good money, who are looking at quote unquote investments, but what they do is as they go in and they're starting to go and look at these possibilities, if it dries up in one category, they jump to another. It's not that they're attached to this one specific card. It's that they were looking at it as an opportunity. Fine, it dries up. I can't find one. Great, I move on to the other one. But then I buy the other one, and now the money's spent. So now there's no reason to go back to the first one. But that's why I say, like, the market for some of these maybe the buyer may be deep pocketed, but it also may be a thin market. With some of these cards, we don't know what the actual market is. So just because something is quote unquote rare, but there's only 5 copies of it. Yes, but if there's 4 buyers, it doesn't matter. Once the 4 buyers have it, but there's only 1 card left. Yes, but there's no buyers left. So what's it really worth? Well, now you're looking for somebody who didn't actually want it, who maybe is like, well, I'll take the card. I'll take it for half of what the last one sold for. So then the seller's like, well, no, I'm not going to sell it at that. Okay, great. Then we're at a stalemate. You can hold the price as long as you want. That's not really the value anymore because now you don't have a buyer at that price. And when the market dries up on a card, and this is a key piece. And I like when the question comes up because I like to allude to it from time to time. And there may come a day where I may have to address it in some way in video form, just talking about this, where it's like, let's just remember, it's just because the next comp didn't go down doesn't mean the market is strong. It just means that the people who are stuck with it refuse to sell it at that lower price. And the longer that goes by, the greater strength. And I'll bring it back to what Jeremy and Joe were talking about a little bit there, because towards the tail end of the after hours, he brought up support. See, I can bring it back to what you guys talked about yesterday. But support is a good terminology because it is key. That's the real important piece, because it's like, okay, that's what the price was before. And it was the price before because somebody bought it at that amount. But when the next one comes up, if there's no buyers, but the seller refuses to sell for lower, that doesn't change the fact that there's no buyers, because that means the actual value is lower. Even though the previous comp was at whatever level it was, it's like we ran out of buyers at that price. The support is actually lower than what the current comp is. So just because we're denying reality by refusing to sell the card doesn't mean that that's the real price now.
I know. I even seen in people's titles saying last PWCC sold, PSA 10 sold at this amount.
Which
and
might
they
be
had
accurate,
this
which
amount.
might be true.
It is as actually true, but
Correct.
it doesn't mean. So what we're seeing now is I see people trying to up comp everything. Like, okay, the last one sold 1,000. I'm going to put mine at 1,500. I'm going to put mine at 25,000. And everybody is doing that. And there's no buyers at the points there. And they're just weeding themselves out down to a point that it's sitting there. And they're not even putting best offers on it. They're actually just keeping it there at a staunch price, saying, hey, you want it? Take it, buy it. You know, but the suckers are few and far between on those ones. So.
But that's why I say that support concept's an important one for folks to understand. And I live that out in my collecting side of life. I lived that out not that long ago. The Shield card I bought sold previously for $1,200 US. Something happened. It got back on the market. I bought it for 400. It's a one of one. The support wasn't there. I bought it at 400. It sold previously at 1,200. What happened? It's a one of one.
Medano, though, come on.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
But it's like, but I'm saying, like, when it comes to that though, like a one of one is the definition of this is as limited a market as we can get. You literally only need one buyer. Well, it turned out the only buyer that existed was willing to pay a third of what the previous high was. But it's not the world record price because somebody already paid higher. But now I own the card for a third of what it sold in a previous comp.
Yeah.
And the comps are months apart. So the real value is $400.
Was that
It doesn't matter what somebody paid for it before.
Was that an auction or a buy it now at the 1,200?
This was the best offer. I might have been able to go lower.
No, I meant on the original 1,200.
The original was an auction.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
That's surprising.
That's what I'm trying to get at. It's like reality is reality. I'm sorry. So apparently the underbidder disappeared.
Yeah, or got too emotional.
Could be. But that's why I say, like, you have to factor in how was it sold? What was the timing? What was the place? What was happening at the moment? Because maybe somebody gets caught up in the moment. They go all the way up to the precipice. Maybe the underbidder goes and goes, wait, what was I doing? And the next time it comes up, they're like, nope, I'm good. They go buy something else.
That's a problem for card ladder to work in.
Well, a card like that, for one of one, you're not going to put it on card ladder. Just naturally, because it's like what Beckett used to do, right? And it's what you do on your guide. If it's too rare, you put the word rare. You don't put a price because it's like, how am I supposed to price this? That's why I say, like, that card would be impossible to price because if I hadn't bought it and it had sat for a while, could it have gone lower? Yeah, could have. I was okay at that price point. That's why I made the offer, because I said I would like to get this deal done. If I was willing to let it sit for a while and it sat for a while, I could have pushed that thing down further.
Possibly.
But that's how that market works, right?
Well, that's sort of what I'm seeing now is everybody's trying to bump up everything to a heightened degree beyond the means of the card itself being worth that.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing a lot of people just not getting involved in that. It's kind of slowing down a little bit, I would say. Yeah. There's the buys, but I think it's the top tier stuff. And the other stuff is definitely slowed down a little bit because I think a little bit of uncertainty there in certain markets, I think.
It could be. But that's the reason why I threw out the concept of sometimes there are people who are buying some of these cards who are just looking for the opportunity. They're less picky about what is. That's why when I talked about that dips thing, as I said, look, if you're interested in the day trading aspect of it, this is just as good as any other platform. And that's why I use the analogy of the eBay to PayPal thing. They didn't change the concept. The concept's still the same. You use a different type of underlying technology to improve an efficiency in a certain area, which is not a terrible thing. But if you weren't interested in the product before, you're not going to be interested in it now. The fact we added NFTs and we added blockchain to it doesn't change what it is. It still is what it is. It's just a different way of approaching the problem.
It's kind of interesting. I know somebody on somebody's show was going over past record prices, and one of those purchases was actually a card that I purchased, and the previous one was half that price. And they said, look at the growth of this one for 500 before, and in 2 weeks it's doubled. There's been no before or after that. So we're sitting there going, So I know the inside on that, and there's really no movement. It's just the purchase price, the opportunity.
Yeah. That's why I don't try to get into the pricing game, because the issues that we just identified out there are always going to be an issue, because you don't know the underlying motivations of the buyers. That's why I'm always very concerned when someone tries to prognosticate on the market, because I'm like, you don't understand the psychology of the market. You don't know why people are doing it. That's why is super important. It's like, why are they doing it?
Nobody knows.
Collectors are irrational, so I can't rely on that. That's not going to help me. Investors presumably are rational, but they're also all over the place. They might be scattershot. If they have X amount of dollars and they have to invest this money, it doesn't actually matter what they're buying as long as they think it's going to go up.
Mm-hmm.
So we could wake up tomorrow and Joe's Bob Dylan card is a $50 million card. Why? Because somebody says, well, now it's a $50 million card.
And I'm Joe's best friend.
What was the rational reason for it?
Go to lunch.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the rational reason for it? None. Doesn't matter. That's why I say some of them don't actually think. Some of them aren't really looking at the card. It's like the card is
I know.
the card is secondary to relevance. It's like, will it go up? Sure. Okay, great. Buy 10 of them.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Well, the leaps and bounds have kind of slowed down, let's just say.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just grabbing here.
We've kind of come full circle from COVID here. You know, we're back to basketball now, and everything's had a chance to go up for the most part. And now we're kind of coming full circle.
Yeah, I think so. But I think you're going to find that though, because everybody is hopping to whatever if anything takes a dip, you do this, you run. Oh, wait, this one is underpriced. Wait, go get that. That's why when Joe was talking about a soccer thing, I go, yeah, at some point it's going to get a cycle again.
Yeah, it will.
It'll get its turn. We got to wait. If you
Yep.
just wait, the train will be coming back in an hour. If you just stay at the station, the train will be coming back in an hour. Just wait. You'll see it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I grab this comment from Mr. LAGAN. It is exactly that. It's multipliers. They I touched on it with Chris. I had him on there to talk about the multiplier thing, and all it is really they'll look for a comp, a more common comp that they can figure out the ratio of, and then they will use that for predictive. And it's a methodology that can work. But it's still a best guess because sometimes, like I said, that's why I made reference a second ago to the irrationality. If you get a collector who just has to have it at whatever price, then the multiplier doesn't apply anymore because there's no rational basis for what they're doing. They're like, so how much is it going to take? Well, I want $5,000. Why? Well, because I want, that Vanilla Ice card from that set we're talking about. If for some reason there's only one copy of that that's graded, and this person could have 5,000 of them for like $1 each or less, but they want this one card that's been graded, and the person says, "Yeah, I'll sell it to you for $10,000," and they pay $10,000. Is the card worth $10,000? Well, it is that day for that one person and that one transaction. But if I try to get another one graded and get another one, it is that day for the one buyer that happened to pay for it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it always gets tricky to make assumptions based on we retroactively everything is obvious. It's the ultimate conclusion of hindsight is 20/20. Every single thing that has happened in the hobby in the last year or so, it's obvious in retrospect where we retrace our steps and no, none of it was obvious. Not a single aspect of it was obvious.
Nothing.
Stuff had to happen for us to get there, and none of it was obvious. It just happened.
Yeah, our own zeitgeist.
If it was obvious, we would have been selling everything we had to buy more rookies last year.
Correct. But
Just
that's why
everything.
I say there's plenty of intelligent hobby minds out there that can't predict this. So it's because you're trying to use logic. You're trying to apply logic to the illogical.
Yeah.
You're trying to apply models to madness. It's not going to work.
Spock would be befuddled, man. Spock would know what to do.
Yeah. So that's why I like watching. It's like, you're trying to apply models to madness? Really? You're trying to apply models to randomness and chaos? Really? This is what you're trying to do?
Yeah.
Oh, this will be a fruitless exercise. Please continue. Amuse me.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think,
I think you're muted, Bobby.
oh,
Those are very profound words you said. I really felt they influenced me. I felt them deeply. I have no idea what you said, but I felt them.
I said a broken clock is right 730 times a year.
Correct.
Sounds pretty wild at that point. Oh,
People
or
trying
2
to
times a day.
herd cats.
Go ahead, Joe.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are saying some awesome stuff, so I'm good. I lost my thought. I was going to show. Somebody asked me what I'm collecting lately, and I'm collecting Steph Curry on card autos. So
Okay.
Very nice.
Is this like a flawless or what?
yeah, this is a flawless Olympic, number one of 20 on card Steph auto. I feel like he's going to be an iconic, change the game kind of player. I mean, he is already that, and I'm a Warriors fan, so it kind of hits both categories for me.
Well, I think you're going to do okay because if nothing else, basketball has proven that certain memorabilia pieces in basketball appreciate a lot. All you have to do is look at Kobe. All you have to do is look at the Kobe autographs. And I feel bad because sometimes I'll reference it and it's like I feel genuinely bad where it's like the Kobe thing is the perfect example of what happens when suddenly something unfortunate brings the attention to it because Kobe is suddenly in the pantheon conversation of GOATs. And I'm like, but when he walked off the court in his last game after 60 points, none of you thought he was a GOAT. None of you. Not a single one. His family didn't think he was a GOAT. But after he passes away, well, now, why are we not talking about Kobe? Because we never talked about Kobe. No one talked about Kobe. We thought he was a great player. We thought he won 5 championships. These are objective truths. We thought he was a great player, a great scorer. We thought he was a 5-time champion. These things are all true.
Hall of Famer.
Correct. Yeah. We thought all these things. And we thought in his post-career, he's done some very interesting stuff. Very cool. It would have been interesting to see what else he could have done because he was doing some really cool stuff. That was very interesting. In his post-playing day career, he made something of that. But was he a GOAT candidate? No, not in the top 10, not in the top 15, not in the top 20. He wasn't on anybody's list. Anybody's.
You could get a sticker auto Kobe for $100.
Correct. So it's like, what does that tell you? But post helicopter access, like, oh my God, guys, Kobe's like top 2, and I'm like, since when? When did this occur? Did he has he put up more stats in the time? Did I miss his 6th and 7th championship? When did that happen?
I watched him score 82 points on the TV. Watched the whole game, and boy, he was something else that night, man. In his peak, he was a great player. Like he really was. And he was a guy who had the mentality of a Michael Jordan. But he also demonstrated what happens when you try to be the mentality of a Michael Jordan in a more modern era because he had some struggles. Big time struggles. Big time.
But I will say, bringing it to the Steph Curry thing, is that I think autographs and things like that will have an appreciation because we've already proven that. Now in the basketball market especially, once a little time has passed, and we get a chance to look at Steph Curry in the rearview mirror when his career ends, we'll be like, okay, so he won championships. He was the most prolific 3-point shooter of his generation, great shooter overall. He was very popular. His shoes are a little questionable, but other than that, pretty good.
Wait. Of his generation, let's revise that to all time.
All time right now, but we need to see what happens to the kids that follow him now because there's going to be a bunch who are now
Dame, Kawhi. Yeah.
That's why I say I have to say generation because as the generations go by, you get people who will then adjust to that version of the game because now the 3-pointer is a bigger piece of the game.
Well, Steph hit one tonight in the All-Star game, man. The thing, he was just one step over half court, and it was just like a swish.
Yeah, the problem we have is that I have no problem with Steph being considered probably the greatest shooter of all time as it stands today. The problem is now there's an entire generation of kids who are focusing on that element of the game specifically, where they were not trying to do that prior, and he has influenced a generation of now people who were predominantly focused on the shooting piece, where that wasn't as big a deal. Like I said, one of the knocks on Jordan was it's like, well, he wasn't a 3-point shooter. Well, that wasn't as big a part of the game at the time.
Yeah,
3-point was available as an option, but it wasn't the main focus. If Jordan had needed to do that, well, then he would have practiced the 3-point shot more.
To resort to a cliche, when a athlete revolutionizes the game, no matter what happens in the realm of statistics, no matter what happens in perception of that person's, GOAT status, revolutionizing a sport is something. It's a historical moment, and Steph did that, I think, for the NBA.
I agree with that.
I agree.
Now it's going to be interesting, and I'll throw this at you, because sports like basketball are cyclical. There's certain aspects that'll go in. Right now, the game of ball movement, find the open shooter, take the 3-point shot, that's the game that's in vogue now. The the game of the big man in the middle, setting up all that has gotten out of vogue because analytics say, well, a 3-point shot is better statistically if you make it at this percentage versus the 2-point shot at this percentage. Well, you go take a guy like Zion, who is not a 3-point shooter. If they go in and there is a renaissance of somebody in the middle who's a big man who does that, and some team has success with that, and other teams start emulating it, Steph could actually sustain as greatest shooter if basically he gets the Ricky Henderson treatment. Ricky Henderson became the all-time leading base stealer, but then after his era ended, base stealing actually became a lesser part of the game. So it went the opposite, because in Ricky Henderson's era, he was the best. But you had guys like Vince Coleman, and you had guys like Tim Raines, and guys who stole tons of bases. He did it the best, but Tim Raines was a great base stealer in his day. Vince Coleman was a great base stealer in his day. But today, the leading base stealer is like 40 stolen bases.
If that, yeah.
45?
Yeah, 43.
Where you had Ricky
yeah.
Henderson who stole 135.
Yeah.
Like it's this big difference. It's like, what happened? It's like we didn't change the sport, but we did change the sport where it became less emphasized. That portion of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Robert said, Thurman Munson, what do you say, to a lesser degree, his cards value more than his accomplishments. But,
Because he died young.
he died early. And
Yeah.
Pelly Lindbergh kind of thing, it's just that. You die early and you get kind of a little bit more recognized. Tim Horton,
Exactly.
all these stars.
Yeah. So I'll include Hockey Guy's comment here. And I agree with him. But the reason I use this analogy is that I said, because of the way the game is played today, we will never know if there's anyone else who could have tried to emulate the Ricky Henderson style because they don't play that version of the game anymore. It's not emphasized. So, nobody tries. So it's not like the notion that there will never be anyone who can run with the capability of a Ricky Henderson or has the instincts. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, but we'll never find out because the game doesn't play into that now. Ricky Henderson's style worked when he came up. It was still in vogue, and it was in vogue for a long time. The stolen base was a big part of the game for a long time. It's not anymore.
Well, one of the beauties of baseball is there's so many contextualities to what you're saying, Carlos. I mean, it's not just Ricky Henderson. Obviously, it's the ball. It's pitching. It's the way people prepare. There's
training. Yeah.
I mean, so there could be a Ricky Henderson type, but you're right. Like the whole strategy and the whole, where's the value in terms of how we approach offense, which is, kind of what stealing bases is connected to. It's scoring runs and how we're going to score runs. And that mindset shifted. And why did it shift? There's a lot of reasons behind that, right? It's not one reason. It's 100 reasons.
So let me grab here. The steals per season, it doesn't matter. It's more spread out. I'm talking about the singular base stealer that tries it. The steals per season, that's a number we can run and we average it out, sure. But right now the game has moved into what they call the 3 outcome, because now you've got the batters who are trying moving the runner over. Has become less a portion of the game. Are there teams that still play that style? Yeah, but it's less part of the game. It's kind of like, well, we want the hitter to swing for the fences. Swing. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to compliment you on making, for me, you referencing Ricky Henderson after Steph Curry is just, I'm in hog heaven with, talking about the hobby right now. But I did want to ask, because baseball has been on my mind a little bit, because we're coming into spring, and you all remember the Lou Gehrig movie, or whatever it was. It happens every spring. I'm curious. I don't know Brian, I don't know Bobby that well. Do you guys have a favorite current baseball player?
Go ahead, Brian.
All right. Favorite current baseball player? I would have to go with I don't know, kind of cliche, but I mean, it's going to be neat to watch Soto and Acuna, in the next couple years. Those guys are really impressive. My favorite teams are the Giants and the A's. So struggling there for great players at the moment. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what Soto and Acuna, and there's so many great players in Betts and Bo Bichette.
Trout.
Trout, yeah. He's a great player. I'd love to see him in the playoffs.
I'm still okay. Yeah, I don't want to editorialize. Go on.
I'd love to see Trout go to the playoffs and see what he can do. That'd be great.
I want to credit. I want to see if I can find it. There was a Instagram story. Since you brought up Trout, there was an Instagram story from Big Easy Cards. I have it on my phone, but I want to see if I can share it for you guys because it was glorious. I loved it, and it made me so happy because it fits also in kind of Joe's question for me as well. It actually works really well for that. See if I can get it. Yes, you know what? This works perfect. I can share it. This is good. This will help. And I loved it. It was like perfectly timed. As soon as I saw it, I was like, yes, this is what I need to see today. So it might be a little hard to read, but I'll read it to you guys. So it was a comparison side by side. So Big Easy Cards posted it. He says, people keep saying Trout is head and shoulders above anyone in the last 20 years. Shocking the ignorance cards can create. So they put a side-by-side comparison of Trout and Albert Pujols through their first 1,229 games, which is Trout's career. So it's hard to read, so I'll read it to you guys here. Actually, can I zoom in a little bit? No, that's fine. I can't. So I'll read it to you, though. So average,
I can't see that.
So average Trout, Albert Pujols. Again, this is through the first 1,229 games. So this is Trout's career versus Albert Pujols' first 1,229 games. Albert Pujols has a 334 average to Trout's 304. 316 home runs to Trout's 297. 965 RBIs to Trout's 784. Higher on base percentage, higher slugging percentage, more runs scored, and a lower strikeout rate, under 10% to Trout's 21.3% strikeout rate.
Well, you notice I didn't say Trout for my first guys.
No, for sure. But the thing is,
bring him up, Joe.
The thing is, but the thing is, that's why I have so much fun with the Trout thing in the modern era, where it's like, okay, so he strikes out more, he's less than all the traditional power. The good news is, guys, he's got a higher WAR.
All right, WAR. Yeah.
For all that means to me, which is nothing. Good job, guys. He's got WAR.
How about you guys? Who are you guys excited about in the MLB?
It's Bobby's turn.
Oh, you don't want to ask. I hear about these guys who are out there. I don't watch baseball. I don't have much time for it, to be honest, with doing the book and everything. But getting away from that, if we back it up a few years, yeah, I'd watch a bit of the Jays and what have you. Baseball is an ideal thing. I loved playing it. I love the old baseball, but I just don't have. And when you're a hockey guy and you watch a hockey game and try to watch a baseball game, yeah, you're in reverse at that point, and it's so hard to compare. And we're born with skates on, like I said before. Baseball slow and methodical, and they sprint every once in a while, steal bases. They used to. So it's hard to call them athletes at that point. But, there's some great plays. I like watching highlights, and I like watching the old stuff, but nothing new for me at this point. And same thing with basketball. I just have no interest. I don't have the time for it. I have time for watching these shows, yeah, but that's it.
This is where he gets his basketball fix. So I'll answer the question, but I'll grab a couple of these comments. So the big unit, I didn't forget your question. We'll come back to it in a second, I promise. I did see it. I'll quickly grab Robert's answer here. It's like Trout as a center fielder, Pujols as a first baseman. Yes, I'm aware of that. Yes, correct.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. Well, the thing though is that I'm like, I get it, but Trout has as many Gold Gloves as I do, so who cares? So he plays center field. Good for him. I'm very happy for him. That's why his WAR is high. That's great. So he's a center fielder who doesn't make the playoffs and has inferior statistics. So that's, other than that, great. Good for him. I always like teasing Trout. It's fun for me. And then there was one that compared to Frank Thomas, and Thomas is better. We're better too. And Griffey Jr. Like, look, I can compare Albert Bell's past 10 years to Trout's career, and those numbers dwarf it too.
Joey,
Albert Bell was a great player.
Albert Bell was a dominant, frightening hitter
Joey,
in his prime. Like that's what I say. Like the thing with Trout is supposed to be that he's an all around player, but I said my critique has remained this whole time that for me he's a 5 tool player where there isn't a single category other than power where I rank him in the top end. To me, if I give him a scorecard, he is like A minus, B plus in the 5 tools. He doesn't have a bad category, but nothing that to me is exceptional.
Carlos is like a shark with baseball. It's like you don't even know you don't even know he's there. He's talking about Madonna and Pofke, and you know
That's all a front, buddy. Baseball is my bread and butter. That is the we get it. We get into this like, ooh, let me. It's like, oh, don't make me talk to baseball. I will. Don't make me do it. I will. Yeah, trust me. I've been in the Dome. I have been to like 400 games at the Dome, and I was a season ticket holder for 1 year. But I went to dozens and dozens of games per season, and the Dome sucks as a venue. But even I went to go, and those teams were terrible for years.
Yeah, they were.
And I went to go watch where like the highlight of my season is all right. I got Raul Mondesi. Let's do it, Raul. What do we got, buddy? Let's do this thing.
Well, my pandemic resolution. I know you guys have your pandemic resolutions, but I've got mine, and mine is to go to a San Jose Sharks game and get into like experience it live.
Live hockey is great. Like I will say, as much as I struggle to watch the game on TV sometimes because it's just like it's okay. Like I don't mind, but I get distracted then by my phone at that point. Like I struggle to watch it with full attention. But no, a live hockey game still has the appeal because in the live venue the game moves well, it moves quickly. I was having fun when Bobby was talking about this because I agree with a lot of what he says, but I do laugh because hockey does have strategy. But sometimes there are some teams where the strategy flies out the window and the strategy is skate harder. So he's making fun of baseball for well, but at least there's a little strategy thrown in there in the plottingness. Hockey strategy is skate harder, guys, skate harder, and then hit them harder. It's like that's not a strategy. That's not an actual strategy. It's like, but that's what we've been doing this entire game. I know, I can see that.
I like the sound effects though, like the players hitting the glass or
absolutely,
awesome.
for sure.
That part's like there's something very visceral about that. That's satisfying.
Without a doubt, actually, without question, yes. So what I'll do is, so we'll address this one because I think it's a good question. I think Jim Brown is a very interesting case with a lot of this stuff as well. So quickly, I'll touch on it. Pujols has been my favorite for a while because I favor the hitters. I really do. I enjoy a great hitter who can hit for average and power. For me, it's always going to be fun for me. For me, the current guy is Soto. Like I see a lot of that in him. Now, long time to go. We'll have to see. Like in the long haul, we'll have to see how that plays out. But I like what I see starting today. I like what up until this point I have enjoyed what I have seen, and if he can stay focused on what he's doing and keep developing his game and do all that, I'd love to see how it plays out. Because I'd love to see if these guys can build that career. It takes time. Okay. So you can have a good year or two, but it's going to take time for that. So that's usually how that works out. Now, let me touch on this one here. So Jim Brown, he may be a GOAT, running back, cultural icon, pop culture with movies. All true, because he had the movie career and he did a great thing. And it's not his best, obviously, but I enjoyed him in The Running Man. I thought he was awesome in The Running Man.
He's great.
I enjoyed the Running Man movie. It's a silly movie if you like your 80s action movies, though. It's a fun one. And Jim Brown was in that one. So
what was the Alien movie he did? He did a good job in that one. Mars Attacks.
Probably okay.
Mars Attacks. It was a good movie, dude. Check it out.
I saw it in theater, so I know. Yeah. We got a lot of laughs out of that one.
Oh, it's funny.
See, I watched Jim Brown as a running back. Phenomenal.
Like the thing is, he was an elite athlete.
He
was an elite athlete, and like it's to the Browns' detriment that they made him mad and that he retired on them because they made him mad. I was like, let the man do what he wants to do. He wants to make a movie. Let him make his damn movie, and then enjoy that he's your running back.
Yeah.
Like, what's wrong with you? So it's like it just seems silly. It was, and no wonder Cleveland is irrelevant. It's like, guys, you have somebody generational, and then you make him mad, so they retires on you. That just seems like a Cleveland Brown kind of thing to do. So yeah. So Hockey Guy was just saying to Joe, and we'll mention it when he comes back. So he says, make some friends with church season ticket holders. That's good advice. Like you can get some tickets that way. Yeah, for sure.
I live less than 2 hours from the arena, I think.
Yeah.
There you
So I'll
go.
include Hockey Guy's comment. It's like, no, there. I love mentioning Carlos Delgado, but there was no context for it. He said modern. He said current players. Pujols is still technically playing, and
He
Soto
is.
is Soto is kind of the generate. I agree with Robert here. Soto seems like a generational talent. The possibility is there, but it's hard to say. It's too soon. We'll have to see. And then I'll take this one here. Trout is analytically the better player. Yep. Analytically, sure. But that's the thing. When we talk about analytics, that's where WAR comes in and all that. But the thing is, to my eye test, he's very good. Notice I'm not waxing poetic beyond that. I'm like, the reason though is because I to my eye test, he's got power. Yes, totally. I've seen better. He's got
PSA
speed and power.
3, very
Seen
good.
better.
That's it.
No, but the thing is, when I watch Trout play, I've watched Angels games because I'm watching for Pujols. But then I'll watch the game and keep watching, and I'll sit there and I'll watch Trout, and I'm like, I don't get it. He doesn't seem special.
Yeah.
He seems really good, like really good, solid. He doesn't have a weakness as far as I can tell, but like nothing impresses me. That's why I say like power. Yeah, I've seen better. Speed and power, seen better. He doesn't steal bases anymore, so he doesn't have speed and power anymore.
It's
Technically,
not steal. No.
he doesn't steal bases. He's a center fielder. Yep. Tough decision to play, no doubt. Is he a good center fielder? Yep. Is he spectacular in the field? Not really.
Good
he's
for
very
his
good.
WAR numbers.
But he's very good. He's very good. And then like average, dropping like a stone every year that goes by. If you project his career out another 10 years, his final numbers are going to be like okay.
Yeah.
Like, will he make the Hall of Fame based on that? If we just double up his numbers, yep. But like, are you gonna put him in the pantheon? No. But he's got 3 MVPs. Well, great. I could argue for a couple of the other candidates in all 3 of those years. I'd argue he should have 0 MVPs. But according to WAR, he was the best player there. So the analytics say so. The analytics have spoken. I can't
Right.
help you.
It's
So
a new
like-
age. It's a new age, man.
So like it depends on what you want to do. I can't argue analytics. If the analytics say so, based on the way you measure them, I can't argue with that. You calculated the stat, like fair enough. I can tell you what I see as a lifelong baseball fan. Like I said, in Canada, we'll talk about some hockey stuff. Modern hockey, I can't help you. But I've watched a lot of baseball in my life. A lot of baseball. And I'm like, I don't see it. I just look at it and go like, it's all right. It's fine.
Yeah, he doesn't. I never jump out of the chair and go, "Wow, that was crazy." You know, I mean, every once in a while. But
There are players. When Pujols was in his prime, I was paying attention to every at bat because you never know what he was. Because he always had the capability to do something impressive. He could crush the ball 500 feet or move the runner over because he was a great baseball player in that sense, understanding what he needed to do. Because his average wasn't high. Guys that have that kind of power normally don't have that kind of average. He's a guy who could be a Triple Crown guy because he was smart. And he wasn't a speedster because his running was his weakness.
yeah,
So the fact that he had such a good average meant that he put the ball in the right places and he could use his power and take advantage of all of those things. So he was a very smart hitter. So that's why I enjoyed about him as a player. So I'd pay attention to those at bats when I got a chance to watch them. I wouldn't go across the street to watch Mike Trout play baseball. There's not enough there. I'm not that excited.
We know
Yeah.
that.
No, like, but
Yeah.
that's the most damning thing I can say. I wouldn't go across the street to watch the guy play baseball. I'll watch the rest of the player. I'm watching that team for Pujols, who is now a cadaver. He's the diminished player, but I remember his greatness, so I'm enjoying the last vestiges of what's left before he retires. This is probably his last year. So he's done.
yeah, it's looking that way. It's looking that way. What's he at now? 590.
What, home run wise?
Yeah.
Oh, home run wise, he's like at 630.
Or,
No, sorry, 660 more. He passed
Okay.
he passed Willie Mays, so he's over 660.
Nice.
So he's gonna finish like amongst the great, and he's got 2,000 RBIs basically, or he might have over 2,000, which is right up there. It's literally at the tippy top. It's basically Hank Aaron, Babe Ruth, Albert Pujols. It's like that's the tippy top. Like that's why I say like afterwards they'll be like, wait, he did what? He did what? Because nobody is anywhere close, and he's also a 3,000 hit guy, 3,200 hits. So like a power hitter who's hitting 3,000 hits, it's like it's there.
Yeah.
So it's like it's
You're gonna make me look up Barry Bonds' numbers now.
you can look him up. You're gonna be disappointed in hits.
I'm gonna be disappointed. Oh,
in hits. In hits, you're gonna be disappointed because
That's
you're
what I
gonna be
wanted.
surprised.
That's what I wanted to see. Yeah.
He's like at 2,800, 2,900
Yeah.
thereabouts, if memory serves me.
Whoo, that swing was sweet though.
No, at his peak, Bonds is a guy who qualifies in what I was talking about a second ago. You paid attention to those at bats.
Oh, did
You were paying
ever?
attention. You were paying attention. That's what I mean. Like at his peak in his prime, guys like that, you're watching. You're paying attention. Because if nothing else, he did steroids and stuff, but he's box office. He was box office. You were
He
watching.
did.
You were paying attention.
Yeah. Yeah, he had 29.35 for hits.
So I like this. So I like Robert's debating me on the baseball a little bit, so I enjoy that. That's always fun for me. So let me grab this here. So that's why you need numbers to tell you who's the best. I'm not going to use numbers to tell me who's the best. Numbers help. Numbers facilitate the conversation. They add to the piece. But no, I can. If somebody's objectively better, I don't care what the numbers say. Now, if you have horrific numbers, well then forget about this conversation.
Yeah.
But if we're comparing best on best, the numbers are probably going to be comparable. It's then when we add those other elements to it, we can add some. So I never thought Ripken or Jeter looked like great players. Here's the thing, though. I think at their apexes, they had big moments, but I think both guys benefited from longevity. Both guys benefited a lot from longevity. I think Ripken was a very good player who could have moments of greatness because he was an MVP caliber player, I think, in 91, if memory serves me. I think he was an MVP in 91. He won a World Series in right at the beginning of his career in 83. But outside of that, if you look, like Cal Ripken's thing was that he came to work every day, and he was very good, but for year after year after year, and then when you add it all up, it looks really impressive, and it is, because the longevity and playing every day is impressive. So it's like, so it adds something. Jeter has the longevity, and had some really good seasons, and then in the postseason he was exceptional. So that's what so. You take 5 championships, take the longevity. So the longevity got him to great statistics by the time it was all said and done. And he had great consistency. Was Jeter ever my favorite? Let's put it this way. Was Jeter or Ripken ever the best shortstop in baseball? To me, no.
No.
But they were right up there. You could have a conversation and they were included in that conversation consistently. So that has value to me. So that's kind of how you have to kind of like position it. Like, was he the best at that at any given point? If the answer is yes, then that helps. Pujols played first base, not a defensively, onerous position, very light on that. But was he the best first baseman? For a stretch of time, he was easily the best. For a stretch of time, he was like, if you're going to choose a first baseman, like I'm taking that guy. And it was an easy choice for a while. So
Well,
that's what.
Great player.
Yeah, I mean, and are we talking about as it pertains to the hobby, or are we talking about pure numbers? I mean, there's all sorts of.
We're talking about the player right now because Pujols has only recently started to appreciate in the last little while. And the thing is, he's going to be a beneficiary. Right now, his problem is that he's still playing. Because people have forgotten what he was at his apex because now we're separated so far from it. Los Angeles Angels Albert Pujols is not the same as the St. Louis Albert Pujols. When St. Louis Albert Pujols left, he basically was more of a long, drawn-out version of what happened with Griffey. You take Seattle Griffey, and you take Cincinnati Reds Griffey, slash a little cup of coffee there with Seattle and Chicago and a couple little brief stoppages there at the end. No one really he played for Chicago for 5 minutes. Nobody remembers that. It wasn't very good. But by that point, he was ravaged by injuries. It was done. But you go back and look at Seattle Griffey in his prime. Really impressive. He was a 50 home run hitter who could make some plays in the field. He was a Gold Glove caliber fielder.
I think that's what's kind of fascinating about comparing Ripken, Jeter, and Trout is that I think Jeter and Ripken both had this really interesting mythos behind them, that evolved maybe, in part to Ripken's longevity and the consecutive game streak. And then with Jeter just playing in New York City, being kind of a symbol of young male, whatever, he had a little pop culture connection. But where is Mike Trout and all that? I don't actually understand how Trout has advanced to the front of the line in the hobby.
Okay, so I'll get it from you as well, Brian. But I wanted to. I'm going to leave this comment on here, and then we'll come back to it because this touches on the concept here of how that happened. But go ahead, Brian.
You guys, my back is killing me sitting in this chair, so I'm going to dip out.
No worries. No worries.
I should be getting better from back surgery here soon. So thanks, but I'll be listening and giving you guys snide comments. So.
Well, I would hope nothing less.
Right. All right.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys,
Take
for
it
having
easy.
me on. I'll
Have a
see
good
you.
one.
I'll see you. Okay. Bye.
Good, Brian. And
So
I have
this-
to bow out too because I got to get up in 5 hours again.
No.
See, the Friday nights were so good. Now we're on Sunday. We got to get to bed and get up.
Well, the great irony, Bobby, is that a lot of other people find it easier to do the Sunday nights. That's just the way it's worked out. It's
I don't mind it. I'm just saying. I have a limited time. Well, it's 1:40, so I guess it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I think what's gonna happen, and I'll just say this in advance. I think what's gonna occur is that as we start getting into kind of more conventional times, because I know I'll be switching my hours on Monday a little bit. I'll still do the Sunday because I do like it, but probably will be a little harder on the time cap. Probably it'll be a little bit. I'll have to take care of the East Coast a little bit for myself as well as anybody else. So we'll play it by ear. We'll see.
yeah,
But
no
that's the
problem.
problem. It's like I like Friday too, but then also at the same time, there's a lot of stuff going on Friday.
True enough.
You got the crossover, you got a bunch of other stuff going on. It gets tricky. So anyway,
No, I don't mind the Sunday. I'm just saying I just can't make it past a certain time when I have to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. So.
yeah, no, that's the thing. I think we'll tweak and adjust it as we go along. That's why I like starting off a little hotter in the first bit because then we can be like, all right, let me talk through a couple of things real quick here. All right, then come on, let's go. We'll start off the conversation and we'll go from there.
Sure. No, I had fun though. Anyways, it was a good.
Appreciate it, Bobby.
Okay, guys. Have a good night.
Have a good one. So we'll polish off because I think your question's good. So we'll kind of wind down on this one because I think it's a good one. So I'll touch on this one here. So Robert's just saying here, it's not saying Pujols wasn't good, but he's asking me to give Trout his due best overall player in baseball. So here's the thing. I don't have a problem with Trout being considered the best overall player in baseball, but that hasn't changed my underlying thesis. My underlying thesis isn't that Trout isn't by definition the best quote unquote overall player in baseball now. My statement is in an era where we seem to have a lot of talent, because that's what I said. I noticed I didn't say Soto was the best overall player in baseball because it's not. His defense doesn't qualify. His defense disqualifies him. But as a hitter, he is top tier to me. But you need the whole package. You need everything, right? So it's not good. I can call him one of the best overall hitters in baseball, but I can't call him the best overall player in baseball. That's different. But a lot of folks are in the boat here where Robert is, where he's saying that Trout's the best overall player, which I actually am inclined to be okay agreeing with you. The problem is that even in this era where there's a lot of talented players, there's a lot of players who have talent but have deficiencies. Trout, like I said, has no weaknesses, but to me, Trout is uninspiring. To me, Trout is not exciting. So if he is the best overall player in baseball, which I'm okay with accepting, if we accept this underlying premise, then this is a very weak era of baseball. Not because there's not talent, but because if Trout's the best you got, yawn.
Or when we at least evaluate players through the collectible lens, that's the paradox to me, is that he's won the collectible lens, right? I mean, the hobby has essentially verified that he's the best, but it's puzzling to me because, I mean, as an Oakland A's fan, I mean, I've paid, reasonably good attention to the major leagues, and I've seen some at-bats from Trout, and I've seen some nice plays in the outfield, but I just haven't had that experience of like, this is the best player that's walked on the field in the last 20 years. I mean, I don't doubt that he could be, but it's like the eye test or the lived experience isn't necessarily compelling me to like go out and buy his cards. So that's
Right. So let me answer to this piece. Well, there's two parts here. So first, Robert says WAR measures overall value. I hate that metric. I've looked at how the underlying metric is measured. I disagree with it vehemently. I don't like the WAR statistic. I think it's BS as a measure of overall value of a player's contributions in the field. But that's, to me, anybody who throws out WAR, I'm fine. You want to argue WAR? Fine. Then let's look at the metric. Let's look at how it's measured, and then we'll talk about how we measure it. So let's do that. So here, if Trout was a Yankee, you'd see him differently. No, because I just argued Jeter wasn't, to me, he was a hopper end shortstop, like kind of what Hockey Guy says here. But I didn't think that much of Jeter when he was playing. Aside from understanding the consistency, I knew he could have his seasons where he'd be really good. Defensively, he was a bit of a liability at times, to be blunt. So he wasn't a perfect player. He was very good. But he also won a lot of World Series because he played for the Yankees, who was a really good team. So this is kind of where this piece plays into it. If he was a Yankee, you'd see different. No, I'd see a guy who's unspectacular, boring, who happens to play on a really good team, who then suddenly wins championships, which enhances his package, no doubt, because he'd have those rings to go along with it, potentially. I say potentially. But then I'd be like, okay, so if you were on an inferior team, you would move the needle. And if you're on a better team, you move the needle because you're on a better team. So, yes. So I understand the idea, but it's like, I reject the premise just because it's like, well, then in addition to being underwhelmed by him, I also hate him because I hate the Yankees. so it's like, would I see him differently? Yes, I would be from ambivalent to like, man, this guy sucks. I'd be more vicious.
I mean, and he did important things in the postseason, which, takes us to like a player like Reggie Jackson, who, if you were, obviously, Reggie got like 567 home runs, which puts him in a interesting place on the all-time list. But if you look at his batting average and if you look at it, like kind of his production, but what was so great about Reggie was he did it when it counted, right? And yes. So we remember that. And so,
yeah, I would say like that's why I try very much to measure some of these players in the context of what it is they did. So that's why I say like Reggie Jackson, to your point, is Reggie Jackson a Pantheon player? No. Was he an elite power hitter? Yes. Especially for his era, he was an elite power hitter. Was he a great regular season player? Okay. But a power hitter? Yes. But then in the postseason, he would take it up another notch and a half. And then all of a sudden it'd be like, okay, so here's where your value comes in. This is where you earn the big bucks right here. This is where you're doing it. Because now I got you here and you're stepping up to perform at this level on this stage. And what you did in the regular season was good. It helped. It was a contribution. But now in the postseason is where I'm really getting the value here. This is where we get the Reggie Jackson experience. And that's what sets him apart. That's what makes him Mr. October. But if he didn't have the big postseason performances, you'd be like, all right, he's got home runs. That's kind of cool. He'd basically be a slightly worse hitting Harmon Killebrew. Mm-hmm. Because Harmon Killebrew had a lot of home runs, but I think his average is a little better than Reggie Jackson's. So it's one of those things where Harmon Killebrew, though, played in Washington and then Minnesota. So not quite as good. But go back and look at what Harmon Killebrew did for years. He raked, especially in his era. He raked, but he played in Minnesota.
Yeah.
So it didn't help. so he was able to do what he could do. But then you go look at Reggie Jackson. It's like he had his stretches where he was a dominant power hitter. But then go look at what he did in October. Very impressive.
And that's sort of like we've been talking about this in a few different contexts, but I think that's why we would do well to not just sort of clinically analyze the actual statistics, but the statistics are important, and regular season, postseason, all of that's important, but there's a lot more that goes into an iconic figure than just the statistics alone. I mean, the context of, I don't know, Ted Williams taking a few years off to go fight a war, or, yep. What's going on with Joe DiMaggio, or, there's players whose career numbers, there were reasons why Satchel Paige. Do we even can we even possibly know Satchel Paige's career statistics? So it's kind of like that creative side and popular. I don't know. Popular culture is not exactly the right term, but influence on the sport, influence on the whole, moment of history in relation to the sport can have a really powerful impact.
Right. I think that's fair. So I like this. I like the direction that Robert took this because it makes it more fun for me. I love it. Okay. See, Joe, you were right earlier. It's like, no, it's like you brought me into baseball, and now I'm very much in my element. This is where I have my fun here. Okay, real quick. So we'll kind of, like I said, we'll wind down on this, but I still want to touch on it because it's fun. Okay, real quick. Trout led the league in on-base percentage 4 times, slugging percentage 3 times, runs scored 4 times, RBI once. How many center fielders have done better? Okay, cool. In the current era, I can't really pick one for you, but let me pose a simple, and I'm going to respond. And then I'm going to respond to my response because I can gauge both sides of this argument. But then I'm going to respond to that objection to that response. And then we'll go from there. So, number one, who cares? Why? It was like, why do I say who cares? Because it hasn't moved the needle. That team was no better with him or without him, really. WAR is supposed to be like wins above replacement. It is how much better you are than a replacement level player. That's really what the metric is supposed to mean. That's what it's supposed to mean. But the thing is, the team sucked with him and the team sucked without him. The last season that they played, the last full season where he missed about 30 games, the team was like marginally worse when he was injured and out of the lineup. Like they were like a 400 team, like win percentage wise with him in the lineup. And without him, they were like 385, 390. So it's like, were they worse? Yes. Were they hugely worse? Not really. Now, here's the other piece to it. Like I said, my objection to my objection. So you say you say this. They had a bad team. True. But here's the problem with that idea. Mike Trout makes like $35 million now. So that's like his contract for like $35 million. If I got rid of him right now and I just cut him, send him off to whatever team you want. He goes, plays the Yankees. To your point, he would probably win because he's playing for the Yankees because they're already pretty good. So he's just another component on what's already a really good team. I take my $35 million and I spend it on 2 $17.5 million pitchers. If I pick decent ones, the Angels are better. Full stop. So then who cares? Because I was able to use the money to get better play. One very good player, quote unquote, best player in baseball, fine. I can get rid of Trout and build a better team. They won't do that because, imagine trying to sell that to the fan base. It's like, yeah, let's get rid of Trout and let's go get a couple of good pitchers. And by the way, that will actually make our team better. Wait, but you got rid of the superstar player and you replaced him with a couple of pretty good pitchers and that made your team better? It's like, well, yeah, because the rest of the lineup is actually pretty decent now because they got more players to fill in that lineup. Their problem was pitching. Their problem wasn't hitting. Their problem was pitching. So if you got rid of him and spent the money on pitching, you'd probably be a better team. You'd have a better shot at making the playoffs. With Trout, you don't make the playoffs. Now this year, you might have enough to actually make the play. Well, congratulations. You had to get more players anyway. And now he gets the playoffs. It wasn't because of Trout. He was there before. So it didn't matter. So that's why I say, like, for all the WAR, it's like, okay, congratulations. The WAR meant that you went from being an absolutely crummy team to being a mostly crummy team. That's what $35 million got you. You're mostly crummy now. So then why did we spend this money? Now, from a hobby perspective, he touched on the hobby perspective. If not due to performance, why is Trout worth so much? Because he is probably the best of what they got. So here, that speaks to his salary, not his ability. It speaks to his ability not being able to transcend. It is a team sport, which I understand. But again, his ability is very good.
Well, one thing I want to introduce is the context of the sport, right? So right now, NBA is blowing up. One possible reason why NBA is blowing up is because one single player can have a lot more influence there's only 5 players on the court.
Yes.
There's only one ball. There's only one basket. There's reasons behind this. Whereas, we could dissect football and how the important players exert, some effect or agency in that. And then baseball's pretty far down the ladder in terms of any one player short of a pitcher. And we've, ironically, pitchers aren't necessarily hobby favorites. I mean, you got your Nolan Ryans, and
it's mainly because they can have a complete impact on a game, but it's one game at a time and it's every fifth day.
Just one.
Yeah. So for one game, they can completely control one side of the ledger. They can put you in a pitcher can't actually win the game for you, but they can put you in a position to win where you might have to do the bare minimum to be able to win. They can do that for you.
Yeah. I mean, you just look at a little real basic math, 162 games, a phenomenal pitcher that wins 20 games. Maybe they had influence on 25 or 30, but that's still, you're going to be considered, a Cy Young candidate and maybe the best, pitcher of the whole league to be able to influence, what is that? 30 of 160 games or 25 of 160 games. You kind of think that, a LeBron or, Giannis is having more influence, or even a Mahomes or, Sidney Crosby. I don't know hockey well enough to plug it in, but there's only 6 people on the ice at a time.
Yeah, no, the idea here, and this is why, because as the chat has been going, sorry, I got a little distracted by part of the chat there, but what was happening with it is that I try. So you just mentioned it here. I try, in the same vein that I'm having this conversation, this discussion, I'm not going to pin the Angels' deficiencies purely on Mike Trout for the same reason that I can't give the same reason that I'm not going to say oh, well, he should be able to carry us in the playoffs, because to your point, in baseball, one player can't. He's one of 9 hitters. In the field, well, if the ball is never hit to him, what's he going to do? He can't impact it that way. In basketball, to your point, yes, a guy can get the ball. You can get the ball to Steph Curry. And if he can do his thing, find a shot, create a shot for himself, and shoot, and hits the 3, he's scored 3 points. He can directly impact that section of the game, big time. So they have that ability in that sport to really be able to impact the thing quickly. That's why I say I'm not going to put it on one player because he can't. That's not fair. Especially since as a hitter, they can just pitch around you. They can just intentionally walk you, and then you're negated, right? And what we talked about earlier, where Trout doesn't steal bases anymore, the easiest thing to do would be intentionally walk him every time. What are you going to do? Stay at first base? You sit there in first base. Sit on the first base because you're not going anywhere unless someone drives you over. And that's not on you. So that's not your job, right? So I'm not going to blame him for the Angels not being deficient, but I am going to say that because then we can't blame him for them not being, deficient, because he's only one of 9 hitters and one of 9 fielders and all that good stuff. Well, then that also means that I can't then give him too much credit because his statistics have amounted to nothing. They're good stats. The thing is, when he mentioned all those times that he led the league in those statistics, well, he's played 10 years. So even the stat he led the most, I think, was on base percentage there 4 times. It's like, well, that's 4 out of 10 years. By the way, that's still really good. But that's why we say here, we do agree. Trout is statistically the best they have now. What I'm saying is, as a baseball fan, he does not excite me. If, in fact, he is the best they have now, well, then fine, I guess I'll live with it.
Sometimes he's compared to Mantle. How many championships did Mantle win, Carlos? About, roughly speaking, 10?
Oh, they got to 10, and I think he 5, 6, 7.
Just 6, okay. Well,
yeah. So they got to 10 World Series, so it was a lot. So,
yeah, and I'm not actually. I don't know what I think. I just find it curious that he has risen so high, and maybe it's just a byproduct of baseball not having a whole lot of other iconic players right now. I mean, there hasn't been a consistent run of world champions like there was when the Yankees and Jeter were winning, or Reggie, or other Hall of Fame type contributors, unless, I don't know, I'm trying to think of some consistent success. And that's why, like baseball, you're doing well if you win 6 out of 10 games. It's such a even playing field, if you will.
Yeah, I'm just quickly responding there. So it was 7 World Series. I was just double checking that stat there. No, I agree with you. And the thing is, the comparison to Mickey Mantle is a bad one. I understand why they do it. I do understand. But the point I made with the Mickey Mantle comparison is that the problem is Mickey Mantle was a Triple Crown candidate. Like he was in his peak. He was a guy who could hit for average, power, and then drive in runs as well. But again, the Yankees were in the 50s. The Yankees were a powerhouse team. So like when he was there, he basically inherited center field. He inherited the mantle of being the star player from Joe DiMaggio. So as Joe DiMaggio is fading off into the sunset, Mickey Mantle joined in as the new young guy. So they got to kind of keep the dynasty rolling. So from Ruth, Gehrig to DiMaggio to Mantle, and it just kept rolling. The beat goes on, right? So they were able to have that run where they just kept going and going and going. The point that Robert makes here is that he says you started off by comparing his stats to Pujols, and I go, yeah, because Pujols' stats were better. So now, if we include the fielding part of it, well, then fine. But as I say, like overall, and you have to be fair about this. The reality of when you're doing the comparison to the two players is that when Mantle was playing in 1951, he had a debilitating leg injury in the 51 World Series that cramped his ability as a runner. He was known in the minor leagues as a guy who was very fleet of foot. So he had that aspect to his game. He was still good, by the way, afterwards, but he was in crippling injury later on. So it's like he spent his year. So if your comparison is that Mike Trout is like the modern day Mickey Mantle, so great. He is a slightly inferior version of a crippled Mickey Mantle who then drank himself into early retirement. So it's like, okay, that seems like a weak comparison, but sure. Yeah, Pablo Sandoval has 3. Yep. No, Trout is the best. Sure. The experts. Yeah. So here, there are only 8 teams in the league easier to contend for the Triple Crown. That has no impact on the contention for the Triple Crown. You still have to hit for average. You still have to hit for power, and you still have to drive in runs. How many teams are in the league doesn't make any difference. The only difference is in the amount of games, but you still played 154. And here, Hockey Guy makes the point. More players are talent. The talent pool is less diluted. Technically, to me, the pitchers today throw harder, but they're inferior. Like, because you've got the pitchers who aren't really capable of pitching 9 innings anymore. Now, what's going to help you, fewer competitors to beat you in a stat. Sure. I don't know. That seems like I understand what he's getting at, but it's like if we want to do that, then we're invalidating everybody in the smaller version of the league, which means I guess we throw out Babe Ruth stats too. I guess they don't count because it was a different era.
And I mean, we're talking about a couple different things here, right? We're talking about the sport in its purest form and impacting winning, and and then we're talking about cards, and the bottom line is, people have anointed Mike Trout as the preeminent player in this generation by dishing out big time money, and so like we can quibble with their decision making process, or we can question it at least, but it is what it is. And I'm not trying to change that. I can't change that. That's facts. But it's curious to me. It's curious that it's developed this way. It makes me wonder, is he going to be able to sustain that? Is that going to be, is there going to be somebody, a Soto or a Acuna who steps in and makes Trout a little less relevant, or a little less over the long haul valuable in collectors' minds?
I think a lot of it. So if we're talking about from the hobby perspective, so 2 things. If we're talking about from the hobby perspective, it's going to be based on your ability to excite the fan base. Because that's really what it comes down to. If you are an exciting player, because a while back, Robert made reference to Bo Jackson. The thing is, Bo Jackson still has relevance. And if we go statistically, Bo Jackson had little runs where he was good. He was an all-star in 2 sports. But his cultural resonance is that he was an all-star in 2 sports. We were impressed by his athletic potential and the little glimpses of it that we got. But statistically, if you go take his best season in baseball, it was a good power hitting season, but not like amazing. But then you compare it to, but he was also like an all-star in football. But then you go look, it's like, did he ever rush for 2,000 yards? Nope, he didn't. But you go back and look at his yards per carry, and you're like, in the games he was playing, he was dumb because he never played a full season. But then you go look at what he was able to do in these short windows of time where you're like, athletically, this guy is playing at a superior level. So you're looking at what he's doing physically and what the capability and the potential is. And that's what's sparking the imagination. So Bo Jackson became a cultural phenomenon beyond what he actually accomplished statistically on the field. So it's kind of interesting. So it added that mystique to it that it's like he could do all these things really well in 2 different sports, seemingly at the same time. But you also knew if he focused on one, he probably could have done even better. But he also wouldn't have been a 2-sport athlete and had that extra element to it and all part of that. So I'm enjoying that they're having a debate here about the Triple Crown piece here. One important thing about the Triple Crown, guys, is that in order to win the Triple Crown, and I don't care what size league it is, if you're playing an appropriate amount of games, because that's only the part that is difficult. And Cabrera here is the only Triple Crown since Williams. Also, don't forget about Yastrzemski. Oh, wait, sorry. I saw somebody mention it there. What happens, though, is that if you go in, the one that you have the most control over technically is your batting average. And that tends to be the one that is the most difficult because you got a lot of guys who can lead the league in home runs and RBIs. And one of the points they make here, which is correct, is that RBI is kind of a team dependent stat. You need runners on base realistically to get RBIs. And if they pitch around you and refuse to pitch to you, it's going to be hard to get enough home runs. But plenty of guys can get home runs, and they can get the RBIs to go along with them. But then they falter in average because a lot of power hitters fall into that 3 outcome thing where they'll hit for this power and they'll drive in runs and everything, but they bat like 260. Well, you're not going to win the batting title that way. So the Triple Crown is out. You're not in contention. You're not even close. So when it came to Trout, if you go back to his first couple of years, he had a couple of seasons where he hit like 320. That's when he was like there. And then when you go later on, now he doesn't even hit 300 anymore. He still hits well. It's not like he's sitting there batting his weight. That's not what's happening, but he's not a 3. So he could be in a position where he could lead the league in home runs theoretically. If he gets enough opportunities, he could lead the league in RBIs, but he's only done that once. So it's not like it happens regularly for him. Again, that's a dependent stat. So fair enough. But then his average is nowhere near high enough. So he's not in contention. So he's got no shot, 0. So when you compare him to Mickey Mantle did win a Triple Crown. He did. 1956. He won a Triple Crown. He hit for power. He hit for average in the same year. It hasn't happened for Mike Trout. And the one season he was on pace to hit 50 home runs, he got hurt. So it's like, well, that's bad luck, but it happens. Also, that season, juice baseball. It was acknowledged. It was the most home runs ever hit in a season. What a coincidence. How interesting. And that's league wide. That's not one player. That's league wide. So let me quickly scan through here. Bo was a much better football player. I would agree with that. I think that's fair. But I love the fact that he tried in baseball and it was still pretty impressive because as a fielder with his throwing arm, he was ridiculous. Smaller league, the talent is higher, so competition will be increased, not decreased. Yeah, and that's like an original 6 argument. People go like, well, there's less players. It's like, yeah, but the talent is more concentrated. That was always an issue. Love Bo, but he was nowhere near Trout as a player. I don't think anybody's comparing him to Trout. Bo Jackson was a freak athlete, but that we're not comparing them as players. That would make no sense. Frank Robinson, Mantle won them since Williams as well as yep, comparing them. They're specialist high average hitters. Yeah, so more winners in 8-team leagues. Yes. Yeah, or the people that won it were just not that good and cool of good players. Yeah. So the problem is when you're looking at, I find that comparison of number of teams interesting, just because it's like it doesn't matter. It's the Triple Crown is a simple concept. It's like you got to lead the league in those three statistics. That's how the Triple Crown happens. The reason it doesn't happen anymore is because a lot of the power guys don't hit for high average. That's it. That's the only reason why. Otherwise, more guys would be in contention, but it isn't true. So you have to hit for high average, which means, by the way, technically, a power hitter has the opportunity to hit for a higher average only because they get a lot of walks too. So if a guy's a really dangerous power hitter, they get walked a lot. Why do you think, like towards the tail end of his career when he was kind of steroided up, to be fair, Barry Bonds suddenly hit like 370 one year because they walked him 200 times. So it's like, yeah, that's how that works. Yes. So if you get walked a lot, then your opportunity for a higher average is better. You still have to get the hits, but your opportunity is there because when you do get a chance to swing, then you got to make it count. Yeah, I'm not sure which comment this relates to, Robert, but fair enough. So let's take a look here. Cabrera won a 330 average. Yep. Bo at the Bozo marketing campaign. He's got WAR. He's got more. He's got that going for him. Yeah. Sports media can see about, yeah. To hit home runs, you generally have to swing harder and lead some more strikeout. Did we not already address how the guy who has 660 home runs for that stretch of time had a less than 10% strikeout ratio, and Trout has a 20% strikeout ratio? You're right that to hit home runs, you have to swing harder. But when you're swinging harder, you do get more strikeouts, but you're also lowering your average. So Trout is actually hindering his ability to hit for average in, I guess, an attempt to hit more home runs, even though he has plenty of power, where if you just swing normally and maybe make better contact, you'd hit more home runs anyway? Question mark? That's why we look at guys like, when we talked about before, Joe, we look at like Hank Aaron. Hank Aaron hit a lot of home runs. Do you think he struck out a lot? He also hit for high average. You can be a good hitter and hit for power too. Yeah. So I understand your point here, Robert, but like they're not mutually exclusive. Yeah. Sacrificing average for power, agreed. But it's why? Maybe this would be the question I pose. So why? Okay. You're sacrificing average for power. Now, the argument could be made. It's like, well, he's got to drive in runs because his team sucks and there aren't enough batters on base, so he's got to get a run that way. Well, fine. But you're sacrificing average for power. And the one season you were in pace to hit 50 home runs, the ball was juiced. So, see, that statement is 100% true. But that's because the players are doing that 3 outcome thing that I was talking about earlier. They're swinging for the fences, lowering averages, getting more home runs, but that's not actually a good idea. Like, I know players are doing it, but it's not really a great idea necessarily. And the older guys were able to hit for some average and power. And it's not because they were trying, but these guys are swinging for the fences and striking out more. So, sure. All right, sounds good. So we'll finish off here. Last couple of comments here. Hank Aaron hit the hell out of the ball. Yep. Analytics say so. Analytics say what? That their strikeout averages are higher. That is true. Yep. Plus the power pitchers. Yes. The thing that I like about power pitchers is that technically that it makes a difference, but it really doesn't, because it's like, yeah, power pitchers, some of them don't have control. So if you actually lay off, you'd probably get more walks and your average would go up.
I think what I'm taking away from this is I'm going to pay a little extra attention to Mike Trout this year and just kind of see when I watch him, because I've watched him a little bit and he's impressive, but I want to actually gather enough data to assess in my own mind if he really rises to that level of like truly all-time great. And for me personally, I just don't have enough information from, direct eye test and I can look at stats and I can compare, and there's always, context behind that, but I kind of want to just watch him, and maybe he's not in his prime anymore, but he's still enough of who he's always been, I think, for me to take in. And it's more about me, right? I haven't actually, I should have been watching Trout, 8-9 years ago when he was.
Wait, here's the thing though, Joe, to your point, and I think it's a fair point you're making, but Trout's not even 30. He's supposed to be in his prime right now. So in theory, this should be just as good a time as any, because right now he should be in his prime. Traditionally, right around late 20s, early 30s, he should be smack in the middle of his prime right as we speak.
Well, we'll watch him. We'll watch him in 2021.
Okay, I love this comment by Robert. If that's true, that sucks, man. Like, that's trash. I'm sorry, that's trash. That's really bad. If his prime was 4 years ago and this and it's not going to get better. Yeah, Mantle also drank himself into a stupor. He probably would have had another 4 or 5 years of strong performance if he hadn't been drinking. And you're saying his prime was when he was 25. Like,
I didn't know Trout was that young, actually. So that's interesting.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's kind of the fun thing, is that he's been around for 10 years, but he started fairly early in his career. And right now, yeah, Trout is 29 in 213 days. So he's like, no, he should be fine. He should be perfectly fine right now. This should not be an issue.
Oh, to be under 30.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going to give Mike right now. If I watch Mike Trout, he should be very much right in the middle, smack in the middle of his prime.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, at 29, Mickey Mantle was in 1961. He hit 54 home runs. That was his highest home run output that season. And he also hit 317 with 128 RBIs. He was right after Roger Maris, the year he hit 61.
I wonder who won the batting title that year, average-wise. Probably not too far ahead of him.
Yeah, but he was still really good that season. And okay, here's another one. So I like this here. Everyone peaks at a different age. That is true. I don't think anybody is suggesting he's declining, because he shouldn't be. That's what I'm saying. He should be in the middle of his prime right now, technically. To think, so Robert's the one who put his prime 4 years ago. I'm like, oh my god. Either he's got a really long prime, or you're already putting him in decline, which is terrible.
Well, let's see. Bonds came in 86, and then with the Giants, he was doing that stuff where they were like walking in runs, and what was that like? Is that like 2000, or it's like 14 years in? So he was probably 34, 35 at that point. Bonds peaked pretty late. Or he peaked throughout.
Well, he peaked pretty late though, like better living through chemistry with.
Yeah,
he was still very good. He was still very good right prior to that.
Hard to factor in the chemistry.
Yeah. So I'll have a little fun with this one. So we'll finish off on this piece. So he's saying, Robert's saying Mantle's prime was 23 to 25. I'm like, I understand where he's getting at, but it's like, that's a bit of a tricky argument. So let's use a guy who had a long career, because again, we're assuming Trout's going to have a long career. Let's assume that's reasonable. Hank Aaron at 29 was 1963. So he was a Mantle contemporary. He led the league in home runs, led the league in RBIs, and hit 319. He would go on to lead the league in home runs, lead the league in RBIs, also at age 32, lead the league in home runs at age 33. So when was his prime? Just out of curiosity. He was still playing at a super high level, leading the league in those stats up until. I don't need to look up the numbers. That's smack in the middle of 1956. I agree those were his statistically best seasons, without a doubt. But that isn't what prime means, per se. It isn't just the best stats, because if somebody hits, let's put it this way. If we use that as the metric, then as it stands right now, Aaron Judge's prime was that one season he hit 50 home runs. Because that was smack in the middle. Now he was a late bloomer, but that was smack in the middle of his career. That was it. That was his prime. Because for some of these guys, they can keep going. Right now, when they're in their, especially when we're talking about power, they're still at or near the top of their game in their late 20s and early 30s. Yeah, that's exactly it, Brian. Trout is in his prime. So right now, this is the time period we're looking at it, because aside from the war and aside from the MVPs, which I debate and question, if Mike Trout has already passed his prime, then we're in trouble. Because then I'm really not impressed. I'm doubly not impressed. I became less impressed as this argument continued. You can take a 3-year period, but then you're cherry picking a 3-year period, which you can if you want to. I'd almost be inclined to take if we want to take till the end of his 20s, I kind of like if you're going to take a 3-year period, I like 59 to 61. Because like I said, 61 is when he hits his most home runs. But if you want to take it where he's his Triple Crown year, then yeah, 23 to 25 makes the most sense. Just depends on where you want to go with that. And he also won an MVP in 62. And he still won a Gold Glove that year. So he was still at or near that top of his game there. And I guess it depends though. Like I said, for Mantle, he declined precipitously after 30 because he did do the drinking. But then you take a guy who played longer. Again, I'm assuming Trout's going to play longer. I'm assuming he's not going to drink himself into a stupor so that he's retired by the time he's 36 and washed up. Because that's basically what happened. Mantle was really done after 68. He was probably done before that. Yeah, if you cherry pick a 3-year period of his career, sure.
You see that Clemente closed last night in the Golden Auction for like 800, 900K, the PSA 9, I think it was, rookie.
Sorry, which one?
Clemente.
Yes.
Which, makes total sense. That's, to me, like with everything else that's an eyebrow raiser, it's like, oh, okay, a 9 Clemente going for just under $1 million. Okay, I guess that's where we're at. It actually, it made sense. It was like, that was actually refreshing to me as opposed to like $4 million for a Luka.
I was going to say, Joe, it's like, whereabouts in the bidding did you fall off?
Yeah. I couldn't even get in the program. They wouldn't let me in. I showed up at the club and the guy was like, nope, you're not coming in.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I get it. But it's one of those things like that level of vintage. I get it, but it's tough to even consider spending that kind of money on it. I understand, but it's like, it's tough.
Made me happy to have a 2.5 BVG, and that'll be my $1 million card.
The rate you're going, if you keep inflation going, yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was thinking about Clemente just because we're talking numbers and talking about, shooting stars and 3 years of a season. There's probably I don't know where Clemente peaked. Do you have an idea?
Where he peaked? Ooh. Well, the thing is, I don't know if he's peak. The thing is, when he retired, he had 3,000 hits, so he was already right. He had already had like a good, solid length career. He's interesting because he did win that World Series late. I think the Pirates won in 71, I want to say. So towards the end of his career, he was still there at the top of his game. So let me see. At age 31, he won his only MVP. So he was still really good there. He won a batting title the following year and led the league in hits. So I would say still right up there.
What year was that?
So the batting title year there? The last one?
Yeah.
The last one was 1967, age 32.
67. Okay. Yeah.
So yeah,
Wow.
so that was his fourth batting title that year. But he had himself a good run there because so if we use the 3-year period, if we want to do that, I kind of like, if I'm going to do that, I kind of like between 64 and 66. Because between that you got batting title led the league in hits, it's 29. Batting title at 1965 at 30, and then MVP in 1966.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good 3-year run.
What was his highest home run year?
A home run? Well, he was never a home run guy.
I know. But did he get 30?
23?
23.
1961?
Yeah.
No, sorry. Hold on. Let me go down. 1966. He had 29 home runs.
29. Okay, right there at the threshold, and probably like 10 triples too, or something.
Yeah, making sure I'm reading that correctly. Yes. Okay, there we go. I'm in the right column. Got it.
Well, hey Carlos, I'm kind of winding down here. This has been fun. We should come back to some baseball once the season starts up, which won't be too long from now.
I think so. That's why we were trying to get the end. But since you asked the question, I had the Clemente thing up.
No, thank you. It was
Yeah.
exciting, fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I like how Robert has Clemente's peak there between 32 and 34. It's like, well, make up your mind, man. One last thing though, I'll leave it on this piece, 2 parts. So he says Mantle declined slowly until age 32. Mantle drank himself into a stupor. He is correct though. I did say retired. I accidentally he died in the plane crash. My apologies. He didn't retire. Well, I guess he forcibly retired because he died, but not the same thing. Yeah, Jeter won on MVP late. That's fair. That is true. But again, I can't use Mantle's decline because the problem is he physically declined because he had injuries stemming back to his rookie season. And then he also declined in terms of his liver. Like it didn't help. The two things together did not work. So Mantle's decline is natural, but also unnatural because he helped accelerate it. That's why, like, if I'm looking at a guy, again, if I'm taking Trout as a guy who will play a long career, I have to look at a guy who played a long career. I got to look at, like a Hank Aaron. Makes sense. Clemente is not a bad example because at least he played 18 years, again, before he passed away. So he had a reasonably full length career where even at the tail end, like he obviously wasn't the player he once was, but he hit 312 in his last season. So as a hitter, still pretty good. Even though numbers started to drop off, he played less games. It was all part of that. But like Hank Aaron at least played a full career over 20 years. It's a nice long career. I'd have to look at what Willie Mays looked like. That'd be kind of interesting to look at because he obviously had a good long career at a peak level, or at least a high level. And that's what happens a little bit there. I like this one, so we'll leave on this one. If Robert is less bullish on Trout's future than I am, and I've been downgrading him this whole time, I'm like, oh my God, so his career's over now? He's not only in decline, it's like, it's done. It's over. So, Joe, you better watch it because Trout might have like 5 games left. That might be it.
Well, I'm going to pay attention, and I haven't tried to forward any opinion. It's really truly like curiosity. Like, okay, so he's representing, I think, the iconic player in the hobby. Let's just not even talk about statistics or whatever other measurements, championships, this, that, and the other. But he does seem to represent the gold standard, the apex of what is generating collector perceived value, and that's so it's worth investigating to me.
Which is genuinely fascinating. Which is you're right, but it's also genuinely fascinating because, like I said, I kept looking back at it and going like, why? I just don't get it. I watched it and I still don't get it. I got to go look at it. I guess what I got to do is in the same vein, I got to go back and look at it with fresh eyes because now as we start up this new season, because I know they've fixed the baseball. So I'd like to see what impact that has because presumably they've standardized the baseball this year. So we might see less home runs. We'll see. That might be interesting. That's going to be across the board though. Everybody's playing with the same ball, but I'd like to see then what impact that has because I'd be curious. Soon though, we're in March, so we're getting close. I think the new year is going to start soon.
April's around the corner.
We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. So there you go. We'll finish it off. I'll let Robert have his last word here. He says he agrees with you, Joe, but he thinks it's because Trout is the best.
Could be.
Reserve judgment. We shall see. All right, folks. Appreciate you because 15 of you are still sticking around, which I've been very impressed with that. So we're calling it a night. Thank you so much. Thanks to Joe. Thanks to Bobby for being on earlier. Thanks to Brian for hanging out. Appreciate that. Even the conversation and the debate here at the end. Eddie's Baseball Autographs. Have a good night. Thank you for popping in. And also Lindsay, who pointed out that Jeter won the MVP at 38. So thank you for popping in as well and chiming in. Everybody that popped in, great Sunday. Have yourselves a great new week. Those of you on the West Coast will be there soon. Those of you on the East Coast are already there. It's already Monday. Have a good first week of, second week of March.
Night night.